Hey yo. Hi everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. مرحبا يا هاثم. Hope everybody is doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Like and share the live. Can y'all see the background well? I'm just trying to figure it out. Can y'all see the background well? No, Berber man, it doesn't matter to both. Unfortunately, in society, it matters for women only. Perfect. Okay. Share the live, y'all. If you disagree with the topic, then please do come up. Like, share the live, follow the host, exactly. That little heart me right next to my, that heart me right next to my name. Please do click on that. And yeah, join the team. Like and share the live, everybody. We just got started. Why should a high body count for women matter but not for men? Because within society today, it is mostly men going around talking about body count. It is mostly men disparaging women, talking about body count. So my question here is, why should a high body count matter for women but not for men? Why are you being hypocritical? That is my question. Why should a body count matter for women but not for men? I really want to know. I want to know how people can even justify that. So come up. If you disagree with the topic or if you have thoughts that you would like to share, do request and come up. This should be good. Hi, PK. Hold on, let me send this to... Probably going to be co-hosting with Jeff today. In all honesty, it should either not matter at all or be consistent for both. Exactly, that's what I think. I think if you care about body count, then it should be applied to both. And if you don't care about body count, then it should also be applied to both. Hey, sis. I think it's a bit hypocritical for you to apply body count to one side, but not to the other side. So why do you apply body count to only one side? I guess that's what I'm asking. So again, why should a high body count matter for women, but not for men? Today's topic is feminism. Exactly. I know that a lot of people demonize, feminism because they think all feminism is just liberal, like white liberal feminism, when in fact, different types of feminism exist. And globally, all other groups of women were also feminists, historically. It doesn't matter at all. Okay, because those men want to be able to do the bare minimum and be mediocre. Ooh. Is this in response to the live by Wa'el the other night? I don't know what Wa'el. I don't know what live you're talking about, but if you see it as a response, then maybe. Are you arguing that men ain't allowed to walk away? What? I think it should matter for men. Who wants a key that opens so many doors? Ooh, Girl, listen. Somali X said men's body count matters. Because who wants a key that opens so many doors? She got a point. She got a point. You know what they say? Every time you sharpen a pencil, it gets shorter. You know what they say? Every time you sharpen a pencil, it gets shorter. Just wanted to say that. Anyways, yeah, who disagrees? I just want to control women. Okay, men, are you listening to this? They're literally saying, it's a ridiculous question because how do you know what the answer is? I mean, I would know the answer if you come up and debate me. Stop talking about it. Oh my God, Trinity. Trinity is my number one fan. I just wanted to say, Trinity is in every single live that I host, pretending like she hates me, but she actively always is in every live that I'm in. Hi, Salam Norega Hawaii. It matters for both. Okay. So whether it matters for both or it doesn't matter for both, I'm not necessarily against any of that. If you're being logically consistent. Women don't mind marrying a man who had slept with tons of girls, but men do. It is what it is. No, it isn't what it is. I want to know why. I want to know why you want to apply body count only to women, but not to men. I will not debate this because a person's past is their past and not my business. Okay then, Coach Darren, that's it. That's all I'm saying. If you think it doesn't apply to both sides, then that's perfectly fine. I agree with that. You're being logically consistent. If you say it applies to both sides, then that's also fine. You are being logically consistent. But if you say it only applies to one side, but it doesn't apply to the other side, that is where I have a problem. And that's where I seek, a debate. Wait, Kavi, how many languages do you speak? Like 5. That's how many languages I speak. Men care about body count, I think, more than women. Yes, and why do men care about body count? That's my question. Why do men care about body count? Women get destroyed. What? Bash. Okay, come up here, please. What do you mean women get destroyed more? What do you mean women get destroyed more? That's crazy. What do you mean women get destroyed more, Bash? Request. I don't know why people are scared of coming up. Trinity, what you really need to be doing is coloring your hair in all these like crazy colors because people are going to mistake you for a liberal, Trinity, but you're a MAGA supporter and a racist. So that's what you need to be doing. It applies to both, but because of the social norms, it's more shameful for women. What social norms? Why should it be more shameful for women? Why ought it be more shameful for women? That's my question. Come forward, y'all. Come forward. No pun intended. But yeah, no, come forward, y'all. If you believe body count only matters for one side, but not for both, then do come forward. Wait, hold on, Hannah. Let me add you as a mod. Why are they skipping past the should? Exactly. Why are you skipping past the should? It's literally obnoxious. Okay, Bash, then come up and tell me how obnoxious it is. I don't know. Why is nobody requesting? Are all the alpha males so scared of me? More when I know I have higher counts these days. I mean, okay. Women can find a man, a second man have to grow into something in order to have a social value. Wait, what? I think everybody, what's it called? I'm only accepting ops, by the way. If you disagree, then you can come up. So to the friendlies, I love y'all, but I'm only going to be accepting an op. Hello, do you disagree with the topic?
No, of course I do.
Okay, why do you disagree with the topic?
All right. So let's get on with the basics. It's not my opinion. I think it's a fact, and all the men in the group are gonna agree with me. Men are the keys, and women are the doors. Now, if you have a key that opens all the doors, that's a good thing. Well, when you have a door being opened by any key, that's a bad thing, you know?
Why are you comparing human beings to keys and doors?
It's just what's the name? An example, you know. But it's a very valid example.
Yeah, but I think it's like a stupid example because, like, why are you comparing people to keys and doors?
Okay, let me ask you, what is femininity?
What do you mean?
What is being? What is the meaning of the term feminine? And what is the meaning of the term masculine?
Oh Lord, I don't know. Femininity are certain values and norms that are associated with the female sex. It can change or change or kind of sway depending on what society you are. What is masculine and feminine?
Masculinity and femininity never change. They always used to be the same, and they'll always be the same. Now, if you
That's
want to
not
act
true.
in a different way, yeah, explain to me how is it going to be different? I'll ask
Yeah,
you for
so
the
for
term of
example,
yeah.
like 50, 60 years ago, pink used to be a very masculine color, and all boys who wore the color pink used to be considered masculine, whereas women who wore
Incorrect.
blue. Are you telling me that pink was not a masculine color?
I never wore pink in my life, and I would never wear one.
Were you alive 50 years ago, sir?
My father's been alive 50 years ago. I've never seen a
Okay,
picture of
cool.
him.
So, like 50, 60, 70 years ago, that was the case, sir.
Okay, that's a
There
bad
used to be
example. Can you give
ads.
me a different one?
There used to be ads literally advertising the color pink to boys and the
Okay.
color blue to girls. Another thing, men in like the 17th century, 17th, 18th century used to think that wearing makeup made you masculine, which is why you had a lot of men wearing high heels, makeup and wigs,
Can I say
especially in
something?
aristocratic
Can I say
society because they
something?
thought that was masculine.
Do you think that aristocrats are masculine men or are they liberal people?
I what is
You see?
liberalism?
A liberal, they are people of the study, they are people of books.
That's not what a
Masculinity,
liberal is.
okay, you got me there. I asked you for the terminology of what femininity stands for, and you didn't give me a proper example.
I
You
did.
just okay. Give me a different
I
one. Give
said
me a different
yes.
one.
Feminine. I literally told you femininity is literally norms and roles that are associated or ascribed to a certain gender. So, for example, when you live within a society that tells you you have to wear your hair like this or wear this type of skincare, whatever it is to be masculine or feminine, that is what femininity and masculinity is. It changes depending on where you are. It's sometimes
Why
arbitrary.
is it always when I ask a woman, what is femininity and masculinity, or what is a man and a woman, they always give me some vague answer?
Because
Please
these
give me a
gender
straight up
roles.
answer.
Yes, that is a very straight up answer that I'm giving you.
Okay, can I tell you what femininity is?
What is femininity? Tell me, good sir, as a woman, what
When a
femininity
woman
is.
is demure, when a woman doesn't go outside revealing everything, when a woman is nurturing, when a woman makes food for her husband, when her, when a woman has a brother, he hits himself and she goes to patch the scar that he has, the blood. She tries to help him. That's what femininity, in my point of view, is. And I know this is true with femininity because that's what I'm looking for, you know? I am masculine, and I will tell you what masculinity is.
Okay, wait, hold on. One question. What if a woman is what if a father is nurturing? Is he feminine?
Not really.
But I thought you said nurturing was a characteristic of femininity.
It is of femininity, but it doesn't stay only It doesn't, it's not only for the category of the feminine, you
Wait,
know?
but that doesn't make sense. If that
I
is like
can
a
be nurturing,
factor,
but I
if
can be
that is a
nurturing in a
fact, if
different
that,
way.
hold on one
I can
second.
be nurturing in a masculine way.
If you're trying to say that, wait, what is nurturing in a masculine way?
Do you want me to really to explain that to you, right?
Yes. Because I thought it's just
Okay,
nurturing.
I'll
What
go,
is
I'll go,
nurturing
I'll
in a
go, I'll go.
masculine way,
Okay,
sir?
okay. Have you not seen great, strong men being kind and nurturing towards their children? In a different way for men, and in a different way for boys, and a different way for girls.
Give me an example of like masculine nurturing and an example of feminine nurturing. Nurturing. By the way, y'all, Jeff is wanting to be my co-host, so that's why he's up here. Just wanted to tell y'all he's a guest. But anyways, yeah. SP, give me like an example of masculine, feminine, and an example of what's called feminine, masculine and feminine nurturing.
Okay. You know what? We are going off topic. All I'm gonna say is this: when a woman has a high-pitched voice, she is ratchet. All right, that is
Wait,
not a
what?
feminine trait. Yeah.
Are you saying I'm ratchet?
No, you don't have a high-pitched voice.
I mean, my
You don't
voice is
speak.
kind of high.
No, in my opinion. All I'm gonna say is this: if a man speaks like a woman, he is feminine. If a woman speaks like a man, she is masculine, quote unquote. But that is disgusting because that's not a purpose, you know.
How does a man speak?
Like me.
So if I look up like in the dictionary, how does a man speak? They're gonna tell me.
Do you
SP.
think this is the problem with you? You're always trying to
With
find your
me?
answers in dictionaries with your people.
Who are my people?
You know who your people are, man.
Who are my people?
The open-minded, that's your people.
What does open-minded mean?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Wait, what does open-minded mean?
Open-minded is not a good term in my eyes, you know what I'm
But
saying?
what does open-minded mean?
Thinking that your body count as a woman doesn't matter.
Who told you what my opinions are?
I can tell. You're a part of the group.
No, who told you my opinions, like what my opinions are? I never shared my opinions.
I can tell.
This is
No.
sloppy.
From your point of view, thinking that high body count in women doesn't matter.
No, what I said, I'm so sorry, Jeff, you're gonna go on. What I said was, I personally think you need to be logically consistent. So for example, if you think that high body count matters, then it should be the case for both. If you don't think high body count matters, then it should also be the case for both. That is my argument. I did not say...
You cannot mix the two. We are opposite. Do you not feel that? When I speak in a based tone, that's a masculine trait. You cannot do that. Because I speak like a man doesn't mean that you have to speak like a man at the same time.
Wait, so if I speak like this, does that mean I'm masculine now?
I don't speak like this. I speak like a man.
Continue.
You understand? I don't have to pretend I am.
I might get a call. By the way, I might get a call in like 7 minutes. So Jeff, take over, please.
Okay. I just want to take a couple of steps back because it seems like we're getting very sloppy and I don't like that. When Athena asked you, actually, I'm going to say when Covey asked you, what do you mean by open-minded? You just restated what you thought.
It's a term.
Hold on, SP. Hold on. The reason that question is posed is so that we know what you mean when you say that, because it isn't clear.
Do you want me to say what open-minded stands for me?
Yes, that's why that question is posed.
All right. For the past thousands of years, we have been rolling as a society in a specific way. Now, for the past 100 years, people want to change everything. Back in the day, 100 years ago, if you said gender and sex are different, people will slap you. You understand?
That's not true. But hold on. Just to be clear, are you saying that society has been the same for thousands of years? Is that the claim that we're making?
No, there have been ways of life for the past thousands of years, right? There's been a specific way of life, right?
No.
All right. Yes, it has been. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. There is a male and a female, and that's the end of the story.
So here's the end of the story. Now we're done with the talky part. We're on the showy part. So the showtime part is, do you have evidence that society has run like that for thousands of years?
Do you have evidence that society has not run like
I don't know. I don't know why that is the question, right? Like when you make a claim, right? You said, this is how society has run for thousands of years. That is your claim. Got nothing to do with me. I could be on Mars, inaccessible to this live, and you still made that claim. So now the question on you is, do you have the evidence? Don't ask me no questions. I said the talky part is over. The showy part is now. So where is the
Okay.
evidence that you have?
I don't have evidence.
Okay, great. That sounds like the motto of your high school. So why should I believe you when you say that society has run this way for thousands of years?
Can I ask you a question? Do I have to have evidence that a snake is venomous, or do I have to simply see a snake and feel that this is an endangering animal for myself?
I love that question. Yes, you have to have evidence that a snake is venomous because not all snakes are venomous.
Okay, so if you didn't have, okay, I have a question for you. If you didn't have the know-how that a bear can kill you, would
So
you
now
go
we're
and
done with. Oh, hold on. I just want to be clear. Are we done with snakes?
Yeah, sure, but I'm asking you something separate.
Now we're over to bears.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So
Would you go and pet a bear?
if I didn't have the knowledge that a bear could unalive me, would I go and pet the bear?
Yeah.
Out of an abundance of caution, probably not.
Why? Because
I'm
you have
unsure.
instincts.
No, because I'm unsure what will happen if I pet the bear. I don't know. Like if I don't know anything about a bear and I see a huge animal in front of me, I don't know what it's going to do. So it could be a tame bear, but out of an abundance of caution, I'll leave it alone.
Okay, so if your ancestors didn't go to quote unquote go close to it, you know, like everything that you're telling me that you wouldn't go and check it, right? Which is you would be cautious. I respect that. But how would somebody know that a snake is poisonous? He has to get bit, correct?
No. We find new snakes all the time, and we can capture a snake, bring it to a lab.
I don't need
Hold on,
evidence.
I don't know.
something.
I have no. Listen, SP. I let you talk, and you can say all the drivel you want. I'm going to disagree with it, but I'm going to let you speak. The one thing I want you to do is not interrupt me, because that's one of my triggers. Good Jeff is the one you're talking to right now. When you interrupt me, bad Jeff comes out. I don't want bad Jeff to come out. He's locked away in a little cell right behind my right ear. Let's just leave him there. So we can take a snake, bring it to a lab without anybody getting bit. Take the fangs, put it in a little thing, and test whatever comes out of those fangs and say, yes, it's venomous. No, it's not venomous.
Okay. Is that your argument?
No, that's just a fact of reality. Now, all the dancing that we're doing is so you can avoid just admitting that if you don't have evidence for a proposition, which was my question, why should we accept anything that you say is true if you can't demonstrate it?
Okay, just give me one moment, right? One moment. I'm going outside.
And I just want to make sure we're on the same page where the claim being society has run the same way for thousands of years.
Okay, so I have a question. Very simple, very fair question, right? Do I have to see somebody jumping off of a 50-story building to know that if I jump from a 50-story building, I will die?
Okay, this is now your third hypothetical. I'm no longer interested in hypotheticals. I have a very important question for you. The answer to this does not require asking me any questions. If you're saying that society has been the same for thousands of years, I'm not convinced of that, and you have no evidence, why should I believe you? Why should anyone believe you?
Okay. Now we won't get to a understanding this thus far, the way we are speaking.
I'm going to pose the question. This is not a hard question, right? Presumably, you said that society has run the same for thousands of years. Men were men, women were women, and that's just how it's been, and it's only changed in the last 100 years, right? That's what you said. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Now, I'm unconvinced of that. You want people to believe that what you're saying is true, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. How do you convince them of that if they're not convinced by just you flapping your gums?
You have a good point, but can you contradict me when I say the men were men and women were women for the past thousands of years?
The answer in the look, we can go into the evidence. I have no problem doing that. But the answer, if you don't have evidence, is I'm not sure how it's been. And if I'm going to make that conclusion, it's just based on my own biases and insecurities.
So you think I'm saying that men were men and women were women because I'm biased and insecure?
If you don't have evidence, yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Since you are a man yourself,
Yeah.
right? How would you like it if your mother would go and bring you a different man every 3 days? How would you feel as a kid? How would you feel as a son?
What do you mean?
Would you feel like your mother's a hoe or not?
No.
No, that's your point of view. You see, my point of view is I have a mother.
I don't think you understand. I think you're confused at what's happening here. I don't care about your opinion. You should not care about mine. I'm not asking you for your opinion. I'm asking you for what you can demonstrate.
Demonstrate.
Yes.
All right. So you want statistics. You want facts, correct?
Facts would be good. So here's the thing, right? Whatever insurance you have, I don't take. So the therapy session with opinions and feelings and all that, that's somewhere else. Here, we're talking about things we can demonstrate. I get that you think that men should be on top of society because we're big and strong and talk with deep voices. I don't care about none of that until you can show me evidence of why.
So for everything that I'm gonna be saying, in order for me to speak to you in this live, I have to have a 15-page notebook with all the scientific facts and.
I don't know how.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know how you got to that extreme position from what I'm saying. Like, look, do you agree that we breathe oxygen?
Yes. Okay,
that we're agreed on. No need for evidence because we agree. If somebody comes in here and disagrees, I don't need a 15-page paper to show them that we breathe oxygen. You see what I'm saying? I could do that 30 seconds, no problem. What you have right now is what I call coping. What you're doing is coping. I'm not even asking you for anything.
Jeff?
No, you're interrupting me. I told you about that.
All right. When I speak, don't interrupt me then.
I haven't interrupted you once. You've said all the stuff you want.
Thing.
I keep my mouth shut. So now here's the thing. When I'm asking you for evidence of your claim, I'm not even setting the bar high because you've shown me nothing. You've only said this is how, I want you to realize where we are in the dialogue. You said this is how society has been for thousands of years. That also, by the way, is an is-ought fallacy, because even if it were true, which it isn't, you're just describing how things have been and not how things should be. But you're not even doing that. You're saying a thing, and I'm saying, do you have evidence of that thing? And then you're saying, why do I need evidence? This is the conversation that you and I have been having for the last 10 minutes.
Okay, sure thing. Now, I want to ask you a few questions, Jeff. All right? And you, please don't tell me about is your opinion and my opinion or whatever. I want to get to know you, Jeff, right? What kind of man you are, Jeff.
What does that have to do with the conversation that we're having?
It's a simple question. It's a series of simple questions. A series of questions that you can answer with a yes or a no.
I'm going to tell you this. A census taker tried to test me once. Do you know that line?
A what?
A census taker tried to test me once.
No, I don't know that line.
That's a line from Silence of the Lambs. It means this is dangerous territory. If you want to ask me the questions, that's fine. I'm going to say ahead of time, I'm going to make a prophecy. Your questions are going to be irrelevant to the topic. But I'll play your game. Ask away.
They might sound irrelevant to the topic, but people that support the fact that women having high body counts does not matter. What I'm trying to say is people that have this belief that women having high body counts is not an issue are the same people that fit in a narrative, and I'm going to prove it.
Okay.
So previously, I asked you, how would you like it if your mother came in every 3 days with a different man. You said you wouldn't mind, correct?
No, you asked me if I would call her a hoe, and I said I would not.
But would she be a hoe?
Like, it depends on your definition.
You see, we all men know what a hoe is.
Do we? What is a hoe?
A hoe is a woman that's highly promiscuous, doesn't care about who enters in her body. You know what a hoe is, man.
Okay, so what if? Hold on.
I can tell
What
a
if,
hoe if I see a hoe.
hold on, really quickly. What if this person? I'm not even going to say my mother anymore because that's fucking disrespectful.
It's an
What
example.
if? Yeah, but the example is disrespectful. It's because you're talking about my mama, right? What if the person that's doing this has a different man every 3 days, just enjoys sex, but has every man fill out a questionnaire and go through an interview process because she wants only really good, high, what you would call high value men to interact with?
Then she wouldn't be a hoe.
So she could be promiscuous, all she wants, but you wouldn't call her a hoe.
I would call her a hoe.
You would call her, but she would. So she wouldn't be a hoe, but you would call her a hoe anyway.
No, she would be a hoe, and I would call her a hoe.
Wait. You said she wouldn't be a hoe.
No, I said she would.
No. The first thing you said when I said she has a whole interview process, you said then she wouldn't be a hoe.
No, I didn't say that.
So maybe you misspoke or I misheard. So you think
Yeah.
even if she had an interview process, she would still be a hoe.
Of course.
So now your definition is moot because you're saying because an interview process would demonstrate that she does care about who she's having dalliances with. So your only issue is with the frequency.
With the frequency and the different bodies that she's accumulating, basically.
Yeah, but the different bodies doesn't matter because those are ones she cares about, right? She's testing for quality first. So that doesn't matter.
You do not have to have sexual intercourse with somebody to know if he's a good person or not.
No. She's saying, what I'm saying is she's finding out if they're a good person first and then having sexual intercourse with them.
How can you do that in 3 days, mate?
You go through an application process. I could do a background check in 30 seconds. I don't know what you're talking about. This is 2025.
I still think she would be a hoe.
Okay, great. So
she found it.
so your only
find a
issue
good man. Why didn't she lock him in?
because she doesn't feel like it. So again, your only issue is not with your only issue is with the frequency.
The frequency, yes.
Okay. So so now tell me why that standard does not apply to men.
All right. Do you understand that men and women are opposite?
No.
They basically have an opposite nature.
No.
Men are strong, men are physically strong, women are physically weak.
No.
Can you
That's not
agree
true.
to this?
No.
Then how do I have a 10-inch biceps, for an example, and I barely hit the gym, and when a woman doesn't go to the gym, she has nothing at all?
All of them?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Bro, can I say something? You can put 5 to 7 women in front of
I don't
you.
care
Even
about
martial
5 to
arts
7. I
things.
asked you a specific question. Now we're coping.
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah, all of them, man.
How do you know that?
Even if they are strong, they are not as strong as a man. Naturally.
That's a different claim. You said they're physically weak.
Yeah, physically weaker than men.
So that's a different claim. I don't care about that. If on average women are physically weaker than men, that's a statement of degree. That's not a binary statement of like 1 and 0.
Okay, yes, women are weaker.
So that's not an opposite. That doesn't make them opposite. That just makes them degrees weaker than us.
Yeah. Okay, if they are no weaker than us, right? Why don't they go work in construction? Why don't they go build?
No. I didn't say you were wrong. I'm saying that saying that women on average are weaker physically than men is not saying that they are opposite to us. That's just saying that they are physically weaker than us. But women do work in construction.
How many women do you see in construction, and how many men do you see in construction? That's the question.
There's vastly more men. What does that tell you?
Talking about an anomaly. That's
It's
what
not
you're
an
talking
anomaly.
about.
No, it's not an anomaly. Listen, when you see a thing on in the universe and you observe a phenomenon, do you just look at it and immediately form a conclusion, or do you like take some study first?
I don't have to study, bro. I'm living by it.
That's
I
another
see things on
another
my own.
motto, another motto for your high
Bro,
school.
I work in
Question.
construction multiple
That's good.
times.
That's good.
I've seen
So
women
answer me this
in
question.
there. You
Answer me
understand?
this question.
Yeah.
Why are there less women than men in construction?
Why do you think? Because they don't like the job. They would not.
No.
They would prefer not to do that.
No, because the women
They're
that
not
have
physically
made it,
capable.
that's not true either. When women have made a step to make inroads into the industry, they are ostracized and abused by men. That's why.
That's what you think.
No, that's not what I think. That's what I know.
Listen to me, Jeff. When I go to construction, I can barely manage myself. Do you understand? How would a woman manage herself? So if there was no criticism about women being in construction, you think that all women would be in construction?
Not all women, not all men are in construction.
No,
I'm
but
not.
would the statistics be
Hold on.
equal?
Am I less of a man because I'm not in construction?
No, you're not.
Okay, so then I don't know what you're saying.
We're speaking statistically, right? Do you think if there wasn't criticism in society towards women that work in construction, because I don't think there is criticism, man. I saw these chicks and they were just absolutely fine. They just don't want to work there. That's it. End of story. They want to do something nurturing, like being a nurse, or they want to be behind a desk, or they want to be picking up phone calls, or they want to be managers, or I don't know what. Something that is not physically, what's the name? Physically labor intensive, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
So let's see. The U.S. Department of Commerce publishes a spotlight on women in the construction industry and talks about how many job openings there are and the qualifications, and actually highlights that there are a huge number of women that are capable and qualified to work in construction, and that construction would have next to zero vacancies, like they wouldn't have a shortage of workers if more women were represented.
Do you really think that having more women in construction would solve that issue?
It's not what I think. It's what the United States Department of Commerce that studies this thinks. Now, I could see what they say, see the statistics they provide and the research they've done and say that makes sense. Or I could say, nah, SP got a slightly less deep voice than me, but he's a manly man and he said no. So I'm going to listen to some weirdo on TikTok.
All I'm going to say is even if they fill the job applications for construction by women, one woman is not equivalent to one man. One woman is three women are equivalent to one man when it comes to terms with physical endurance, physical strength.
That is a claim that now requires math. How did you do the math to figure that one out?
Because quite definitely we are at least 3 times stronger than women. I can tell
3
that.
times. Hold on, that's another claim that requires math. I don't agree with it. So
Okay, we are
how
much
did you
stronger than
calculate
women.
that?
We need multiple. You need multiple women to fill in the.
It sounds like suspiciously you're just repeating the claim.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When have you seen a building being built by women alone on their own? When have you seen let's say a house, let's say a skyscraper that has been built solely by women?
What does that have to do with my question?
Because you will never find it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. I've seen women build houses. It happened in Africa for generations. But my question is, what does that have what is the lack of women currently in construction, which is the thing that we're discussing? So if you and I are discussing why are women not in construction, do you see how it's not informative for you to ask me, when have you seen women in construction? It's like we're starting over. It's like you took the tape, rewound it, and pressed play again to start at the beginning. There's no women in construction. We're examining as to why. And so I'm offering you a source that you can go to, the United States Department of Commerce, that offers statistics of how many women are capable of being in the field. I can go a little further and give you like actual behavioral studies and cross sectional analyses that show that women, when they go into construction, are abused and ostracized. You can draw your own conclusion from that. But right now, what you're offering me is just saying stuff.
All right. Sure. And I
Let
get
me
the
ask you a
point.
question.
The way I have look.
I'm gonna ask you.
Jeff, I'm gonna be
You've been asking me
sincere
several
because
questions.
I am a man. I can.
Hold on, SB. You've asked me
Yeah.
several questions. Now I'm going to ask you a question because we are talking about body count. Do you think it is reasonable for me to say that I only want to date women that have never, ever watched a Star Trek episode before?
I think that sounds irrational, to be fair.
Why is that irrational?
Or actually, maybe that's your type, and you want to go for a chick that wants
No,
to.
I agree with you. I agree with you that it's irrational. But why
All
is it
right.
irrational?
Actually, it's not irrational. It's not irrational, man. If that's what you want, that's what you want to get, then go for it, man. What can I
So
say?
here's the
If I want a
here's
woman
the
that doesn't go to the club, that's my
here's the-
personal.
but that wasn't my requirement. Here's the $1 million question. How would I know whether or not a woman has ever watched an episode of Star Trek before?
I guess you would ask.
And then
You
if
would
she
date her.
has,
Yeah.
what happens if she lies?
Are you gonna be disappointed? At least you know what? If she lies,
How
right?
would I know that she lied?
You don't really know, but at least I wouldn't say there is a reason for you to lie about watching Star Trek, or I don't think there would be a reason for my woman to lie that she wouldn't be going to the club every now and then. If she did lie, I would simply get rid of her, man. That's it. End of story.
Look, you're talking like you're watching a sitcom. How would you know?
You can't be sure. You can't know things like that.
That's why it's irrational. Because this whole body count thing to me seems like a whole bunch of men feeling insecure about themselves and then making a judgment. If you ask a woman what her body count is and she just says 2, you wouldn't know if it's 20. There's no way for you to know.
No, but I could tell from the way she acts, the way she behaves.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, I could, man.
You think so? Here's what I'm willing to do.
Pick up a lie and truth, man. I can pick it up.
Here's what I'm willing to do, SP. I'm willing to fund a study myself where I bring you to a place and we do questionnaires beforehand. And you have a 5-minute conversation with different women. And if you can guess their body count within 50%, I will pay you $10,000. Are you willing to take that challenge?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, you would fail miserably.
If you asked me, okay, let's rephrase it. Do not tell me about the 50%, me hitting the 50%, but you could ask me, is she a promiscuous woman? Is she likely to have more high body count? I would say yes or no, then I would get it. I would nail it. I'm telling you.
You would absolutely be wrong.
Okay, let's go then.
You would absolutely be wrong. I've seen many people do this. If you can find me one study that links the likely behaviors of a person in a conversation to their body count, one study.
But Jeff, I can sniff a hoe. You understand?
You're just saying words. Look, this is now comic book talk, right? I don't give a fuck about comic book talk. Comic book talk is you felt bad about something that happened when you were 17 and now you're coping with it. I told you, I don't take whatever insurance you have. This isn't a therapy session. You saying
Jeff.
stop talking. You saying I can sniff a hoe is just you saying words to make yourself feel better. It's not really telling me anything. I don't believe you. I actually think you're pretty pathetic.
Yeah, you know what, Jeff? I think the same for you, man.
I don't care. Look, but I
If you
don't care
wouldn't
what you.
care
Hold on,
if a
hold on.
person,
Listen. My opinions are born of research and looking at aggregate data. Your opinions are born of insecurities you had when some girl said no to you for the junior prom. That's the
that's what you
difference
think.
between me and you.
That's what you think. You
That's
think
the
a
only
man,
thing I have.
you think I am insecure. Look at me, brother.
1,000,000%.
I just don't want a woman that's promiscuous. Is it too much to ask? And most men don't want a woman that's promiscuous. That's why
That's another
everybody is
claim.
aware of body counts.
That's another claim. You just say
Do you
things.
think most
You need to
men,
realize, you do need to realize that you're just saying words.
okay, do you think most men like a hoe?
I
Like
don't
a
even,
woman with a
I
high
don't,
body count?
I don't even know what you're saying there. Most men don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
No.
They would marry a
You know,
chick that is
you know,
promiscuous. That's what
you
you're
know
saying.
why they don't? Because most men don't or shouldn't even ask.
I would ask.
You
I
would
would
ask,
know.
but remember, you're pathetic. I'm
No,
saying
you
most
are
men.
pathetic.
You know why? Because how many people a person slept with before me
Jeff,
is not a value judgment on them or a
Jeff,
value. Like, look, make the argument. I'm done with this. Like you puffing up your chest and making yourself feel good.
if your daughter,
Give me the
right?
argument.
If your daughter brought several different boys at your home, how would you feel about that?
What do you mean?
Every week
How
she
old
brings
is
a
she?
new.
How
Every week
old
she
is
brings
she?
a new boy.
How old is
Tell
she?
me, 16, 17, 18. I don't care.
You don't care. Whoa,
Your
what?
daughter
Hey,
is
yo, hold on.
promiscuous.
Time the fuck out. What you mean you don't care between 16, 17, and 18? You should probably make like a distinction there. You don't think?
All right, she's your daughter. The age is vague. She could be 23 for
But
as much
she's
as I
23.
care.
Hold on. This is why I asked you. If she's 23, she could do what she wants.
How would you feel about it?
She's a grown ass woman. She could do what she wants.
Of course, she can jump off a cliff if she wants. But how would you feel about it?
No. I'm saying with regard to her social life, she can do what she wants. My hope would be that she's doing it safely, but that's a grown ass woman.
Do you really, when I'm asking you a question and I'm saying, how would you feel about it? You don't really answer it.
I would be ambivalent because that's a grown ass woman and she can do what she wants.
But that's not an answer, you see, Jeff.
What do you think ambivalent means?
Would you feel good about it?
I wouldn't feel any way about it.
Why wouldn't you feel good about it since you are supporting this whole movement?
Wait, what do you, it's got nothing to do with me. It's none of my business.
It's none of your business. Your
No.
daughter's business is none of your business.
The business that a father should have with his daughter is giving advice where possible, teaching lessons, and keeping her safe. That's it. That's all. Once they're a grown ass woman, if she don't ask you and you find out that she's doing X, Y, and Z, that's got nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with you.
Zero.
I would feel ashamed if
That's your problem. That's 'cause
my
you're
daughter
insecure.
came through the door every now and then with a different boy. I would be ashamed if my daughter was very high. She was sexually promiscuous. I would feel
why would
bad.
you feel ashamed?
Why would I feel ashamed?
Yeah.
Because that's my baby. I brought it into the world. You
Yeah.
understand?
No, that doesn't matter. Like, why would you feel ashamed?
I would feel ashamed because she is not feminine. A feminine woman tries to keep her legs closed, not as open as possible. That's
Okay.
how
So
I
what I'm hearing is that you would feel ashamed because your daughter is not fitting the characteristics that you marked as femininity.
What is femininity, Jeff? What is masculinity?
Those characteristics change over time. I'm just saying that you are saying that she's not fitting what you have defined as femininity.
So you could call a skinny man in 100 years' time masculine, or a man that is subservient.
I could call a skinny man masculine today.
I don't think so, mate. I don't think so. Because
Okay,
if he
so
was in
hold
the
on.
position to
Skinny man-
protect himself, he wouldn't be able to.
Hold on. All you need is a couple of pounds of pressure on a trigger to protect yourself. Skinny men can hold those. But my question to you is, are you saying that a skinny man, just a skinny, non-muscular man, is feminine?
I wouldn't say he's feminine. Yeah, you know what? He's closer to weakness, so he is feminine. Yeah,
But what about a fat man?
feminine, closer to
So
weakness.
fat and skinny are feminine qualities?
Yeah, being strong and being able and being smart and being able to
So,
take the
so a
right
woman is
choices at the right
feminine.
time. That's masculinity.
So you're saying a woman is feminine if she's skinny or fat, but not if she's fit.
If a woman is skinny, it doesn't bother me. If a woman is slim or medium sized, it doesn't bother me. But if a chick is fat, get her out of my sight.
Hold on. I thought that was feminine though.
What?
I
Being
said
fat?
if a man is fat, you said no, he's closer to weakness, so that's feminine. So now if a woman is fat, that's not feminine. You're all over the place, man.
Yeah, you know
I don't
what?
think
She is.
I
Yeah,
have
she
I,
is.
I
Yeah, my
suspect
bad, my bad.
I
I could.
suspect that you don't know what
No,
masculine
no,
and
no, no, no. I'll
feminine is
take it
by
back.
your
I take it back.
definition.
I take it back. A woman with muscles, a woman with, what's the name? Big biceps, a woman with, what can I say? A Hulk woman, so to say, would be masculine. A fat chick doesn't
I'm
have
not
to do,
I'm not
fatness doesn't have to do with femininity.
but hold on. Let's start over because you're not trying. A man that is fat is not masculine, he's feminine.
Yes, because he's weak.
Okay, and a woman that is fat is not feminine.
You could say she's feminine. Yeah, you could say it.
So just being fat bodied is part of being feminine.
Okay, let me tell you this. A man that's skinny and fat is feminine. A woman
So
that
the
is
only way for a man to
muscular
be
is
masculine is to
masculine.
the only way for a the only way for a man to be masculine is to not be the first bowl of porridge or the second bowl of porridge. You have to be the third bowl of porridge. But the women can be any bowl of porridge except not have muscles.
Yes, that's my opinion.
Okay, your opinion is like bankrupt and vacant. It's really like eliminating a majority of
Same
the
thing
population.
from me to you, mate.
I don't
Think that your
have
daughter is
listen, hold on.
fine.
Hey, marshmallow brain. I don't have an opinion.
What you have? Facts?
Well, I tend to stick to facts. But again, when you said, what do I think about my daughter doing a thing? I didn't give you an opinion. I said I'm ambivalent because it's none of my business. I tend to not put an opinion in on things that aren't any of my business. But you're here saying that body count matters,
Okay.
although you can't even demonstrate when a body count is even relevant if a person's lying to you. You think you can sniff it out
Okay, Jeff.
when you can't.
If your daughter is smoking crack, are you gonna stay ambivalent?
No,
Then why not? It's her business.
that's unhealthy.
You see, in my opinion, being a hoe is unhealthy. You
Okay,
understand?
demonstrate that.
Okay, man. How can I demonstrate it? I'm not
How can you
speaking
demonstrate? Hold on,
unhealthy.
hold on,
I'm not
hold on.
speaking unhealthy in physical terms when I say
I don't
hoe
care.
is
I don't care
unhealthy.
what terms you're speaking in.
Yeah.
Smoke. Can you demonstrate that smoking that stuff? I'm not going to say the word again because I don't want to trigger my sister's live. Can you say that is unhealthy? Taking schmugs is unhealthy. I don't know if you're speaking. I can't hear you. SP? You might have to mute and unmute because I can't hear you at all. Where'd he go?
Sorry, y'all. I'm on a phone call. That's why I was on mute. But thank you, Jeff, for taking over. I'm still in that phone call, but yeah, no. I heard some of the things that he was saying. That was actually crazy. If you disagree, yeah, sorry, Jeff.
No, I was just saying crazy work.
Crazy work. He just ran away too. No, that's insane. Beauty. I'm only allowing people for now up who are disagreeers. Johnny, if you disagree, come up. Hello, Beauty Bar. Do you disagree with the topic?
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again?
Do you disagree with the topic?
Why should a high body count matter for men but not women? I don't agree nor disagree. I'm pretty middle ground with it, if that makes sense.
What does that mean?
For me, it's like, I think that everybody does things for different reasons, and everybody's experiences differ from other people's, so I feel like you can still be a good person or a bad person despite your number, right? And your character isn't fully defined by that. There's layers to a person, but definitely it's understandable if people still want to take that into reasonable consideration.
I don't think that's the argument here. I don't think
And I also apologize about that because I requested a while ago and I was just more so listening to that guy. I requested because I disagreed with something he said, not Jeff, but the other one.
Oh, okay, got it.
And so I lost my train of thought anyways, but I'm not really here to contribute mainly because I'm usually like an accepting and loving person in general, so I just disagreed with something he said. Sorry for that. You can let the next person come up.
Okay, thank you for coming up. So request if you disagree, y'all, please. Jeff is my co-host for today. I've just determined you to be co-host, by the way. Jeff.
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Hello.
Yeah, how's it going?
Okay. Do you disagree with the topic?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you think body count should matter only for women but not for men?
Well, I'll start by saying no one should have a body count prior to marriage. Zina is a sin, astaghfirullah. Wait till marriage, protect your body. That's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants. But beyond that point, it definitely matters more for women. And I can objectively prove it through a little thing here. So in 2017, a woman was able to auction off her virginity for about $3.2 million. On that same website, a male model tried to do that and only got $2,000. So if we're looking at value, how come the woman was able to get so much more for her virginity than the man?
Because men are weak.
Because the woman naturally has value and there's more power. So when you have power in that, and you know it by definition, value and protection are interlinked concepts, you need to protect what's valuable.
That's
So
not
you should
objective.
have self-respect, close your legs, and not
Abid.
give it up to any man.
Abid, that's not objective.
No, it's an objective factor. You know, it
I'm gonna
clearly
tell you-
shows
I'm
it
gonna
has
tell you-
more
I'm
value.
gonna- Hold on. I'm going to tell you
The
why.
game is different for
I'm gonna
women.
tell you.
brother.
I'm going to tell you why it's not objective.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Are you telling me that naturally a sneaker that has a Nike logo and a silhouette of Michael Jordan on it is inherently or intrinsically more valuable simply because it has a Nike logo and a silhouette of Michael Jordan on it?
It's what that brand represents and what that brand is built upon. Yeah.
That brand is built upon the subjective opinions of its consumers.
Yeah, but what determines value
Similarly,
in economics?
what people are willing to, it's a subjective framework.
So
What
do you
people-
agree? Okay, let's put it this way. We go to, me and you are going to go to the YMCA and we're going to go play 2 games of pickup basketball. I start playing pickup basketball and everyone who I'm playing against are college athletes, and you choose to play a pickup basketball game against first graders. Are we playing the same game?
No,
Yeah, exactly. So the game is different for women. The game is different for
not.
men. So when you know the game is
it's
different,
not. And hold on.
you have
I'm
to
going to
act
tell you why.
differently.
I'm going to tell you why your thing is disanalogous.
Yeah.
I can point to specific objective metrics: height, development of the physical structure, the ability to have even depth perception for first graders versus college athletes, even being used to playing the game. What you're saying is just bare virginity has value because men are weak and they pay for bare virginity.
Well,
because that's
intrinsically,
how
you know, the
society-
demand is different.
The
So women
demand-
have to act differently.
No, they don't.
A woman, look, even the ugliest woman could go on the street and walk outside if she really wants to, and come out with a body count of like
I'd
60.
love to. I'd love to
That's
see
a
the
fact.
evidence. That's not a
It's a
fact.
completely different game for
I
women.
want you to stop.
It's a completely different game for men.
Hold on.
So you have to act differently.
You're just repeating the claim, just like the last guy. You're just repeating the claim over and over again. I want argument or evidence.
Evidence?
Evidence? Question mark?
Evidence based off what? Like, are you telling me that women and men, how they perceive, or how society perceives body count is different? Or are you saying that
No.
women and men have the exact same scenarios in the dating market?
I'm not saying either of those.
Have you ever seen like an average woman goes on Tinder?
I don't know
she'll eat the
why
trash,
it is.
she'll walk
I don't
out
know
with
why
like
it is that I said
1,000
I'm not
like
saying
matches
those things, and then you
because
keep
all dudes are
talking.
thirsty.
Are you on a tape, Abid? Are
On
you
a
just
tape?
reading from a script in your head?
No, I'm saying what I think.
Okay, so here, check this out. You said, "Are you saying those things?" And I said no, and then you just kept talking.
No, I'm giving you facts, bro.
I don't care. You said, "Are you saying those things?" I said no, and then you kept talking. How is that productive for you if you're just going to continue to speak like you're just reading from a prompt?
I'm not reading from France. I'm reading from facts
Are you
here.
are you
Facts
Ron
are coming
Burgundy?
from society
Are
and
you
my
Ron?
perception,
Hold
and
on.
I'm
Are you
relaying it to
Ron
you
Burgundy,
because
Abid?
you're kind of a beta male.
That's fine. That's fine. Are you Ron Burgundy?
No.
You're just reading off a teleprompter, bro. If you
Nah,
can't engage, listen. If you can't engage in the conversation, right? I don't give a fuck. Like I'm not here to have people pat themselves on the back and just start saying stuff that they believe and that they have an opinion of. When I said
facts
evidence,
don't have feelings, brother.
yeah, but you
You're
have
in your
all
feelings,
you
brother.
have is
You want a
feelings.
hug, bro?
First off, I'm not your brother. I don't need a hug. You say that and you don't even say pause. Like, yo, what? Hey, yo, what the hell is wrong with you?
I'm a
You
married
got
man,
one
bro.
job.
Are you? That's the
You,
difference. And
yeah,
I'm a
I've been
virtuous
married.
Muslim
Listen,
who
hold on,
waited
hold on,
till
hold on.
marriage, by
Hey,
the way.
Abid.
Alhamdulillah.
I've been married 15 years.
Yeah,
You're
but
not gonna.
did
You're
you
not
wait till
gonna
marriage, though?
stop. You're
Did you
not
wait
gonna
till
win.
marriage, though?
I don't give a fuck about
You
none of
don't
what
care
you're
because
saying.
you lack
I'm not
values.
a listen. I'm not.
My values are based upon
I'm not a Muslim. Listen, I'm not even going to say that being a Muslim is bad or good. I'm not caring
the
about
best thing you can be.
I don't know why
Alhamdulillah,
you
everyone
keep
should be
babbling
Muslim.
on like a fucking parakeet. Stop talking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, stop. No. That means no sounds out the mouth hole. Zero.
What do you want, bro?
Don't say words.
Well, that's
If
the
we
point.
talk
To
at
have
the
some
same
engage in a
time, listen.
conversation. If I can't say words, brother.
Listen. You're not going to say words while I'm talking. All you're doing is repeating claims over and over again. Now, you either have evidence or you're just saying things and wasting everybody's time.
Yeah. My point is, very simply put, you understand the game is different. We should conduct ourselves in a manner that is not going to promote hedonism and degeneracy within society. So naturally put, be selective about who you're going to engage in sexual acts with. It's a very simple concept.
Why is hedonism
Hookup
bad?
culture is bad.
That's fine.
Abortions are bad.
Listen.
All these things are bad. It leads to the same outcome.
You're just giving me your feelings.
Women have a much greater risk when it comes to the act of sex.
You're giving me your feelings.
You need to be selective as a woman.
You're continuing to preach about your feelings, and no one gives a fuck.
It's not a feeling; it's a fact.
If this is your feeling,
okay. Do men get pregnant or do women get pregnant?
What is the argument?
Who gets pregnant?
What is the
maybe
argument?
you look like you got pregnant, but I mean, I'm sure you didn't. You don't actually have a
You're
fetus.
a chubby chaser. Look, get out that.
I mean,
closet.
you look like you're pregnant.
Look, stop.
I would suggest you hit the gym.
Stop talking. I want the argument.
Maybe you should have been doing Ramadan too. You need to lose a little weight.
Stop coping and give me the argument.
The argument is the act of sex has different consequences for women than men. And because women naturally have the risk of pregnancy, etc., you should be selective about who you open your legs up to.
Why does the risk of pregnancy bring with it anything except for just being medically safe?
Medically safe. Do you understand the consequences of bringing a child into this world?
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, I mean, do you understand that pregnancy, men don't get pregnant? I mean, unless maybe you're like transgender or something. I don't know. What do you want to trans man or something like that. But besides the gender delulus, you understand that men don't get pregnant.
I don't know if you're missing what I'm asking you. Are you unclear on what I'm asking? What did I ask you?
You mumbled your words, to be honest, bro.
Also, you didn't. Also, here's the thing. Here's how I know you're dumb. If I had mumbled my words and you didn't hear my question, you could have rectified that by saying, "Hey, I didn't hear your question." So instead of just giving you an answer that means nothing to the question, I'm just going to ask you to repeat yourself, right? But instead, you just kept prattling on. This is how I know you have a script in your head. Do you want me to ask you the question again?
Yes, Daddy.
Hey, yo, these motherfuckers have one job when they come up here. One job. Don't say no weird shit. Solid, are you down there? Sean, are you down there? Like, do you hear this? This dude up here is saying homophobic, transphobic stuff, and literally unprompted called me daddy. Didn't say pause. Didn't say no Diddy.
Yeah, no
See
Diddy.
the Ayos at the bottom? Ayo. I don't know why it is that you in the closet, Abid. The question I'm going to ask you again. Here's the question. You ready? Why does the risk of pregnancy carry any other obligation than to be medically safe?
Than being medically safe? Because there's a causal obligation. We brought an independent being into a state of dependency. So you have an immoral obligation because the fetus acts independently of both the mother and the father.
I don't know why you thought that was an answer to my question.
That isn't an answer. That's a question why I have a
I don't know why you're talking right now. I don't know why you're talking right now.
There you go.
Stop talking while I'm talking.
Words have to. We have to have a dialogue in order to have a debate.
No, but listen. Nobody can
That's
hear.
how conversations work, Jeff.
Hey,
I'm not sure you weren't taught
Marshmallow
that.
Marshmallow Brain. Nobody can hear you while I'm talking. So when you say the things you're saying,
you're so tough, Jeff.
Nobody's mad.
So
I don't
tough,
even
Jeff.
think you're anything other than an NPC. So now,
you're
why
so
should
tough,
I?
Jeff.
Why should I care
I
about?
think you're about 50 pounds overweight.
Look, the
and you eat
thing
cookies
is
for
that
breakfast.
you're terrified of this conversation, which is why you're avoiding it.
I think you
Why
eat
should I
Oreos for
care?
breakfast.
That's fine.
You eat Oreos for breakfast, brother.
I don't care about none of that.
Have you ever eaten a vegetable that wasn't deep fried and covered in bacon?
Do you see how terrified you are?
Have you ever eaten a vegetable that wasn't deep fried and covered in bacon?
You think
It's a very simple question.
You think you're cooking right now, but all you're doing is demonstrating.
You're cooking your vegetables in bacon
how
and deep fried.
Terrified you are of the conversation.
Have you ever eaten a vegetable that wasn't deep fried and covered in bacon?
Have you ever hidden any of the pictures of men that you have in your photo roll?
I don't have pictures of men.
Really
I'm
quickly,
a married man.
Let's talk about. Let's have the conversation. Okay. Why should I care about causal obligation?
Very simply put, because the fetus is independent of the mother and the father, and it has rights. And it's
there is no other place where you can establish a causal obligation with any action that is not either. You have to
you understand flow?
Hear the whole thing. You have to hear the whole thing. And flow is not a causal obligation.
Yeah, future life like ours. You understand that this being is going to
stop talking. Abid.
So can you prove that the fetus has no moral value?
Abid, shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you.
I don't care. I don't want you to speak while I'm speaking. You're going all over the place because you're cooked and you're terrified. I don't care about none of that. So right now, I'm saying to you that you can. I don't know why you're talking.
You like to eat. You don't like to cook.
Every single time
and I'm cooking you right now.
Every time you talk,
you like to eat.
It's a concession. Every single time you talk, it's a concession. Nobody gives a fuck. You're bad at playing the dozens. If you got into that with me, you would lose. But I don't care about that. I want to have a productive conversation, and it's very difficult when you're terrified of it. So you have to establish to me that you can have a causal obligation when the action preceding it is not a rights violation or some opt-in that's explicit.
Yeah, very simply put, can you establish why a fetus doesn't have moral value?
I'll give the fetus all the moral value you want. That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My
And I'm saying
question
because
is,
it has moral value,
stop talking.
therefore,
You asked me a question and now you're interrupting me, Abid.
I'm
Shut
giving
up.
you an answer. And
Shut up. Nope,
do
nope.
you
I didn't ask
understand
you a
how I
question.
can't finish
I
my
didn't
point
ask
if
you a
you keep doing
question. I
that,
didn't
Jeff?
ask you a question. Abid,
Jeffrey,
somebody
Jeffrey,
mute this
calm
clown.
down.
Somebody mute this clown.
You need a hug. You
Somebody
need a
mute
hug. You
this
need to
clown.
calm down.
Just mute
TikTok's
him.
not right for you. It makes you rage out a little bit.
Nobody's raging. Nobody's raging. I just need you to shut the fuck up while I'm answering. So, moral value has nothing to do with my question. So again, my question is, how can you establish causal obligation for anyone based on an action that precedes it that is not either a rights violation or an explicit opt-in to that obligation?
It is an opt-in because the act of SMEX carries a contractual obligation and
That is a
carries
tacit.
conscious
best-
risk.
At
So
best,
you
would
engage
say
in that
it's a
act. So now
at-
you have to face the consequences of that act. The problem is you
At
lack
best-
accountability,
at
so you can't
best-
deal with the consequences of your actions.
At best, you're establishing a tacit opt-in. I asked for an explicit opt-in. There are no other scenarios where you could.
Do you not know what the act of SMEX results
Do you know
in?
what explicit means?
Explicit means clearly evidence-based.
No, but I mean something that is clear, informed, and understood, not something implied or tacit, because you can't establish that anywhere else either. So now,
You don't think pregnancy is implied by sex?
no.
Really?
But even if it were, but hold on, even if it were,
what is the
that's
function
not
of
what
sex biologically?
it has several.
Yeah, what's the main function
I don't
naturally
want
in
you
nature?
to pivot. I don't
I'm
want
asking you,
to
what's the
pivot.
main function of sex? It's
It
common
has
sense.
several. It
Brother.
has several. Stop
How
talking.
do you
pivoting.
how did genes
Stop
get
talking.
passed on, brother?
Stop talking. You're pivoting. We're not talking about that. I can grant all of that to you. I don't care about that.
Because you can't engage in the topic.
Stop talking.
That's
Abid.
how we engage in
This is another
conversations, Jeff.
concession.
Are you
I
so
want you to
clueless?
stop. This is what the only thing I'm asking you. It's
Jeff,
not even that
it's
difficult.
very simple.
Stop interrupting.
That's how we have
The
conversations,
thing
Jeff.
I want you to stop doing
Jeffrey, calm down, Jeffrey.
listen. Stop interrupting me. That's all I want you to do. Stop talking while I'm talking.
Engage in the question.
The next thing I'm going to have the mods do is kick you, and I'm
Oh
going
my
to claim
God, big
victory.
man, Jeff. Oh, he's so tough. Oh.
Okay, so
Grab another cookie, Jeff.
I don't care about none of that. Abid, you are a weak man.
Oh, tough, Jeff.
You're weak.
How,
Stop talking, and I'm going to speak now.
what's your body mass index?
Just keep him muted.
Your body mass.
Here's the thing. We're talking about causal obligation. I want, because in every other scenario in life where you establish any kind of causal obligation, there is either an explicit opt-in or there is a rights violation. That, as far as what I can see. So now, give me why I should, under an implicit status, establish this causal obligations only in the case of pregnancy, which is special pleading.
Murder is wrong, and that is an implicit violation of my rights because
That's a whole separate argument.
when the fetus consent to abortion.
Now that you got
can't consent, therefore you're violating
the
it.
fetus can't consent to being even conceived. So is that a rights violation?
Yeah, but it's independent
So
being.
antinatalism. Okay, great.
then like
So now
someone on life
now that you
support
got cooked on
can't
causal,
consent either. So are you gonna
Now that-
automatically pull the plug?
Now that you got cooked
same
on
idea.
causal, now that you got cooked on causal, let's move on to flow. What is your flow argument? Even though, by the way, this has nothing to do with body count.
multiple topics. I love this topic actually. And then then I could go back and destroy you again. The last time we talked about how trans women are men in dresses. We can go down a number of topics here, Jeff. I enjoyed this quite a bit. But
You just got cooked on causal. Let's move on to flow. I don't care about none of the puffery that you're doing. It doesn't matter. What is your flow argument? This is like obnoxiously stupid now.
yeah, very simply put, you understand that this fetus has the potentiality to grow up to be a human, to do great things. So you have to distinguish it from just like any clump of cells, or like last time I debated Jones on this, he called it cancer. Like what a stupid argument. A fetus is not cancer.
So go talk
You
to
understand
Jones.
that this is a life. This has
Why are
value.
you so sloppy? Okay, now that I've got superpowers, Just make the argument. Don't invoke other people you've talked to. I don't care about none of that. You've already said that the fetus has potentiality. I don't agree with you because you're begging the question against a number of other metaphysical theses. So what's the next point?
Yeah, exactly. You understand that it's distinct from other types of cells. You understand it's going to grow to be a human, and
I
human
don't
life is inherently
understand that.
valuable.
I don't understand that.
Why is human life not valuable, Jeff?
I don't see any intrinsic value to human
So
life,
why
but
is
that's not my
so do you think people should be murdered at whim?
I'm
Because
just going to mute you every time you interrupt me. So again, that's not my question. That's not what we're talking about, you sloppy fuck. We're talking about potential. So I said, I don't see a fetus as having potential
it doesn't have potential.
because I'm a determinist.
If you leave it alone and don't do anything else, and you keep it in the, it will grow into
It'll
a
die.
sentient being.
It'll be in a bio
They'll be
waste bag.
conscious. They'll have a heartbeat. They'll have a brain. So clearly, it's a human.
If you leave it alone, it will be in a bio waste bag.
No, it's sustained in the uterus. So by definition, as long as it has the mother's resources, it will grow.
Hold on. You said
and
leave it
eventually
alone.
It'll be a human.
Hold
That's
on.
the
I
point.
thought was the mother distinct from the
Yeah, but right now her actions.
So then alone means alone, right? Hold on. Just answer me this question. Does alone mean alone?
Her actions caused the zygote to come into fruition.
We're already cooked on causal.
Yeah, I know. It's a separate being. But
hold on. Do you want to hold on? I'm done with this nonsense. We're going to go in a straight line. You're either going to argue causal or you're going to argue flow. You're bad at both, but I'm not going to do both at the same time because you're even worse at that. So now, which one do you want to do?
Stop muting me, bro. This is too annoying, bro.
I don't care about none of that. Which one do you want to do?
Hey, let's do causal.
Okay. Do you remember the last question I asked you about causal?
I'm kind of getting bored with you, bro. You just keep muting me. It's kind of redundant here.
Do you see how I didn't mute you there? Because you were speaking independently of somebody else speaking. So now, do you remember the last question I asked you about causal?
Something about independent of the mother or something like that. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what you were saying. Yeah. Just say you don't remember. That's okay. I can repeat it.
Sure. I don't. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So from what I can see in our day-to-day, right? Somebody establishes a causal obligation if and only if they have either an explicit opt-in to that obligation or they have performed a rights violation.
The argument is they did opt in by having the actus mex.
You're establishing an implicit opt-in. I say in the world, we don't have those. We have explicit opt-ins.
You have implicit opt-ins.
For a causal obligation.
Did you consent to the car crash?
That's a rights violation.
Yeah. But then you're still bound by it because there's insurance and everything
because
involved.
There's a rights violation.
Exactly. There is a rights violation. The violation is murder of the baby.
No, the rights violation prior
is infanticide is infanticide legal or legal?
Infanticide requires the explicit consent that Jeff is talking about because you would have to give birth first. You've opted in. You haven't established an obligation when a person has not opted in. We're asking you the obligation for when a person does not want to opt into something.
And just to be clear, temporally, you would be doing the rights violation before so that can establish the causal obligation, not after. So like saying infanticide gives you a causal obligation, you actually have it backwards. So what action before the cause is a rights violation that establishes causal obligation?
I'm going to argue that you can call it implicit. I'm saying the act of murdering a fetus and the act of engaging in SMEX, those cause the causal obligation, and it's not going to change.
So
You can
show me somewhere else.
there's an
Show me-
agreement of risk. As an
That's fine.
acknowledgement of risks when you engage
Show
in
me
that act.
somewhere else.
And one of them is pregnancy.
Show
So
me
then
somewhere else where
you face the
either.
consequences.
Show me somewhere else where an implicit agreement without a rights violation gives you a causal obligation.
I mean, I would use the same example of just because, let's say, like a handicapped person like grabs onto your like leg, and do you have the right to shoot them in the head if they aren't conscious of what they're doing? Like you have
What
to.
does that have to do with causal?
It's the same. It's the same logic. Yeah.
What does that
see
have
where
to
it's
do with
going here.
causal obligation?
There is an implied causal obligation.
No, there's not an implied
They
causal
have an
obligation because you haven't established it.
Yeah, it
You
is.
need to
It's
establish it.
I'm
You're
arguing.
just saying,
You can
listen,
say you're
listen to-
not. You're
this is your
violating.
argument.
Hold on, Sean. One second.
In my
I just
opinion,
want
the
to
act
clean
of
this up.
sex is explicit.
Stop. I want to synthesize your analogy. Are you saying that if somebody who is differently abled grabs my leg, I'm causally obligated to pew them in the face?
No, I'm saying that you don't have the right to. In the same way that you don't have the right to unalive an independent being.
Okay, wait, hold on. I am back. What are we talking about? Sorry, y'all. It was a stressful phone call. That's why I was away for a while. What are we talking about?
Okay, so just to go down the list. First off, Abid is incredibly like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this.
Mm-hmm.
Just on a straight line. First off, he said that high body count shouldn't matter because women can get pregnant. So now he moved the conversation over to the AB conversation. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, other
He
reasons
wants
why
to
women
argue.
should not
I
have
don't
high
know.
body.
Listen. Shut up. I don't.
You're so rude.
I don't know. Like he wants to argue some causal obligation that a woman has, and I've given him a very, 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 very easy bar to cross. Is to show me where in society we have a causal obligation in the absence of an explicit opt-in or a rights violation. He can't do that. He keeps saying that there's an implicit opt-in. Even if I was to grant that sex is an implicit opt-in, which I don't, but if I was just to grant it for the sake of argument, there's no other place where an implicit opt-in gives you a causal obligation. And then he offered the following analogy, which I find incoherent. He said, if a person he used the word handicapped, I'm going to say just a person who's disabled or differently abled, grabs my leg, do I have the right to pew them in the face? I don't see that as anything having to do with causal and just an appeal to emotion that he doesn't want the abortion to be carried out.
So y'all are talking about abortion.
Unfortunately.
Right now, yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I, as a woman, I'm not going to debate with like men who cannot last 30 seconds and are done after 3 strokes, what I can do with my body,
My
right?
wife is fully
So
satisfied, lady.
respectfully,
You should. That's
let's
not.
stay
That's
away
that's a
from
nice
the.
add-on.
I know you
Have-
are not over talking me on my own panel. Listen, you literally are not like letting. Listen, I understand that you're not used to letting women finish, right? And if what you're doing right now is any indication of what you do with women in your private life, I feel so bad for your wife, okay? But in this case, you have to let a woman finish, okay? So, I'm not going to sit here and like actually debate on what women can do with their bodies with like especially a man who most likely will be done within like 2 strokes. Okay? You being done with 2 strokes does not mean that you can determine what a woman can do with her own body. Anyways, so let's stick
causal
away from the
obligations, I want women to be
abortion.
accountable. Why can't you
Let's step
take? Why can't you
away
accept
from
that
the
women should be
abortion
accountable?
topic. Let's step
Athena,
away
why can't
from
you
the
accept
abortion. Let's
accountability?
step. Okay, shh. Calm down. Let's step away from the abortion topic
Accountability,
and let's
Athena.
go back to if your worry is about women getting pregnant, then fine. Thank you. Let's be pro lesbianism. Thank you, Abid.
Brother. Very
Why do you say
haram.
brother?
Astaghfirullah.
Who the fuck
Haram.
is brother?
Haram.
call me
Astaghfirullah.
brother?
It's Laylatul Qadr.
Did this man just call me brother? What?
I don't.
Anyways, listen. What Abid is arguing for is either one, lesbianism, or two, vasectomy for all men. That's what you're arguing. Pro
W.
vasectomy for
Lesbian
men so that
smacks.
women don't get pregnant, or W lesbianism because lesbianism doesn't get you pregnant. Anyways, let's go back to the topic, please, of why you think high body count should matter for women but not for men.
I said everyone should wait till marriage, ideally. That's what says in the Quran. But beyond that, I'm saying that it matters more for women because value and protection are interlinked concepts. And the game is different for women. And I used the example that a woman was able to auction off her virginity for millions of dollars, and on that same website, a male model only got 2,000. So clearly, the demand is different, and value. What defines value in economics? So if you understand there's so much more demand, you understand that you have to act differently than men. You understand that men are way more thirsty. You understand that men are much more likely to be SMEX addicts. From the Mayo Clinic, I think they said for every one woman that's a SMEX addict, 5 men are SMEX addicts. So you correlate that as a percentage, that means 80 men are 80% more likely to be SMEX addicts than women. So you understand the game is so much more different for women. So as a woman, you have to maintain your self-respect and not just give in, because then you're just a sex toy. And you don't want to be some SMEX toy. It's disgusting. So that's my point here. Have respect. Don't be a 304. Ideally, if you're a woman, dress modestly. A hijab and abaya, ideally. But if you're not Muslim, at least dress modestly. But beyond that, just have self-respect. Thank you.
So his argument is body count matters for women because I can't get any cooch. Excellent argument. That's an excellent argument. I've never heard a worse
I'm
argument.
married, bro. I'm getting cooch over. I don't need to talk about. I'm a Muslim. I have some haya. I have some self-respect. I don't bring my smack stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
But beyond that,
I didn't interrupt you the
it's
whole
about
time.
having respect.
Hey, Abid, shut up. I didn't interrupt you the whole time you spoke. But yeah, your argument is it should matter because you can't get any cooch and other men can't get any cooch. And shut up.
Even your bottom surgery, you have
Stop talking.
Abid, wait, one second, Abid.
a woman.
If you reproduce one more line of transphobia, I'm just gonna kick you.
Transphobia.
I'm gonna kick you. I don't give a fuck. Listen to what I'm saying.
Listen,
If you are transphobic again to Sean, I'm gonna kick
Not a
you.
woman. Or be a woman.
Can I ask you a question, Abid? How was your day? How was your day today?
It's been pretty good. I came from.
I don't give a fuck what a transphobe misogynist has to say. Anyways.
He's not just a transphobe misogynist. In this conversation, he called me daddy.
Ew. Why?
Tell her why.
Oh shit! What did he say? What did you say?
So Abid called me daddy, and you have the line as to why.
I thought you meant tell the story, but Athena, it's because these niggas like dick.
What?
These niggas like dick. They don't like cooch. They like dick. Men do
Period.
things for other men. They don't do things for women.
Period. Exactly. Listen, there will not be any dehumanization of any group of people allowed on my panel. So if you do that, I will kick you. New name. A new person. Do you disagree or agree with the topic?
I disagree with the topic.
Okay, cool. Tell me why you think body count should matter for women but not for men. Sean, you can have this one if you want.
So I have a similar kind of premise as what something originally where it's like ideally in the ideal scenario, both men and women would go into any relationship with no marriage partners, but it's unlikely to happen given our current culture stance. The reason I think it matters more for a woman than a man, there's the non-objective argument that it's a general societal standard in the fact that men are normally shamed for having a virginity. Like if a man is older and a virgin, he will tend to get made fun of societally, where women will tend to be made fun of societally if they're viewed as having a body count, and that's something innate that society tends to do. you could argue that. So that's more from a casual perspective where I come in from that. And with an objective thing, there's many like data standpoints you can look at, saying like how divorce rates tend to be higher for women with higher body counts, things like STI rates, and general other things as well, in terms of the facts that no fault divorce and things like that are much more likely to happen with women with a higher body count. And compared to a man, the data tends to show that that doesn't have as much of an effect on men's decisions on divorce or not, whether they have a high body count or not. So I think there's data showing that it having a higher body count can affect women's future relationships more than men. So that would be my argument.
Wait, so your argument is that men don't know how to read data and men are jealous? That's your
Jealous of
argument
what?
of women's body count?
What's there to be jealous of?
If men are getting made fun of for being virgins, then they would be jealous of women's high body count.
Well, no, it's that men would be jealous of other men with higher body counts, not of the women with higher body counts. Like, yeah, there's
Okay,
jealousy in the
why
fact that
why would men want to have higher body counts?
also it's traditionally it's been viewed as a societal like expectation of your value as a man. That's why like all the kings and
Right,
stuff
so
throughout
then they're
history
jealous of the
had
high body
multiple
count.
wives. Sorry,
They're just jealous of the high body count. They're jealous that women get to have high body counts.
but it's not about comparing the women. It's about comparing the men who have the high body counts. It's not about comparing the women.
Now it's about comparing women. It's about comparing yourself to other men that have been with the woman. So you're jealous of the woman. Like, let's just do this, because this one isn't going to go well for you. I promise.
Okay.
Sociology isn't y'all's strong suit. So listen, let's just do this. What data shows that having a high body count leads to divorce? He's not going to find any. Hmm. It's crazy work.
Partners. That was just one of the studies I looked at before I came on here, but you can find some
We
others
couldn't
as well
hear.
if you just
We
Google
couldn't
it.
hear anything that you said. We can't hear you when you're outside of the app. Why do people think that they're smart but they can't like do very simple things like understand that we can't hear you when you're outside of the app? It's crazy work.
Go on the Institute for Family Studies. That would be the one source I would give you.
Okay. The Institute for Family Studies, the right wing think tank that says what?
It shows data comparing
No, it doesn't.
women who have lower body counts and higher body counts, and the amount of divorce initiated and the percentage of divorces initiated by them, and then it compares other different metrics as well. So, but there are many other status as well. Like I can't give you all the data off the top of my head. That was just
You
one
don't
thing I
have any
looked at.
data. Like that's the issue. Like the Institute for Family Studies shows like a correlation of women with 10 partners, and then when it goes to more than 10 partners, 12 or more partners, the divorce rate kind of stagnates. So like you're not actually showing anything that is significant. You're just saying that there's a correlation with if you have the magical number of 10, you'll get more divorces. And it doesn't even show the reason for divorces, which is like the number one reason is because of like men's issues.
What
But you
men
haven't read
issues?
those studies, huh? It's crazy work. But you're so qualified for this. But keep talking. Go ahead. What does the Institute for Family Studies say that I haven't read yet?
Well, like you said, there's an argument that it could be due to correlation, not causation. But I think
There's no.
just the thing
It's
that
not
based on
correlation,
general
not causation.
societal standards and a fact thing
It's
is that
not. It's not Wait, stop. You're confused. It's not correlation. It's not causation. That's not my argument at all. Are you listening?
sorry, I didn't hear. I thought that was your argument. What was your argument then?
What the fuck is happening right now? Nigga, I'm going to say it slowly for you so you can keep up, right? The Institute for Family Studies shows a correlation with a specific amount of partners. When it goes above that specific amount of partners, divorce rate stagnates, which means that it is no longer at a higher rate when you go above 10 partners.
Yeah.
So it's not the highest amount of body count initiates divorce. It is the middle amount of body count initiates the highest divorce. If you are going to use this as an argument.
But it's not it goes from 0 to 10. So like even now, 10 is still higher than the middle number of whatever 5 or 6. So I don't get what you're trying to say with the middle
When it
number.
goes above 10, what happens?
Yeah, it plateaus. I agree. It plateaus at a point past
Oh, okay.
10.
So then it's the middle fucking number, just like I said.
Yeah, but that
Now
argument
that
doesn't mean anything.
so
for the
now
fact
that we've so now the numbers don't mean anything. So now the source is out the window. When the source disproves what you have to say, now the source doesn't mean anything. What
No,
is
because
happening?
eventually it's not going to make a difference if you get to a certain point. Like, 'cause there's a big difference between once you reach a certain amount of body count of thing, then it just stops making a difference. When the number gets so high, anyway, people just aren't going to take you serious as well. And then it gets to a point where that number.
What is the number one reason for divorce? I don't feel like listening to you flop.
I think it's no fault in the US. Like, the most common type of divorce, I believe, is no fault divorce.
What is the reason for divorce?
I don't know what the number one reason is, but I could give you.
So you mean to tell me that you're talking about body count being the reason for people getting divorced, but you didn't do so much of a Google search to look up the number one reason for divorce?
I didn't say body count was the reason for divorce. I said that there are more chances someone who has a body count will initiate a divorce, but the body count's not the reason they initiate.
So you think that body count initiates more divorce, and that's the reason why you shouldn't have a high body count, but you didn't look up the reason for divorce? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Yeah, but I could probably give you multiple reasons which are the main reason because
You can't give me anything because you haven't looked up the stats. Go look up the stats first. I don't care about what you think.
Well, maybe you could tell me then if you know.
Number one reason is infidelity. Number two reason is financial issues. Number three reason is communication issues. Number four is domestic violence. When you are talking about divorce, it behooves you to know your shit about divorce. If someone were to ask you about divorce, when you say, oh, well, high body count can lead to divorce, and I go, well, what's the number one reason for divorce? And it's not fucking high body count. It makes you look silly, and especially when the information that you have is like absolutely thrown out the window when it debunks you, especially when it gets over a certain amount of body count.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Why is divorce bad?
Well, statistically, like, divorce. No one wants, like, when they get married, wants to wants their marriage to end, right? So
No, you're right. When people open a business, they don't want to declare bankruptcy or shut down the business. But why is divorce bad?
Well, like that, it shows that there was a failure, like, in the relationship with your people. And if you failed at something, then it's objectively not a good thing. If you failed,
No, that's not true. If I failed to pew someone in the face, that's a good thing. My question is, why is divorce bad?
Yeah, but marriage is viewed as a good thing. Pew-peeing someone is not viewed as a good thing.
Marriage is not viewed as a good thing.
No, I said marriage is viewed as a good thing. But
No, it's not. It's not. Marriage is just a thing. Here's what you're missing. If two people get married, right, we're assuming they're just humans. They're not Karnak, and they don't know the future, right?
Yeah.
And then they get into a situation that they haven't been in before because we're humans and we go through new situations, right?
Yeah.
And then they have new information that says that at this point, because people, grow and learn and stuff, we're no longer compatible. Do you think having an escape route or a release valve such as divorce would be a good thing?
No, I didn't say not having an escape clause is a good thing. Like
So then what
you
is
should have the
why
right to
so then
divorce
why
someone.
is divorce, so just answer that question. Why is divorce bad?
It's not bad in all situations, but if it's a case where people are just initiating it just due to things like, oh, I don't think the marriage is gonna work, or I'm
Let's not
bored of
focus
someone,
on
because a lot of marriages don't end purely because of DV and things like.
you have we've already established you have no idea what, like, let's not do that. Like, let's stay in the realm of honesty. You have no idea why people end their marriages. Like, we can be honest and say that, right?
Yeah, I don't know why everyone ends up.
Okay, no, just in general, like, you don't know the statistics. Like, outside of what Sean just told you, you have no clue why people, like, you have guesses as to why people end their marriages, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, a lot of my thing would be based upon just like subjective opinions, but
I don't care about subjective opinions. Like, subjective opinions is like me saying Superman runs faster than the Flash. Like, that's whoop-de-doo. There are statistics. So, like, if you don't have the statistics, then you just don't know, right? And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But that doesn't contribute to you telling me why divorce is bad. And even in a case where, like, two people are married and they just decide one day, like, this was nice, but I'm done with it now, and they just mutually decide to split up. Why is that bad?
well, I think it could just show like a lack of commitment on that end if you aren't willing to work through it or something like that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, again, if someone lacks commitment, like, look, there are jobs that I've worked at for over a decade, and then one day I wake up and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, it's a lack of commitment. But if I don't want to do it anymore, you agree that I shouldn't be forced to do something I don't want to do, right?
Well, then it begs the question: why did you take it in the first place?
Because I enjoyed it a decade ago. Like, you think I'm the same person I am now that I was 10 years ago?
Not in all metrics, but I think like broadly, your interests stay the same throughout your whole life. Like
No, because when I was 8, I loved Voltron, and now, like, I think they're cool, but, like, I'm not.
I'm talking about like your post adult life. Like you're gonna like you work in like, let's say you're a banker. Like you might move from banking job to banking job, but realistically, you're gonna stay in finance because that's something you love or that's your area of
Not if.
specialties.
Do you think everybody gets to work in the thing they love?
No, not necessarily, but like in their chosen field, you might hop from job to job in a chosen field, but like you're gonna stay in that chosen field because that's the field you chose to work in.
Okay,
No.
sorry to a quick interruption for a mod announcement. I'm seeing that the likes are at 55K, even though I have been live for 1 hour and 43 minutes. I think that's a little bit unacceptable, y'all. So get this to 70K within the next 10 minutes, or I'm going to shut down the comments. Then y'all will have no freedom of speech in my live. Second thing, please do like and share the live, y'all, so more people can come in, more people can talk, more people can engage, more people can be educated from this conversation. While we're at it, in my Linktree, if you like the format of the live, within my Linktree, there's a PayPal. You can support me financially, of course. Also, within my Linktree, there is an initiative for Sudan, which specifically helps providing Sudanese refugees with sustainable menstrual products, and also enables Sudanese refugees to purchase menstrual products locally when shipping is not feasible. So when we talk about intersectional feminism, we're talking about all women around the world. And this is something that I want to support currently. So if you want to support women in Sudan, specifically Sudanese refugee women who are suffering the G-side, then please go to my Linktree and support those women as well. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Continue, please.
Yeah. I think you were speaking, Jeff.
Yeah, so, like, that's not even true. Like, a lot of people take jobs because it's the convenient job that they found because they need money. And if their interests change, or if they like suddenly reach an age where they're like, hey, I want to try the thing I wanted to try all my life. Or if they even come across something that they didn't even know existed and they're like, hey, I want to do that. My point is, when two people get married, let's say they're in their early 20s, early 30s or whatever,
Yeah.
and then their outlook on life changes and they decide no longer to be together, why is that bad?
Um. See, the thing is, I think is that it's kind of different from a job analogy because, like you said, your job is basically going to be the same in terms of your day-to-day activities, like throughout however many days you go in. Like when you do it 10 years on, your job. But with people, it's different because people aren't set in stone, like you said. So even so, like your partner will change over time as well. So I think even if you feel like you've changed or had some big world perspective change or whatever, I think that's still not gonna. That still shouldn't really be the end of a marriage. Like you talk with your partner and you'll be like, "Oh, my mindset on this value has changed." But it's not just about your views which make up a marriage. It's about how you connect with the person emotionally. Like,
Oh, I get
how
that.
do you help each other? Like, it's not just about opinions you have. Could be the reason. Like,
Just to be clear, the analogous property here isn't the opinions; it's
I
the
thought that's what you're
desire.
referring to, like saying like I've
No,
had a
the
change.
analogous property here is the desire. If someone no longer desires to be married, why would divorce be a bad thing?
Yeah, but people don't just wake up one day and decide I don't want to be married anymore. It's usually a
Yeah, they
reason of
do.
dislike towards their partner or something about their partner they no longer find attractive.
Some people do, but even if let's just say that wasn't the case, and people have thought about it for months. I still want to know why it is a bad thing.
I think, like I said, I think the reason is just because it shows a lack of commitment onto your end, and also if there are things like children involved and things like that, I think it's not a good thing to then have a broken household with raising children and things like that. I think it's selfish on the parents' end, in my opinion. But
I think it would be selfish for them to stay in a situation that they don't want to be in and have that negativity fostered onto the children when they can just co-parent like grown adults and be apart.
But then again, the child has to grow up in a household where he doesn't see both his parents being raised and things like that. And
What do you think co-parenting means?
no, but I know what co-parenting means. The fact that you think, but I'm saying in the individual house, like they have to move on the weekends and things like that. That's not the same thing as
So
having.
now we've moved from factual information about it being bad to it's bad because you think it looks icky.
What do you mean?
That's where we're at now. You don't like to see kids raised and co-parented by divorced parents, so you think it's a bad thing because you don't like the way it looks.
Well, yeah, but I think there's a lot of statistical data to back those things up as well. Like I would, on those things,
No,
like
there's not. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you from drowning this time. No, there's not.
no, I said kids who grew up in single parent households. There are a lot of people in jail and stuff, or who commit crimes later on, have been raised in single parent households. People from lower income
No, there's
have
not.
been raised.
Again, I'm going to save you from this. No, there's not.
I mean, all right. And if you, I don't think that's
Wait,
why are you saying it's
those
not?
those
You haven't
studies
read
that you're
anything.
those studies that you're talking about, by the way, if you actually read them, they say that that correlates with poverty because single parent households are more likely to be poor. And for that, or they're more likely to be overworked trying to pay for all the bills, and therefore the kids end up not getting the attention that they require. They don't. It's not necessarily about them just being raised by a single parent. I'm pretty sure if Rihanna were to raise her children in a single parent household, nothing would happen to her children. Her children would end up becoming criminals because she is rich enough to be taking care of that whole household. So the core issue there was poverty that was leading people to commit crimes and not necessarily being raised by a woman.
But wouldn't you agree that if you're in a household with only one parent, you're more likely to be in poverty because there's only one income coming in to support you? So there is a more chance you're going to be in poverty with one household income compared to two, even in that instance if it's linked with poverty. Therefore, it links the fact that then that poverty rate.
Yeah, But that's why you should be using that talking point against poverty and against classism and against like capitalism, and not necessarily to demonize women. The issue here is that you are using this talking point to demonize women, making it seem as if women are incapable of raising children on our own, when in fact those issues also happen to single father households, not only single mother households. But you're
I
not focusing on that
I
because you're
never
trying to
said it
use
was.
that as an excuse to demonize women.
I didn't say mother or father. I just said single parent. But it's more common that the single parent is a mother compared to a father. So the data goes more towards that way. But it could be the same thing as well if it's a single father household as well. That the child will probably be worse off as well. It doesn't matter if it's a mother or a father.
And if they're co-parenting,
If they're co-parenting, it's probably like you. I agree. There's probably less chance it impacts the child more negatively, but it still is probably a negative perception because they probably they grow up knowing that their parents hate each other or that their parents dislike each other. I don't think that's a good mindset for
do
like.
you think if they stay married, they stop hating each other?
No, but if you stay married, you probably will try and repress that in front of your children, whereas like
You really
until
think that's true?
move out. I don't think you should display those emotions to your children at all. Whereas there's clear,
I
like a child
agree.
will
I'm
know
not
from
talking about what you should do. I'm talking about what actually happens when two people that hate each other stay married and they have children. It's a lot more interactions, a lot more opportunity to hear the cussing.
Yeah, I mean, but like even like couples who don't hate each other will fight as well. So I feel like, yeah, they might like grow up in a thing where they see, oh, my parents are fighting, but I would still think they could see that their parents are together and are still willing to try and make the marriage work for the sake of their children, which I think is something it's better saying that the parents say, even if we have objectives in conflict with each other, we prioritize the interests of our child over our own internal conflict, which is
All
a
right,
kind of
let's do this. Let's do stats for that.
sorry.
Let's see some stats for that. Goddamn. Goddamn, goddamn. That's crazy work. That's insane work.
What's good?
I hear nothing you're saying.
What's going on? What's going on?
Are we done with our feelings now? Do we want to talk about reality? SP?
What do you think you talk about feelings?
Oh my God.
You support is
Yo, I got a suggestion for you.
community.
I got a suggestion for you. The dude that's wearing the tie and the button down shirt, that's the manager. Ask him to kick the wireless router a little bit because that's not working.
Right, smack that thing around a little bit.
All right, so let's get straight. Why do you
God,
think? I have a question for you. Why do you think a body count doesn't matter? Yeah, it will.
because I don't see any.
Your Wi-Fi is really cutting out, SP. Your Wi-Fi is really bad. Like,
No,
do you have like earphones or AirPods in or something like that?
no, I don't.
Okay,
Can you hear me better now?
Nice.
a bit better. Yeah.
All right, all right. Give me one moment.
I don't know why, but I'm picturing aluminum foil and a handstand.
You know, when I'm picturing let's get with it. You know. So, Jeff, tell me, Mom, why do you think it doesn't matter?
I'm assuming your staticky question is why do I think that body count doesn't matter? Is that right?
Yeah.
Because I don't see any effect that it has on anything.
It has a
For the same
body
reason that
count.
I don't think. Look, I was born in the Bronx, lifetime Yankee fan, hate the Red Sox. I don't think that it changes anything in my relationship if somebody I'm with placed their hands on the outside of Fenway Park. Doesn't mean anything. That in the same way that I don't think that matters, I don't think body count matters.
All right. So, when you have a high body count, from what I know, over because the marriage is not going to work and it's not going to stick. So it's going to be a waste of time and resources. And I'm going to be building with the wrong person. You are more impulsive. Your oxytocin levels, your oxytocin sensitivity goes down the drain, and you cannot have actual concrete relationships with your partner. So the woman becomes numb and emotionally unavailable. So why would I want a woman like that? You tell me.
Before you go, Sean, I want you to have this, but WSP for finally making some concrete claims. Go ahead, Sean. My bad.
Yeah, none of what you just said has any grounding in any factual information. So we can just throw all that
Can
out
I
the
ask you
window and I
something?
can, nuh-uh.
Permission? I'm not gonna personally attack you, but I'm gonna say something. Why would I have to believe that a man that wears makeup is a woman? Is that concrete? Is that factual? Is that scientific?
Hold
I
on.
got you. No, I got you. I promise you, I got you. There are multitudes of studies, one in particular by Stanford, that shows that trans women are in fact women. And so my gender identity matches up quite very well with my neurological and anthropological status within my society. So again, if you don't have any sources to show that I'm not a woman, just like you don't have any sources to show that body count matters, it's just like everything else you've been saying. Bullshit. So do you have a source or are you full of shit?
Okay, commission.
Which one is it? Do you have a
Do
source
you
or
think
are you full of
you put a
shit?
lot of trust?
Hey, SP,
Do you put a lot of trust?
listen.
Okay, can I ask you something,
Listen,
commission?
SP,
Yeah.
listen.
I'm
Ask
listening.
my brother who's right next to me. I don't like light skinned niggas. If you don't show me a source, I'm going to get mean. So just show me a source or say you're full of shit. It's
Why
one
you
of those two
fuck me
things.
for?
One question, commission. Yeah. You can
Ain't
laugh
no question.
all you
It's a
want, but
source.
I know
It's
the
a
truth.
source.
You
No.
are a
You don't get to run
minority.
away from this one.
Most people don't.
You asked me a question. No. Stop talking. You asked me a question. I answered that question and told you that if you disagree, then you need to show something that you disagree or admit that you're full of it. So do one of those two things. Don't do nothing else. Period.
Yeah, I like to save it.
Commission.
Time
I'll
for
ask you a
talkie
question.
talkie.
I'll ask
No,
you
no,
a question.
no. This is
Don't
the part. Hold
interrupt
on,
me.
SP. Hold on, SP. Hold on. Like your Wi-Fi is still off, so we're actually like heel toeing through this conversation out of sheer curiosity. But this is the part where I say the time for talkie talkie is over. The time for showy is now. It is now showtime. And so you have made some concrete claims, and I appreciate that. You even said a big word, oxytocin. Ooh. Now is the time to show the evidence of all that nonsense you said.
Jeff, do you think vocabulary is a primary indicator of intelligence? think that is the truth. And by the way,
Hold on. The
before
time for it sounds a lot like to me. I'm
right,
paying attention, but it really does sound a lot like you're talking. It does not sound like you're showing. And having a conversation about the measures of intellect has nothing to do with the showy time. It has everything to do with I'm terrified that I don't have evidence and I'm going to stall like a timeshare salesman that was asked to see the fine print. And instead say, don't you know what a great vacation destination Disney World is? I don't care about that. I want the fine print. So let's give Sean her source, and then we can move the conversation forward. Please and thank you.
okay, you are asking for a source. I don't have a source. Doesn't mean that your opinion is valid. 90% of people in the world have a source.
Your Wi-Fi is sponsored by Doge.
I figured it out.
The validity of a source. Because you have a source doesn't mean that source. It could be a biased source. You give sources doesn't mean what it means.
One man is recreating War of the Worlds. That's what it is.
Yo,
In 1938, when they did that, and you had to go, look, the aliens are landing, like that shit. He's recreating that. I got it. Yo, I love that. LARPing is the shit, but that has nothing to do with the sources. It sounds like you were still talking. Like we Orson Welles fans sometimes, depending on the thing.
You know what's
like,
the thing?
Nothing. There you are. All right.
Source
Source.
about sources. Don't want to talk about sources. You telling me, all right, that you don't mind your
so your man is like,
Yo,
that is
so bro is
I don't
like,
need the
so
source.
bro is up
what
here
the
like,
fuck is
sources.
happening right now?
He's like, sources. I have the best sources. I have the greatest sources. You want
Sources?
some sources? I'll show you some sources that'll blow your freaking head off. Are you kidding? I'll show you sources so fast it'll make your head spin. But I don't want to do that right now.
We don't
Like
need no
what is happening?
sources.
SP,
We could
SP,
go that
listen,
route.
if you don't have sources, then you're just full of it. It's really just that simple.
To quote Doc Emmett Brown, where we're going, we don't need sources.
Where we're going.
I mean, come on, SP. You know, here's the thing he's stuck on, Sean.
Okay,
Yeah,
Jeff.
So he had asked me that if I had a daughter who was 23 years old, she was out there giving it up, what would I say about that? And I told him I would be ambivalent because that daughter's a grown ass woman, and I've hopefully taught her how to be safe and how to, handle herself. And now she gotta do what she gotta do. Got nothing to do with me. She knows who to reach out to if she needs help. But I'm a safe enough person that if some weird shit happens, she could reach out to me, and she doesn't think that I'm gonna say, "You harlot, why did you give it up?" Because that's what causes women not to go out and seek help. But he's so stuck on that when we're talking about the sources for the claims he made, he's like, sources? But you would let your daughter do the thing. So that's where we're at.
So, SP, can you hear us? Because your internet is breaking. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know if he was a Muslim too, but if he is, Allah said his whole Wi-Fi is haram.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think he's just, yeah.
Speak down the Muslims.
No, I love Islam, but I'm saying Allah is telling you that your Wi-Fi is haram.
I am 100% sure lives in God. You are reckless, loveless, and have integrity. You don't have integrity. I can tell.
So hold on.
Yeah.
Respect
Can
your
I? Can
questions.
I? Yes, SP. You're breaking up, by the way, right? I just wanted to ask like a serious question. Why should I, as a woman, date a man with a high body count? You know why? Because I personally feel like a high body count in a man kind of proves that he's very low value, right? You have to think about it. If any and every woman can have him, like, why would I personally want him? Right. I also feel like men with very high body counts lack a lot of discipline. They lack self-respect. Because a real high value man knows how to say no to temptations, right? I feel like every time you like sharpen a pencil, it becomes shorter, right? So how shorter is your pencil going to get if you continue having such a high body count, right? Every time a man sleeps around, he becomes less of a provider, because if you're giving all these women free attention, how do I know you'll invest in women, right? If a man cannot commit to one woman in his past, he lacks the ability to bond. Listen, believe me, science says this, right? Science says oxytocin is real, bro, right? If a high value man doesn't go around chasing so many women, right? They focus on building their empire. And if you have a high body count, you clearly are just a beta male seeking validation from women, right? So like, genuine question, why should I, as a woman, date a man with like a high body count? And you cannot argue with science, right? Science literally says that the more you sharpen the pencil, the shorter it gets. That is literally what science says. So tell me why I should date a man with a high body count, who's clearly that has no self-respect.
Okay, I hear that. I like the way you phrased your question. I will also say that you are not wrong in some parts. I'm not gonna sit down and say that, you know what, yeah, I said the example with the keys and the doors previously, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a man that has went and slept with 500 women, that he is good and right in his mind. But what I'm saying is, if a man has gone with 10 women, it's much, much different than a woman going with 10 men. If a man has gone with 20 women, it's much, much different than a woman going with 20 men. Do you understand what I'm saying? We do not.
No, I think
I don't know how to. I don't know how to phrase
no, I
it
don't
correctly.
agree,
But
because I
what you said
think
before, you told me. By the way, Kovi, you told me about men having less, being less of a man, men being lesser men, because they have a higher body count. But your whole life is basically speaking about that. Why should high body count matter for women, but not only for men? So yeah, you know what? You agreed with this. I would say that it matters for everyone, but it matters more for women because they are the delicate creatures that they are supposed to be. And men can be whatever they want to be, but that doesn't mean they are good men. But it's not the same thing with a woman opening her legs everywhere and a man going and having sexual,
you know that you don't have to open your legs to have sex. I feel like people need to understand this by now. You could literally have sex with closed legs. So you even saying
it's
that
an
does not
analogy.
make sense. But my point is, what I'm telling you is, a man with a high body count is just a low value peasant. You know why? Because a king doesn't have time for meaningless flings. If you're going around chasing so many women instead of like building your own empire and focusing on your own like personal growth, you're just like a low value peasant. I personally think, right, that it actually matters more for men than it matters for women. You don't want to know why? Because men
Yeah,
are
tell me.
more likely to be emotionally damaged. They clearly have some type of unresolved trauma,
Seriously.
which makes them seek validation from women.
Oh, seriously.
Yeah,
So
I think it
now when
matters
a
more.
man,
I think
now
it
what you're
matters
saying to
more
me,
for men.
you are delusional, Connie. You know what?
Who's
Until
Connie?
now, Covey doesn't matter. What I was trying to say is that I liked what you said thus far, but now that you said that it matters more for men than women,
Yes.
that is incredibly delusional.
No, I think sorry. I feel like, again, if a man cannot commit to one woman in his past, he lacks the ability to commit to or the ability to bond. Science says that oxytocin is real, right? Like, again, high value man does not go around chasing women. I think that women are gatekeepers of relationships, but men should be the gatekeepers of sex. And clearly, if he isn't gatekeeping it, if he's giving it away for free, he's just another 304. And I think especially because, yes, like I feel like if men say they want to lead the household, that they're the leaders in society, that means that it matters more for them.
I think what you're saying is basically something that you thought in your mind that it would sound structured in a way that would make you sound smart. But what I'm gonna say is this: yeah, has been with 10 women. I wouldn't be concerned, even though I would tell him to be careful of not impregnating another woman or getting sexually transmitted diseases. But if my daughter had been with 10 men, she would be out of the fucking house. And you know what? All these people in the comments that say, oh, SP's a red flag. You know what? When you tell me this, I know you're not for me. You're the kind of type of people, like with Jeff here, that doesn't care if his daughter goes there left and right and brings a different man every 3 days. He is the type of guy that would allow his woman to have other sexual relationships within his own marriage. He would sit down and see and watch his woman be violated by another man, and he would take extreme pleasure in it. And
Okay, so let's
by the
not
way,
make
commissions, this is how
let's not make
this is
private,
how
let's not make let's not attack Jeff privately, right, or personally. What I'm talking about is, why would I want a man with a dick that has been through more wear and tear than an Amazon warehouse? Why would I want to be with a man with a high body count who has like a community dick, like an old rental car, too many miles, poor handling, probably needs a checkup, but definitely does not need a relationship with me, right? Why would I want a man with a high body count when it's like buying a used mattress? I do not want people's like leftovers. Why would I want a man with a high body count when his dick is like a credit score, right? The more inquiries, the less valuable it is. And if they're in their hundreds, 300s, nah, that's like, I do not want community dick. Like, again, why, if every woman has had him, then he's not really a prize. He's just like a participation trophy, right? So why would I want a participation trophy when I could get a prize? Like, I just explain that to me. Why I as a woman
one thing.
should get that?
Because I'll say this: it's tougher for a man to get involved in a sexual act than it is for a woman. If, let's say, the average goes outside and tries to have a cup of coffee, and in between his cup of coffee, he's trying to get some numbers, he might have to talk to 90 women. Well, women, if they talk to 90 different men, she will have 90 different dates, or let's say 70, or let's say 80. So it's not the right thing to have a high body count, whether you are a man or a woman. But I'll say this: being a man and getting on some women is not the same. It's not the same. What's the name? It's not the same feat as a woman trying to get on with men. For men, it's tougher, and he achieved that. But a woman is the one that truly gives it for free. They give it for free for nothing. You understand? I'm disgusted by women like that. They have ruined society.
So this is the thing, right? So a real high value man isn't out here begging for coochie like a stray cat at every woman's door. What you just told me is that women have standards and men don't have standards, right? That men go around begging for coochie because they don't have standards. It means they can try to get any cooch that they can, which again, you're telling me that the man is a participation trophy, right? He's going around like a stray cat, begging for the kitty cat. So my question is, listen, if a man has been with way too many women, his community dick is just like public Wi-Fi. Anyone can connect, and most likely it has a virus. Now, why would I, as a woman, want to possibly connect with a community dick that is like Wi-Fi? Anyone can connect to it, and it probably has a virus. It's not healthy for me either.
You know what? This goes both ways. When you're talking about community free, like a free snack, or you're talking about free Wi-Fi, like and viruses and stuff like that, it goes both ways. But what doesn't go both ways is this: if my father was a corn star, it would have been different from it would have been different for me to know that my father is a corn star, and it would have been different for me knowing that my mother is a corn star. Seeing my mother getting penetrated by multiple men, or three different men every 3 days, that would be disgusting. I would want to jump off a cliff. It makes a difference. Women should not be giving it up for free. You understand?
So I don't, okay, what's making me uncomfortable is that you keep thinking about family members while you're talking about sex. You first thought about daughter, then you thought about mother. This is giving like
But you see what I'm
Pornhub,
saying.
incest
It's
categories.
because
That's making me feel a bit
but
uncomfortable.
it's
What
because
I am talking about is you can have this
really
argument without thinking about your family
uncomfortable. You
members.
can
It's
be
kind of like
uncomfortable.
weird. What I want to know is, right, a woman's worth isn't necessarily tied to her body count, but a man's discipline is. And if you have no control over yourself, how can you even lead anything but only to our own downfall, right? So again, you still haven't answered this question. I personally think body count actually matters more for men, right? Because men continue to lose value. Men continue to be participation trophies. Who wants a man who is like an old rental car with too much mileage? We don't talk about that though.
Do you think it's the same thing for a man to have too much mileage with a woman having too much mileage? Do you think it's the same thing? Really? Do you think it
I
is
think it matters.
in your way of
Can you address my point instead of just saying it's delusional?
you know?
Again, can you please like address my point instead of just saying it's delusional? Yes, I do think that men with high body counts are just like emotional dumpster fires looking for validation. No one wants to rescue a flaming wreck. That's what I think, right? I think that a man who has been with a bunch of women is like an expired coupon, worthless and only good for regret. That's what I think, personally. So why should I, as a high value woman, even look at a man with a high body count? In my opinion, like, convince me, because men with high body counts are just like old shoes. They're uncomfortable, they're worn out, and they're only good for a quick fix before they get thrown out. Because they're not a prize, they're a participation trophy. So, like, genuinely, can you convince me as to why a high body count, like why I should be okay with a man with a high body count?
You shouldn't be okay with it. Certainly, I can say it's not the same thing. Again, I'm repeating myself. It's not the same thing for a man to be able to get some coochie, and it's not the same thing for a woman to be able to get her coochie. For a to be able to get some coochie, he has to do something. He has to have some money, have a job that is relevant, is of high status. He is strong, he is smart, he is a professional football player, whatever. A woman working at McDonald's is hired by men of high value. That does not count when it comes to relationships from the men's perspective. But from women's perspective, as you all know, you can see how no women are all of them get like 6 years. Is the what do you know? So why is it the same thing, right? For a man to put for a woman to get is not the same thing. Woman can get any day of the week, and man working person he opens. You understand what I'm saying? And when you when I am give my side, single woman look at me.
Yes, you've said yes, you've said something incredibly profound. Yeah, you said something incredibly profound, but like, very profound, exactly. But like, you made some, you're making some really good points, yeah.
And you know what you go, you just arguments. So, and you even agree with it.
Definitely, you're making some really good points.
If you are both
Really good points.
You are
Listen, y'all, I think he's about to convince me.
are sucking it, you know, over and sperm.
You're sucking it? Did you just say that? Wow.
You know,
You're sucking. Okay, wow. You're okay.
I said that.
Wow.
I said that. And you get penetrated. I don't get penetrated. I penetrate. You feel me? Understand and comprehend it? Wait,
And not the difference. Not the difference is. Not, yeah. You know what the thing is? Not the thing is when you hold on, when you so when you're doing that with every single woman that you can do it, it just shows that you have no taste, right? It shows that you don't have necessarily options. You just don't have standards. That's why you're trying to like hit every woman that you meet, right? And so again, men with a high body count are literally like once prized like possessions that are now on clearance. Nobody's lining up to buy them anymore, right? So it's just to me, you're still not convincing me as to why. Yes, as a man, if you're literally
let's say
like
I have a high
starving for
in
that
the
pooch
hundreds.
like a
Do you
stray
think
cat,
that I won't
then you
like
don't
the
have
women?
standards.
I will have to like the women to get on with the women. So your point doesn't make sense. You understand? My sausage has to go up in order for me to do something. If I'm not attracted to the person, how can I get it done? So it doesn't make what you're saying doesn't make sense. You understand? You're basically saying to me that we get on with whatever we can. No, I'm saying to you that men cannot always. They do not have access. Women,
Jeff, I don't know. Do you wanna take over? It's kind of interesting that he doesn't see my point. Last thing I will say is men with high body counts are literally like expired meat. Are like expired meat. Tough, unsatisfying, and people are just looking for a reason to not deal with them anymore.
You don't feel the same thing. The same thing.
Bringing very good points.
I'm flowering.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Really,
Good
I'm
points.
sure you will find a good man for life. If you find them, it will probably be wedding. Understand?
Hold on one second.
But
Doc, come up for
think about
yeah.
I'm expired meat. I'm expired meat.
I don't listen. The stuff that I was saying, I
dress
don't
like
actually.
women.
Okay.
As women.
SP, your Wi-Fi.
Women, you understand?
Hold on.
SP,
Okay, your
SP. Let
Wi-Fi.
me tell you something later.
Your
SP.
Wi-Fi was going crazy. I just wanted to say that. But yeah, no, I was kind of like trying to use his logic against him, but he didn't like recognize it. But anyways, yes, continue
I
on.
felt so attacked. God. Oh God, but no. Hold on for a second. Let me just get I just came up here just real quick for my announcement. Let me get in character. Hold on. All right now. So just to give y'all folks just a little bit of a heads up, y'all in a sun up place. All right. Y'all in a sun up place. So we don't take too kindly to some of y'all unmelanated folk around here popping off in the comments and saying some, ignorant shit. So you pissed me off, I'm gonna mute you. And then you can request up to and talk to Athena and Jeff about why you points were so fucked up. But for lack of better words, we're here because we understand that you don't have any sort of education. We understand that we're more educated than you are, and the fact of the matter remains that the the Department of Education's now gone, and the fact that you don't know much about, world policy, human biology, and not to mention just of various other factors. We up here to give you this education, and we want you to be appreciative of it. So next time when you do come up here, you may make sure that you keep yourselves on mute. All right. Other than that, you want to continue liking this post, or I turn the comments off. You continue liking her live. You understand? Not to mention clear out her life goals. Don't piss me off. And like I said, this is a sun up place, meaning that if you're not sun up, right, you understand what I mean by sun up, meaning that y'all don't have no rights here. All right. It's getting awfully hot out there.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you very much for coming up to do the mod announcement before I let somebody else up. Do you have anything else to say, Doc?
No, I don't have anything else to say. I just wanted to come up with it and just to say that shit. But also, we fighting because apparently I'm expired meat. Wait, no.
I had a phone call. Expired meat is crazy.
Yeah, she said that I got my dick is low credit score, and on top of that, I'm a used mattress.
Yo!
Listen. A hit dog on a holler. If it don't apply, let it fly. But a hit dog is gonna holler. I just wanted to say that. By the way, can I just say the crazy ass news I heard is that Al Arabiya, which is a Saudi state-owned outlet, believed that George Floyd wasn't unalive, but he is in fact fighting as a mercenary for the Russians against Ukraine in the Kursk region?
Yes, I saw that. And they want us so bad to be, it was like, just leave us the fuck alone, man. Figure this shit out on your own. Just leave.
Anyways.
Anywho.
Thank you for coming up, Doc. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Yes, they believe that Al Arabiya literally reported on how George Floyd was actually in Ukraine fighting for. Oh, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Sam, for the gifts. Anyways, Young, Why do you think a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Well, let me ask you this question. Why do you think it shouldn't matter?
I personally think that a person should be logically consistent. I think that if you think it matters for women, then it also should matter for men. If you don't think it matters for women, then it shouldn't matter for men either.
Okay, but would you agree that men and women are different?
Like value-wise, no. I don't think.
Biologically?
Well, I think everybody's different biologically, yes.
Sure, but in general, I mean, do you think men and women are different biologically?
What does that have to do with the high body count, though?
Okay, so let me explain, right? Men don't get pregnant, and women, they get pregnant. So I believe like a high body count in that regard, it should matter, just because of that basic fact.
Wait, so because... Wait, I'm a bit confused. Can't the men wear protection or like get a vasectomy then? And,
Sure,
and
we're
wait, hold
talking.
on. If the man is the one who is going around making like women pregnant, shouldn't they be the ones who have less value if they have a higher body count because there's a potential of them impregnating so many women in such a short period of time?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about.
No, but that is what you're talking about. I'm asking
No, I'm not.
why is a woman devalued by engaging with men? And your response was a man can impregnate a woman. So my question is, number one, shouldn't that be applicable to the man? Because the man is going
No,
around impregnating women. Therefore, he should be valued less.
no, because a man can impregnate as many women as he can, whereas like a woman can be impregnated a limited amount of times.
And
So
you're
there's a
making my
difference.
point for me. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
literally the
there's a
point.
limit. Like she cannot be impregnated like 50 or 60 times, whereas a man can go around and impregnate women as
50
many
women,
times as he
exactly.
wants.
So that is the point. So the man is the one who should be more likely to be controlled because the man is the menace who is going around having the capability of impregnating multiple women at the same time. So we should be focusing on what the man is doing, not the woman. You literally made my point for me.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Okay. Have you seen? Let me just go a little bit further on this. Okay. Do you know that show Maury?
We're not doing that. So
Do you know that show Maury?
I said we're not doing that. That's a fictional show. Like I don't know why we're even bringing
No,
that
it's
up.
not fictional. It's real. There was one lady
It's
that was there
real.
12
It's
times.
it's
12
daytime.
times. Okay.
It's daytime talk. Let's not be foolish. So now the question is, I just want to clarify for myself. Are you saying that body count matters with respect to the pregnancy that body count causes?
I'm saying that's the main reason. Yeah, that's why it
So
matters.
if a person has a high body count and has no kids and has never been pregnant, that's cool. We good?
No, it still matters.
It's still so. That's what I'm asking. Like I don't know why the pregnancy is relevant.
I'll tell you why. Okay. So I believe the purpose of intercourse is to bring children into this world. Now I
I
know
disagree.
some people say pleasure, right? But pleasure is the byproduct of partaking in that act.
So is pregnancy. I just disagree with you.
Yeah, you could disagree, but I mean, you feel
Well,
pleasure just because you're
well,
partaking in that act. Like that's the main
I'm
reason you
assuming you have
partake
an
in that act.
argument. I'm assuming you have some argument that says that the primary purpose of sex is reproduction.
I believe that yes, the primary
I
purpose
don't.
of sex is reproduction.
When I say I think you, I assume you have an argument. What do you think I mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
An argument would be some factual premises that are connected with an inference rule to lead to a conclusion, not just you saying, "Yeah, that's what I believe." I don't care what you believe.
Yeah, same as me.
Correct. Now, I do care, however, what you can demonstrate by way of argument. So, do you have an argument that says that the primary purpose of sex is reproduction?
Well, sure. Like, take for example, when a man has intercourse with a woman,
Hmm.
as soon as he ejaculates, that's it. Like the sex is pretty much over,
Yes,
right? So what do you think? What do you think is the reason for that?
because men suck.
No, because the reason is because that was the whole purpose.
No, that's not the
Yeah,
purpose.
that was the whole purpose of
Okay,
it.
let
You're
me
done.
let me
That's
just
it.
ask. Hold on. Pause for a second.
It could be
Let
10 seconds. It
pause.
could be an hour. It
Hey,
doesn't matter.
pause. When I say pause, That means stop talking. So if a person didn't stop and made sure that the woman finished, did they do something wrong?
If the person didn't stop,
Like, let's say the man finished, but the woman didn't, and the man stayed around so that the woman did finish. Did he do something wrong?
no, he didn't do
So
anything
then
wrong.
sex is
But
not inherent. So then sex is not inherently over just because the man finished, right?
essentially, from my point of view, it is over.
I don't care about your point of view. We're talking about demonstrations here. So like, just like from your point of view, just says that you're bad at sex and you don't like women finishing. That's your problem. I don't care about that. What I'm talking about is what is inherent to the act. And what's inherent to the act is not just you leaving a woman disappointed. That's a you problem.
You can continue on if you want, right? Like that's you, but you're feeling nothing at that point. You're just doing it out of care because you want your partner to be pleased.
You might not feel nothing because you don't do it right. Again, if you don't stick around, that's your problem. I don't care about whether you feel something or not. I only care about if you can demonstrate that you are doing something antithetical to the purpose of sex, and you can't.
I just demonstrated for you.
No, you demonstrated that you're bad at sex.
No, that's not what I
I
demonstrated.
asked you a direct question. I said, if somebody sticks around and makes sure that the woman finishes, are they doing something wrong? And you said no.
Is there still penetration going on? Yes or no? That's the
There
question.
can be, yes.
If there's still penetration going on, then they would have to continue, and then yeah, so it would have to be like
But the man,
another
hold on. Are you saying that every
another
man that
climax.
finishes is no longer capable of penetration?
No, he's capable, but he would have to like climax again.
He doesn't have to, no.
Generally speaking, right? Like I don't know if we're speaking in general here or you speaking in specifics because I don't like speaking in
Look, here's why I
specifics.
don't care about general, because you're just making the claim that you're just showing that, so based on their socialization, men are horrible. And
Well,
I'm
if you
okay
don't
with
care
that.
about generals, I don't care about specifics.
Specifics is all that matters. If you cannot
No, it
demonstrate,
doesn't.
listen,
We
I'm
go
telling
based on generalities, not specifics.
I don't want you to
What
get
world are you
triggered.
living in?
Listen, stop talking while I'm talking. I'm only going to tell you that one more time, and then the muting starts. I don't want
No,
to
I
have
don't
to
care
mute
what
you.
you tell me. I don't
Okay,
care.
great. So since you don't have any manners, we're going to teach you some manners today. While people are talking, we don't overtalk them. Okay? Okay? I don't want to have to call you Mowgli. I don't want to have to go into the insults. I don't want to have you like drop a lawsuit against Baloo for not teaching you how to use forks. That's a you problem. Like, I don't understand why they have no. Where did he go? Did he just drop? Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I don't get to say the thing I want to say when I want to say it. Athena, am I tripping? Did he just admit in front of 297 people that he sucks in bed?
He didn't last long, and I bet he has heard that multiple times before in his life. I just wanted to say that.
I mean,
Anyways, that was very premature.
crazy.
Let's let up the next guest. Hello, do you think a high body count matters for women but not for men?
I'm not like on some like, oh, I think it matters so much for women, but I just think it's double standards. Like there's some things that women want that I'm not gonna get mad at a woman for having her preferences on average, right? Or I don't even know if it's averages. How can we even make a statistic on that? But we know there's some things women want and there's some things men want, and I think it's not a big deal. You can always find someone that wants what you want or shares your ideals and values. I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say my preference was, and I'm coming up with like more creative ones, so bear with me. Let's say I had a preference for a woman who's never had any candy out of a Pez dispenser.
Okay.
You think that's a rational preference?
No.
Why not?
Bec- Never had candy out of a Pez dispenser because that's
Yeah,
like,
she's never like here. This is the reason I came up with this is because I currently this is something that I got at my nephew's birthday party. They
mm-hmm,
handed out party favors, and I happen to be a Star Wars fan. You see this? This is a Pez
mm-hmm,
dispenser with R2D2.
cool, cool.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So I have a preference now that I do not want to engage with any woman who has ever had candy out of a Pez dispenser. Do you think that's rational?
That is not rational
Why not?
because it's a very nuanced thing, and like maybe not everybody eats Pez candy.
Well, if they don't eat Pez, then they're part of the preference, right? I'm just talking about the people who ate any candy out of a Pez dispenser. They're out. They can't mess with Jeff.
Mm. I mean, I guess I would not. Hey, I'd be like, well, that's fine, whatever. You
Okay.
could find, yeah.
I don't think it's rational.
Mm.
Do you know why?
Go ahead.
Because there's no way for me to verify that. Like it's like as a practical matter, it's a useless preference. Like if I have a preference for like a tall woman, a short woman, long hair, short hair, like I couldn't meet you and you have short hair and tell me you have long hair. That's not happening, right?
No.
I couldn't meet you and you tell me you work in STEM and I can't verify. Like I could verify that you work in STEM if I have that as a I wouldn't even call that like a really good preference, but if I had that as a preference, but there's no way. Like if I ask a woman on a date, like, hey, I have this thing about people who ate Pez. I don't want to mess with people who ate Pez, and they go, yeah, I never ate Pez. How do I know?
Mm. Well, if we're talking about with body count, though, I mean, you could
Uh-huh.
just uh,
You could just,
ask her. You know what I'm saying?
and if she says two,
If she lies, or if she says two, then
mhm.
if you didn't want that, you don't, or if you didn't want her, then you don't have to be with her.
Well,
Didn't even
let's
put her
say
through
two is
that, you
low
know?
for you. Let's say two is low for you, and the actual number is 15, but she
Mhm.
said two.
If she said, if the actual number was 15, but she said two. Well, if you had
Mhm.
that standard, then you wouldn't, if you wanted to not deal with her, then you wouldn't deal with her if she had two.
No, but remember, two is low, 15 is high. She's saying two because two is low.
Usually, okay. If she said that, if she lied, you mean, basically?
Yeah. hmm
I mean, you could just, then there's certain, I mean, what could you do? She lied, yeah.
Exactly. There's no way for you to verify it.
Well,
Somebody
there's
before here,
technically, I
some,
mean, you could talk to
I,
family, you could look at her social media input, like imprint. You could, I mean, if you were really, you know what I mean? There's other ways you could talk
yeah,
to people, you know what I mean?
that's not, I mean, if you're going to become a stalker and just do like
Well, if you're
a
interested in the
PI
person you're in, you
investigation,
should, sorry, go ahead. I
but
mean,
even that's not going to, like the social media imprint is also not going to tell you anything. Like she could be hanging out with 100 dudes that are just like friend zone guys. That's not going to tell you nothing. She could have just one male friend and still be like on weekends throwing it back. It doesn't matter.
for
Like
sure.
there's no sign that's going to tell you one way or another.
I mean, well, I guess it's kind of like most people that have that standard probably grew up in like a religious household. So, I mean, you could have, you know what I'm saying? Like for like Islamic women, for example, or Muslim women, for example. I
hmm
mean, a lot of times they are very like serious about their religion. Not to say nobody ever ventures out, but if you're already in that sphere, it's pretty easy to find a woman that's not, doing that because they're so serious about the religion.
Muslims Muslims don't lie.
Not to say they don't lie, but I think that for at least the Muslim women that I know are usually pretty. You know what I mean? You can tell if a woman really is on that, and if you care, then you care
How?
because of how she acts, how she moves in life. You know what I mean?
That's back to the social media imprint. I'm telling you, that's not going to tell
Not
you
just
nothing.
even social media, but like how she
I
even
guarantee
is around
I
you,
can
around
guarantee
even
you.
you.
Normally I
Sorry.
don't like personal experience stuff, but like from what, in my personal experience, some of the most, I don't want to say promiscuous, but like
Ooh,
exploring type women that I've come
ooh.
across have been very religious in all stripes.
Well, I think.
Since we are talking
Mm.
about like Muslim women, can I hold on? Oh no, she's out here. Okay, طيب. خلاص. Continue.
Yeah, I don't know. Like at least, and you see me, like I'm African, for example. Like that, it's just like we take religion really seriously in the African culture. So I'm not saying women should be restricted, or I'm saying if you want to find that, you could find that, and it's not a big deal to me because I feel like women have their own preferences, and that's fine. And I just feel like maybe it's because I'm coming from, like you said, personal experience with African women and my family, and being around Muslims, Christians. Like we take that stuff seriously, like as as a whole.
I totally get what you're saying, Say, but in terms of like purity culture in Islamic civilizations, it's like super nuanced. And all I wanted to say that it is within our rights as women in Islam to not share or disclose any of our history with our partners. God explicitly said that.
Mm,
Out of
I hear you.
protection. No one is entitled to that. So here it's like how cultural norms are becoming intertwined with religious values. Islam definitely encourages purity and modesty, but there's reasons for that out of protection, not
Right.
simply about like the male gaze and all of that. I'm really like simplifying things here, but only out of like I just want to be brief. Yeah.
No, yeah, I feel you on that. Like you know, it's a interesting conversation. I mean, I don't know. I feel like people, first of all, like we're in the like there's even more implications because we're in the West, so we have birth control. We have so many things that like has freed us, and then even like in the West, I feel like we're not under the clamp or the needed like community needs of or how religion would help the community. It would bring us together in certain ways. A lot of us are living individualistic lives. So but in Africa, on the motherland, like, dude, you see the effects of people being promiscuous because we don't have certain technologies, we don't have all the resources, and so it's like it affects us more than other people. Sometimes you'll hear stories in your family of an aunt that was promiscuous, and I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but you'll see that and how it affected them in the time when there wasn't birth control, or you'll see like a woman who her son comes out looking different because we have all
I
these
get
different
it.
genetics in us, and she'll be treated differently because her husband will see the child and think it's not his. So I don't know.
But do you get how the focus is on the woman's promiscuity, not on the man?
Yeah. So yeah, why should a high body count matter for women but not men? Like I said, it's just a preference. That's all I was saying. Like some women have that preference. I've seen women not like want a man that has a high body count, and there's a good reason for that. You know what I mean? For her.
I disagree with it being a preference. I think like when we talk about preferences come from somewhere. Men generally are not just biologically born to prefer women with a lower body count. They're conditioned within society to dehumanize said women, right? And to pretend as if women kind of, I don't know, they try to control women. That's what it comes from, right? The whole crux of the issue is that it has to do with control. It has to do with men telling women what they need to do with their bodies and what they can't do with their bodies. It has to do with jealousy as well, right? So my question is, why do you think that preference is justified to apply it to women but not necessarily to men?
But not necessarily to men. I mean, I don't think that I think it could go either way, is what I was saying.
It doesn't though. You
But
think
it
it
can
should
because
get
there
either
has been
way.
women.
No,
But it
but
does because
do
there
you
are women
hear,
that.
I'm sorry, do you hear women like going on podcasts talking about how devalued women are? Do you hear women going on podcasts talking about how much mileage men have?
Men.
Yeah, no, you hear men doing it. You hear men hosting
I've
lives,
heard.
doing podcasts. Are you going to tell
Come
me
on
that
now.
equally men and women are dehumanized?
I'm not saying equally. I'm
There we
saying I've
go.
seen women be like, I don't want to do that's literally one of my homegirls on the lives. Like she does like all these great lives about like African Americans and stuff. And she literally is like, dude, I want a dude who's a V who is at home, a homebody, like doesn't go outside, like all that stuff. And it was cracking us up. But
But
it was
is
like,
that the
that's what
norm?
she wants.
Is that the
But
norm?
if that's if women live and see life differently, then how can I be mad if like my sister's like that? You know what I mean? It's not weird to me.
No,
I just
again,
feel like,
is
why am
that
I
the
policing
norm
women
though?
or
That's
men?
you're bringing up one woman to try to say that that is the norm. I'm telling you, is that the norm?
But it's not the norm for women because they don't. From what I see on average, I don't think women care as much in that sphere. Like I don't think most
Right,
of my
I
homies,
would say that's due to cultural expectations.
I was not born in Liberia too. I don't know. Some people were saying, I don't know if you mean that based off where my parents are from, but no, like I just feel like, and this is, and what are the statistics with this, right? I'm just speaking, right? I just feel like there's things that women want and there's things that men want and there's double standards to that and
Wait, wait,
it's
wait,
not
wait, wait.
fun.
No, are you arguing this is like a biological preference?
Not really,
Then why are you saying there are things men want and there are things women want? Are you
because that's
recognizing
just
that that's cultural, or where do you think that
no.
comes
I'm
from?
just saying that's just what it is. Like I got
Where do
homies
you
that don't
think
care
it
if she's.
comes from?
I don't know, and I just feel like for
I think
me,
that's an
it just is what it
important
is.
I think that's an important thing to analyze.
I feel like for some people, it's like the threat of ST. I don't know if I can say that diseases because for me, it's like that's a big deal for me. Like that's why for me, I was
Yeah,
like, I
but
don't.
you never
That
know if
freaks me
someone is
out.
necessarily being honest about their count. So it's always safe just to like ask for an STI
Yeah,
test if that's what you're worried
of
about.
course, of course. I feel that,
I mean,
and
do you are you aware that there was, I hate to say a study, but there was a survey done where women were asked what age do you prefer, and men were
mhm.
asked what age you prefer, and as women aged, the age they prefer of men was pretty aligned with the age that they were. But with men,
Mhm.
between 20 and 50, they always preferred women between 20 and 24.
Yeah, of course. I know that study.
Do
I
you
mean,
do
I
you
don't see a
think
big
that's
deal with
like an
that.
innate preference, or do you think that's a social conditioning?
I think that men and women want different things. Like there's a double
Answer my
standard there
question.
too.
That doesn't
Say
answer
it
my
again. Sorry.
question. That doesn't answer my question.
That they that it's a social thing, like a cultural social thing. You mean?
Yes, I'm asking, do you think that this is an innate thing, or do you think they're socially conditioned?
I think that might be. I think that's more innate.
So, you have no issue with a 50-year-old man dating a 20-year-old?
I didn't say I didn't have an issue. First of all, that's a
Well, you
huge
said
age
it's
gap.
innate. You said it's
Well, I think
innate.
that in general, men would. I think, yeah, I think that men would
You
generally
have a
prefer.
problem with that.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't have a problem with it. I think that's weird.
I
Like that's a
know.
little bit
I
crazy.
want
Like
I want
30.
your answer. Do you have
If
an
he was
issue
50 and she was 30, that's fine. I
if
think
she
that's a
was
little
20?
crazy. If she was 20, that's pretty insane for me. But,
Why?
because it's just personally, I would want someone that was, well, I'm young still. I'm still pretty young, so but I guess like if I was that's just kind of like too big of an age gap, That, yeah, it's just too big of an age gap in my opinion.
So her age has nothing to do with it. If it were
Her
30 and
age has nothing to
60,
do with it.
if it were 30 and 60, you would have the same
I mean,
feelings.
some women like that. Like, there's more of a like,
I
there's
don't
more of
know
a,
why you dodged the question. If
what am
we're
I
talking
dodging?
about preferences,
hmm
do you think it is acceptable that men prefer young women?
If, I mean, if it's legal and like it's consensual,
Why is that your standard?
why is that my standard? Because
Yeah,
it's not my standard
let's say
though.
tomorrow I made the age of consent 14.
Stop it. Stop.
Well, you just said if it's legal, so guess
No,
what? Now
stop
it's
it.
legal.
I didn't say, well, because I'm just saying, like, it has to be, well, first of all, you could even argue the age of consent could be 25, you know, because our brains are not fully developed until then. So
Right,
I'm
that's
just
why
saying
your
in
argument,
general,
if it's legal,
both,
it's fine, doesn't matter. That's not
I
an
was just
argument.
saying that. That was just something I was just to say, like, consensuality, consensual.
So I'm sorry. So if we changed it to 14, is
That's
that an issue?
unacceptable.
Okay,
That's
why?
unacceptable. Why would that be acceptable?
You to tell me why, because I don't think 20 and 50 is acceptable.
You're talking to a person that comes from a place that we're still developing in certain some of those areas, like, or at least at one point. Like, I'm telling you that's unacceptable. I don't know any other way to say that, or I don't even know how to
You
think about
said
that.
originally you didn't see an issue with it. 20 and 50.
I said
The only
legal,
issue you
like,
had was
because we know that that's
the
absolutely,
size of,
in
one second.
general in the West, that's
The
what we say
only
is
issue
legal.
you had was the size of the gap, not her age.
The size of the gap, bro. I just said legal, just talking to you. Like, there's nothing wrong with me saying that, because we all know in
It's a
general
logical fallacy.
there's certain things you can do at 18, like you can buy cigarettes, you can, you know, you have certain
I don't need you to explain that to me. I'm just highlighting that you gave a logical fallacy, because as soon as I just changed the legal age, then you abandoned
what? You changed
the logic.
Because that's crazy. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
do you know
know.
what a logical fallacy is?
Not off top. I'm not like a debater. Like, in
Yeah,
that
so it's
sense.
just a fault in logic. So the reason that legality doesn't work as a logical basis is because obviously the legality of something can be changed.
Okay. Well, anyway, I mean, you said 20 to, or I don't know. I was speaking from my personal experience. Like, I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Someone who's 20 and if I was 50. Personally, I wouldn't do
Right,
that.
sure. That doesn't do anything for me, though. I'm wondering if you have a framework.
A framework?
Yeah, in terms of
Like,
people can, because we're talking about preferences, right? And you're just like, it's a preference, no bigs. And then I give you a preference that makes you feel icky. And I'm wondering, do you think all preferences are moral and acceptable?
Okay, come on now. See, that's the problem, because I can't. There's certain things that, like, I used to get hung up on because of women, or like that preferences that women had, and it's like, as you get older, you're just like, oh, I don't really care. Like, that is that human being's choice, and I really feel like they have that choice, as long as they're not being manipulated, as long as they're not being, you know, as long as it's their choice, it's all good. Then it's all good for me. I'm not gonna bring myself down because they don't like me because of a preference. Like, it's a preference. It's just not a big deal.
So I think this is just dismissive, and honestly is really lacking in a lot of fundamental critiques, because I don't think that people necessarily have healthy or legitimate preferences. Even if we talk about like our diet or the food that we like to eat, that's very much based on our culture, because there are other cultures that have delicacies that you probably would find disgusting. And so I think we
Shepherd's
can
pie.
come to the logical conclusion that also there are dating preferences that are because of culture. And if we recognize within this culture that there is male supremacy and domination, and that is an attempt to control women and make them inferior, then I don't think, obviously, this is going to be a healthy preference for society.
Yeah, I kind of feel you. But I just don't know why people are so hung up
I
on
think
it.
beauty standards, westernized beauty standards are a reflection of white supremacy.
Of course they are. I mean, you guys literally
But it's
destroyed
just
our
a
continent and
preference, isn't
people
it?
to do that.
It's
No,
just a
that's not a
preference, isn't
preference,
it?
because no, it's
And what
not
is
this.
it?
It's your violent white supremacist ideology inflicting the damage on my black women and sisters and mothers and me. And I had to, you know, so what are you talking about?
So wait, so you take issue with white supremacist
Of course.
influenced preferences, but not patriarchal?
Well, this is your patriarchy, is it not? It's your man's
Your
patriarchy, right?
patriarchy.
It's your man's patriarchy. It's the white man's patriarchy. You benefit from it. You created it. You benefit
I
from
benefit
it.
from white supremacy, but no, you benefit from patriarchy.
how do I benefit from patriarchy in the same? I really don't, though, because your patriarchy will never allow me to just be at the top and just be chilling and love and happy with my black women. Come on now. It's never gonna do that. Your people, you benefit from them. You benefit from white male patriarchy. That's what we're saying. And you
Wait,
are
hold
more.
on one
From white
second.
peers. Okay.
For you, yeah. So in comparison to like also black women, you definitely do benefit from the patriarchy. I don't know why you're pretending as if you don't.
I mean, I don't feel like we really do because we're getting, attacked in the streets by white T men, the police. Not saying black women aren't either, but we are. Like we're not getting. We don't get the same opportunities. We're not look. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Compared to black women, do you?
I don't do the whole separating black women and black men.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying again, you're talking about male privilege specifically, right? When we talk about, let's say, the civil rights movement, do we learn predominantly about the men or do we learn about the women too? Like all the different women who helped
the
during
civil rights movement. The civil rights movement that is taught in a white supremacist society. That has literally destroyed our women and men. Do we learn about the men?
No. Again,
More.
I'm asking you. Yes, I'm asking you. Do you learn about the male contributors to the civil rights
You shouldn't
movement?
be learning about your history from them. It doesn't really matter because it's coming
Whether
from your
you
oppressors.
learn it from white people or not, I'm saying in general,
Oh, come
even
on
within
now.
again,
Why does that-
yes, within
Sorry.
these communities, we're talking about this again, right? From like a male privilege and racial privilege. What you're talking about is you're a victim of racism. Nobody can deny that. But you're denying the fact that you have male privilege. And I'm telling you that me, as a black woman, when I am learning about the history of black people, even from other black people, predominantly I only learn about the black men who contributed, not necessarily the black women.
Well, at a certain point, we as black people have to take our own history into our own hands. So you have to find. I had to find the great things. I had to search the great African queens. I had to search, about Angela
Why?
Davis and all these great people because
But
it's my
why?
duty and responsibility as a black person.
But why?
Because
Why do
that's
I
what I have
have
to
the
do.
duty? No, hold on. Why do I have the duty to do the extra work to look for black female contributors instead of it being automatically taught?
I don't think it's extra work. Like when I listen to Ben Yosef, Joe Cannon, like he glorifies the black woman and he was talking about them all the time. John
No,
Henrik
I'm
Clark.
saying why do I have to go around looking for it? Why isn't it
Because
automatically
they hide
taught?
our history in general. It's not
But why
taught.
do I'm not talking about in general. Again, you're talking about racism. I'm not talking about racism. I'm talking
I'm
specifically
talking about black
about
women
patriarchy.
too.
No,
I'm talking about great black women.
no. Yes, I'm saying why is it hidden?
Because why would they? They're not teaching us our history. They don't even care.
I'm not saying our history. I'm saying again, why isn't the history
When I say
of
our, I'm
black
sorry, I
women?
mean black women.
Yes, why isn't it taught?
Because we are in a white supremacist society that is not going to delve into our history. Why would they
Even
do
back
that?
in Africa,
Mhm.
even okay, let's not pretend as if yes, white supremacist patriarchy exists.
Yes,
100%.
yes.
But prior to that introduction, patriarchy also existed within the African continent. Have you
To an
ever
extent, in
heard?
different communities.
Have you ever heard of FGM?
Of course, I've heard of
Okay,
that.
so how come women go through FGM but
And
men don't?
a lot of that was. I'm not gonna say that's completely wrong. I want to definitely say we need a re-education as African men, as black men. Of
Okay,
course.
cool. So that is something that happens to black women, but not black men. So why are
Yes.
we pretending as if our experiences are the same?
I'm
They're
not
not.
saying that they're exactly the same at all. At all.
Cool. And why are they not the same?
Because we deal with different issues, like because we're different genders. What?
Okay. And that would allude to male privilege. You
Yes,
have the male
there's
privilege,
definitely
and you benefit from the
insert.
patriarchy. You benefit from the patriarchy.
I don't
hence
benefit
why-
from white male patriarchy.
I'm not talking about white
Not
male. I'm
really.
talking about the patriarchy in general.
But
right?
see, we've gone to three different things. Excuse me. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm saying we've gone to three different things. I mean, she started out white. Now you were on white and
No.
black. Now you're on black.
No. We didn't go through three different things. We're talking about patriarchy. We're talking
Right.
about the fact that black men, yes, you are one step away from achieving full privilege because you are black, but you still have one step in because you are a man. The same way with white women, they are one step forward because of their whiteness, but they have one step they have one step backward because they are women. That's
I
the
don't
thing. That's
know.
so interesting. Yes,
I would
it is.
actually,
I don't
sorry,
know about
sorry,
that.
Athena. I would actually even
No,
argue
I hear you
that
though. Actually,
people caring or having a preference of body count is buying into white patriarchal purity culture.
probably to an extent. I mean, yeah, we're dealing with what your people did to us. I mean, anyway, back to like back to that. I mean, yes, of course, we have different things. We needed re-education for sure. You know, but all I was saying is that it's a double standard. Like double standards are not good. You know what I mean? Like, but some of them, it's not a big deal. Like, you know, there's some men, I guess, if they're on that, then let them be on that. If, you know, if she, like, there's women that don't care. Like, you hear all the time from these guys, the talking points, oh,
I don't
height,
know
that's
how
what I
you
always
can
use.
hold the position that people should, like, obviously you're against white supremacy, right? And that white people
Yes,
should take
I was
accountability for
born
their
against it.
oppression.
I don't care if you
Then
take
why,
accountability.
I'm sorry, do you
I
think that the system needs to be dismantled?
I don't care. I don't care about your system. I want to build my own system, and to be honest, I want you types to like stay away from me because I don't care. I don't
It
care
seems
anymore.
like I need help. I need to help you track. All right. So we're bad with a hierarchy based on race. Yes.
We I don't even, dude. I don't even know, bro. I don't even care about their hierarchy or anything they created. It was all foolish, fake pseudoscience. So you know, I want to. No, it's not. That's not segregation. That's me
We're
wanting
bad
to go
with.
back to Africa
Maybe I
and
should
be an
clarify.
African. Sorry, go ahead.
Because Africa is colonized as well. We're bad with strange fruit. Strange
They
fruit.
colonized us, yes. Arabs and white tea people, yes.
Boy. So
And they
racism.
brought a lot of that stuff, dude. They brought a lot of
I
that
get it. I get it. I get it. I
FGM
get it.
stuff.
I get it. I get it. You're getting lost
Okay,
in the sauce here.
all right.
Racism equals bad. Yes.
Yeah, equals bad. I mean, they made
Okay.
it. I mean, I don't care.
I,
You know,
look,
I truly
yes,
don't
no,
care.
you should care because it's hurting our people. And
Yeah, it's hurting our people. They're doing it. I know.
so
We're
then
trying to fight
hold on, hold
that
on, hold
every
on,
day.
hold on,
Every day
hold
you're
on.
just alive to
Stop,
fight.
stop, stop. You're
Sorry,
severely getting.
sorry.
That's not the point.
Mhm.
But we can agree that racism is bad. We can also agree that patriarchy is bad.
Yes, we can agree that patriarchy, you know, is bad. But what can I just say? I have no problem if a woman's leading me. I mean, you're talking to a African, like a black man, dude.
I
Like,
got you.
you know, our moms lead us in so many ways. I have no problem with my mom leading me. I have no problem with my father leading me.
I get it. You're awesome. Cool.
No, I'm not
But
saying
there's
that. I'm not saying.
but this isn't the point. The point is
Mhm.
preferences based on racism are bad, and preferences based on patriarchy are bad.
Preferences based on patriarchy. Sure, I'll agree with you on that, but I don't care about the racism stuff. Like, if they want to be with their people, I don't care. I don't like them either. I would never marry one of them. I would never. I don't even want to. You know, I would never do that because I'm standing on with my women, with my people. You know. But the patriarchy stuff, we can get past that. We can fight that. We can get a re-education with black men in general. I think that's way more possible. I don't care about the other people, bro. I really don't.
I'm just outlining the principles.
Yeah, but dude, I guess for me, I just feel like who the doubles the body count thing is like some women are on that, bro. Some women are like, I don't really like that. I don't want a man with a high body count at all. And men are like that. You know, there's some men, a lot of men, or some men that are like that. I know men that are like, dude, I almost don't care if she's a P star.
Men are more likely to be like that.
I would say men are definitely more likely to be like that.
So
But
I
there's
would
other
argue that men are
standards.
more likely to be like that because masculinity has been constructed around sexual prowess. So a man having sex with a lot of women, he's seen as a high value man. Not a lot of women want
Hmm.
his affection and attention,
Right.
where femininity has been constructed around virginity.
Right. I don't
And
even.
and I mean, these are patriarchal
Why is that such a
conceptions of
big
gender
deal though? If some women want to go by that, if some men want to go by that, as long as it's
because
not
it's
hurting them, as long as it's not
sexist.
I
Because
don't know if I
it's
can say
sexist.
violent.
Are we serious?
Well, the thing is, life. We can have the push of feminism. Like I'm pretty much like basically a feminist, but it's like, what's the big deal if some people
No,
are
you're
on
not.
that?
You're not
I
like
really am though. Like if
if you
feminism
don't
means
care
the
about
equality,
if
first of
you're
all,
like
you don't know.
why do
I'm a
I care
black
if
man,
people
so
care
I
about
know what
body
my
count?
women have
Like,
gone
come
through.
on.
I know what my black women have gone through, so you don't need to tell me what I am. You know, um,
I'm saying you're
you
not a
don't know what
feminist.
my women have gone, what the women in my family have gone through. So for you to say,
Right, and you
what
don't
I
know what the
am,
women in
you're
my
really
family have gone through.
overstepping that.
Now where are we at?
Okay. I'm just saying, like,
Well, I
maybe
mean, we
I've
got
just
you there,
grown up
right?
to a, sorry, maybe I just grew up, maybe I'm just growing up to care about a man's body count or a man does. That's not my problem. As long as they're not hurting anyone, it's not a big deal.
Well, I do think they are hurting.
Any preference. I just don't think it's a big deal anymore.
I do think they are hurting people.
But why is it? So you're
It's
saying preferences hurt people, but it's that
yeah.
one person.
In
There's
the
so many
United
people, so many
States,
great women out there.
in the United States, women still are subject to hymen examinations by doctors to determine their virginal status,
But
which
why would
I
the
would
parent
say
allow that? What?
because they care about body count and virginity.
Yeah, I mean,
Something that you're like, that's cool.
I'm not saying, bro, because it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not, it's
It
like, it
absolutely
just doesn't
does
matter.
matter, especially
As long as you're not being violent to someone.
when your virtue is dependent on your abstinence. Then I think it makes it very easy for men to put women in two categories: women that are worth loving, and women that are justified in abusing.
But so many men don't have that standard. So why is it such a big deal for the
I
men
mean,
that do,
I
as
would
long
like
as they're
to
not
hear the
hurting anyone?
argument on that. What's the argument that men don't have that standard?
I'm saying so many men that I know don't have that standard. They don't care if a woman has been with this many men or a few men or whatever. And some men
Well,
want this many men or a few men or whatever. And some men
well,
want. Whereas if you're just with one person, I don't know, maybe you're just so devoted to that person because you only know this person, you've only with this person. Of course.
you're very content and satisfied because you know what else is out there. Where when you don't have a lot of experience, you're always wondering, like, oh, am I with someone that
Mm,
I really
maybe
want to be?
that's that person. I don't know.
Where I'm saying that
Oh
you
yeah,
can
my
make
bad.
an
I see what
argument
you're
of
saying. My bad.
A,
My
and
bad.
I can make an argument of B.
I hear you. I hear you. My bad.
So
Jeff, you were
it
saying?
just doesn't seem to have any merit, your argument of A.
Well, I'm just saying, like, um, in general, I'm literally saying women can have their preferences if it's even the prompt, if that's their preference reversed, or men can have a preference. Like I just, because the thing that's weird to me, okay, this thing that confuses me is that I'll hear women say like, we can have our preferences. Why do you guys care? Like we can like whatever we like. And I listen to them. And then now
What
if I,
would you say
whatever it
women
is,
have that
whatever
are
it
equal
is.
to body count?
But why does it matter what the preference is as in this day and age in the West, let's say, or, I know there's violence
Because
in the West still,
obviously
but
all preferences aren't created equal, like we went to with the age gap thing.
I don't, yeah, they're not equal because we're men and women. We are biologically
Well,
different. We want
those are
different things.
not, wait. We're comparing preferences, not men and women. So I'm
I don't
saying
see
all
the
preferences are
problem.
not created equal.
Yeah, of course they're not. Like more
So then
men
I
don't
don't, so
care.
then tell me what preference women have that you would say is equal to body count.
I mean, maybe they want a guy who's earning quite a bit these days, like because of this economic situations, and to have a good provider. That's pretty tough for a lot of men, especially in the West these days, and even worse in the East. Like that's why we have had situations where, like in general, where like there's men that are at the top and they are just like with all the women, and that destroys society in this. You just example, and that's a good one.
Attitude, that's a
Well, it's
literal
not even just
economic
capitalists though.
institution. It is capitalism.
Because not necessarily, because if there's other societies where they trade in different ways and it's not just like cash money, like capitalist type money, like Western money, like that's still them having more than the other men and they don't have it. Whereas, okay, if this woman didn't do what the other women did and the society values, I guess, Virginia, I don't know if I can say that, or chastity, then it's like, I just don't even know. I just feel like, what's the issue? Like everybody has their preference. We're in the West. We're free. You can choose. You can find a man that does not care about that.
About body count is adhering to white supremacist purity culture.
I don't think white supremacist. I mean, I feel like most societies in general in history have kind of valued female chastity. So I can't say fully that it's white supremacist. Only white supremacist, I'd say. A lot of societies have, though, from what I've heard.
No, I would like a source on that. I would actually say if we take the majority of society, that pairing monogamy is the shortest in duration.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't see why should a high body count matter for women but not men.
Well,
I
that's
mean, I
what
just think it's preference.
we're talking.
Yeah.
I want to have the discussion.
Okay.
What is your critique on that? Men caring about body count is a white supremacist purity culture notion.
It could be, but I mean, I don't see it only in white supremacist society, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Just because that would be obviously white supremacist culture integrating into other cultures, right?
Not necessarily, because white people didn't
Does that not happen?
Of course. What?
Okay.
Of course it happened.
Then
just not every single country though was
cultures. I would just say that was colonized.
Not every single person was
supremacy.
colonized by white people though.
What?
They're colonized by other people too, other groups of people too, like Arab, or you know what I mean. And they have that. They have that. Maybe even worse than white people. They have that.
Have what?
They have that purity culture worse than white people.
Well, I'm sorry, wasn't the Middle East colonized?
I guess that's a good point. But they also did colonizing before that. They had these things before they were colonized too, right? These ideas were there when Islam was taking shape. I'm going to assume that they have those because it's in the Quran, all these things, right? This was before white people
I mean, I don't know the Quran very well. Jeff, is that correct?
Yeah, there's things that are in there that are saying that
Like
that
what?
separate women.
Wait, hold on one second.
fair, that modesty is applied to women, not only to men. So I don't know what you're talking about. You read about like the so I would much rather prefer not going into religion, but when you do read even certain like Quranic stuff like that, it does say that it's to men and women and not necessarily women alone. Which again, the issue that I have here is not necessarily that youth body counts more. What I have an issue
You're
with
breaking
is
up.
you think it matters more for women. Oh, can y'all hear me? Ciao.
Now we
My
can.
phone is like,
No, you're breaking up still.
okay. Continue.
Maybe we should like regroup again, cause and like I don't know. I just, like they say that there's a preference. Why now is it like a problem when a dude has a preference? Like when everybody should be free to have a preference,
Okay,
as long
I'm
as
back.
you know.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Why is it my phone? Because my phone is acting up a lot too. Hold on. Oh, do I sound clear now?
Wait. Go ahead.
I think it's my phone. It's acting weird right now. Can you? I think it's. Oh, you know what? Forget it. I'll try to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how far we're gonna get because anytime we kind of get somewhere, you just revert back to like, oh, it's just a preference. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's preferences that really hurt men too, from what I've seen, and I just feel like eventually you get older and you're
Like
like,
what?
there's gonna be a woman that doesn't think like that. You're gonna find a
Wait,
great
like
woman.
what? What preferences
I
hurt men?
mean, there's some men that care so much about height and they talk about it all day, and it's just like some men that are tall, they'd be thinking that that makes them like the shit. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like that's so ignorant. Like, not, it's just like so petty. Petty is the word. Like, who cares? Like, you'll find a great woman that does not think like that. Like, stop
Again, I
having that
think that
mindset.
has to go with into like the constructions of gender. But wouldn't you say on average most men are taller than most women?
Yeah, on average, of course, but like at the same time, oh, did you want to make another point? Go ahead.
No, no, I'm just like that's my point.
Okay, no, and I know it's such a basic point, but a lot of women will be like, well, he's not the height that I want in the West. I mean, that's not really the same issue in the East. Like, African women are not like so on that, to be honest. It's really you, like Western women. Not that they don't care, but yeah, and like, then, oh my gosh, like money, like such a big deal these days. Like, I don't even date if I'm if I'm broke, because I don't want to deal with, I don't want to put a woman through that. Like, I don't want to put her through the issues that I would go through if I'm, not making money. So I work really hard to figure my life out, or other things too. I mean, sometimes it could just be your swag a woman don't like, but women care more about that than men.
Could be cultural, but that's only because I think a
Hmm.
lot of women are viewing marriage like a business. It's more beneficial for them if they treat it like a business arrangement.
Well, I could say that. Okay, right. So I hear you, but I could also make the argument that the same way men, the body count thing, they'll be like, well, a woman, I needed to know who the child was because there wasn't birth control way back in those days, is the same thing that I could say for a woman, like for why we are like the way we are now, because a woman needs to have protection, especially even when she's,
That's just an
pregnant.
argument against polyamory, not against body count. Because like I could have like
Okay,
a
can
body
y'all hear
count
me now?
and then not have sex for 10 years and paternity would be certain.
Yeah, we can kind of hear you
Can
now.
y'all hear me now? It's not happy anymore.
Girl, are you on your roof?
Okay. It's not choppy anymore?
I mean, I feel like when you ask, it's clear for a couple seconds and then just goes back to choppy.
I had something like, oh, I had to say. I'll restart my TikTok. Wait, continue.
Okay. Yeah, you were saying that it could only be for it would not be. You said you used time to say if she was not with them. What did you say? Sorry, because I was. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say paternity would just be.
But if she, hmm, that's a good point to an extent. But I mean, like, if she was with two guys and she had a body count, right? And let's say she was with 2, 3 guys in this amount of time, how would she necessarily know who the father was? Well, it would be body count because that's more than one person. No, no man wants a child that's not theirs. That's just not. No man wants a child that's not theirs. What? You're talking. Sorry, go ahead. You're. I know I'm African. I know, but I'm that you still want your own child. Literally, men, the same men that you're saying will care for them. The same men that you're saying would care for a child
Okay,
that's
I'm
not his is
back.
the same child.
Now
Yeah,
you'll need to hear
I'm
me.
saying that I understand men care now because
Well,
I think it's a cultural thing. But I'm saying that no, there were many cultures that paternity uncertainty was common.
Okay, can y'all hear
sure,
me
I guess
now?
fringe societies, random, pick and choose here, but
They're not
as a
fringe
whole, I don't think,
I
societies.
can hear
I
you,
don't
Athena.
think.
Okay, good. Now I can talk. Finally.
Yay!
Okay,
Not
so
TikTok trying to silence the black woman.
no, literally, I had to like update the app and then talk. So the reason as to why we care about these preferences, right, is
Mhm.
because these preferences feed into an overall system that actively dehumanizes and objectifies women. When men are going around shaming women for making decisions over our own bodies, this isn't something that is unique or an exception. It is universal, right? In that it fits into an overall system where women are perceived to be the objects of men. That then directly leads to the violence that we as women are subjected to, whether it is SA, whether it is physical violence, whether it is femicide. So yes, this is precisely why women actively care about these issues, because they're always you always like hiding the you always hide these harmful beliefs under the umbrella term of preferences, right? When in fact, purity culture is a tool that is used both by religious and political power to control women and to continue keeping us dehumanized, right? It is used to degrade us. It is used to dehumanize us. It's used to objectify us. And you as a black man should know that words matter. You should know that attitudes towards people matter, because attitudes and words and ideologies continue upholding systems of oppression that leads to death. Femicide would not have existed in an environment where this type of rhetoric had it not been normalized, right? So that is precisely why women care about these supposed preferences, which I don't even think they're preferences. It's just misogyny. That's what it is. It's just misogyny. The same way when you see like white women saying, oh, or you see like black men saying, I just have a preference for white women. And then they go and degrade black women. When you see white women saying, oh, I just have a preference for like black men. And then they go around talking about whatever BBC or whatever it is. All of these different things that hide under the umbrella term of preferences are actually normally rooted in isms. And that is precisely why we try to dismantle these isms, because I do not want to live in a society where women are more likely to be raped by people that they know or unalived by people who supposedly are there to protect and provide for them. That is why we talk about these issues. But Kenzie,
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about them. I'm just saying, like, maybe I'm just coming from a perspective
You
of.
just say you don't care. I just wanted to
I
say,
did not
Athena,
say I
you
didn't
told me
care.
next. You
I
did.
did not
You
say
said
I
you don't
didn't
really
care.
care about body count. You don't really
Oh.
care about racism.
But that's not what she was even talking. She was talking about the deeper reasons of why this prompt matters. I didn't say I didn't care about those deeper reasons, or that she is saying automatically coincide with this. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at it from like, oh, we're just casually dating young people, like, right? And we're just like, if someone has that preference, then they have that preference. Just like I don't want to go and tell a woman what her preference is. I just don't want to, because that's what I was listening to women and they were saying, don't do that. And I would hear the elder women in my family be like, you need to chill with that. Like, you can't be doing that. So I'm not going to I don't want to do that, because I feel like that's wrong.
Yeah, see, this is the issue that I have, right? Dating usually is often seen as like this personal, emotional experience, but within reality, dating itself is very political. Who we date, how we date, and the social rules around these relationships are actively shaped by race, gender, class, culture, and other historical power dynamics as well. Society is like decides for you who is considered desirable, who is considered dateable, who is considered valuable, right? Based on a person's race, class, status, you have gender added to it. You have gender and racial stereotypes also influence who gets valued, who gets overlooked. Some people are seen as ideal partners, while others continue to face discrimination, even within dating, due to these systemic biases. So no, dating itself isn't necessarily just personal. It has never been just personal. Dating as well is deeply political. So when you live in a society that deems women who have a higher body count undesirable, why is that the case? Why are women with a higher body count deemed undesirable, whereas men with a high body count aren't necessarily the main focus? Why is that?
But why is that? Because
Yes.
men and women have different experiences in life and society.
Why do men and women have different experiences in life and society?
Well, of course, there's a lot of whack negative stuff that's happened, but I mean, it's just because it's just because they're different. Like, we want different things from each other.
So you mean that I have a completely different dating experience than you just because?
Just because you're a woman? Yeah. To an extent.
Okay, so why are my experiences different just because I'm a woman?
Why are your experiences different just because you're a woman?
Mhm.
I mean, because it could be societal, right? Society would be a huge reason, but it's just because, like,
So it is societal.
Yeah, to an extent, some of it. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I just feel like maybe I'm looking at it as just like, I don't know why women would even let that bother them when they're moving forward. They're doing great things. I don't know why this would bother them, because there are men that don't care about that. Sometimes I feel like it's not.
You don't think death should bother somebody?
No. I'm not saying like that.
So that's literally the point. That's literally the point.
Though.
That's literally the point. When I live in a society where some alpha male bros think it's okay to dehumanize women, and then on top of that, they have a lot of impressionable teens listening to these men, thinking this is how you should talk to or think about women, that is going to increase the rates of abuse towards women. Why wouldn't I care about that? Why wouldn't I care about the fact that women are devalued? Why shouldn't I care about the fact that women are more likely to be essayed, more likely to be unalived, more likely to be abused, more likely to be physically abused, more likely to be victims of domestic violence. These are
Mhm.
all issues that go through the root factor of women being devalued within society. And this
Okay.
talking point about women who have a higher body count being less than because they're not controlled by men, that feeds into that as well.
Okay, this is, I think, what I've figured out talking to you guys. I think that, though, I think this is where our divide is that I feel like this is like its own thing, and then like those other issues could go along with it, like those weirdos having those conversations and being extremists. But I almost feel like those are separate, not separate, but individual issues. Maybe sometimes they do tie in, but those are things that we have to address in our societies, and we know they're never going to do it in their YT society. Like, it'll only be us that'll probably even have the consciousness to do that, in my opinion, because we'll have women like you or men who will even listen or talk to you guys. You know, that's what I think. Maybe. And I'm not saying we're so great as black men either. We have a lot to work on too.
Wait, how are they individual issues when they're societal?
No, because you're saying, like, it's almost like I hear you and you're saying like high body count is like the reason why all the like these like horrible men are doing all these things.
That's not what I said.
I almost felt like you were saying it like, or heard it like you were saying, when men are doing that on those podcasts, it'll influence men to when they talk about. It
feeds into it. There's a lot of ways of how men devalue and dehumanize women. There's a whole lot of ways, but one of those ways is also body count.
And that's where I'm saying, like, yes, of course, that okay, it can be, but sometimes it's just like the guy just doesn't want a woman with a high body count, you know. But sometimes it could be because he's a misogynist.
That workplace just doesn't want to hire black people. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're racist. Maybe they just have their preferences. They just don't want to hire black people. Why is that a societal issue? It's an individual issue. Why should we focus on corporations that think that black people are lazy and they don't want to hire them?
I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit broader when it comes to dating.
No, but I'm saying it's just a preference,
I think
right?
It's a little bit broader.
No, it's not. You just said it's a preference. It's just an individual issue.
Honestly,
maybe certain companies just prefer to hire non-black people. It doesn't necessarily mean they're racist. It doesn't mean it's a societal issue. It's just a preference.
So you're trying to equate that to a man doesn't want a woman with a high body count if he's just like, I just don't want that. Like, you're trying to equate that to racism?
I mean, why is it an issue if a white manager says, I just don't want a black person working for me? I mean, the black person can just go to another workplace and get a job. Why is the black person annoyed that a manager is saying they don't want to hire a black person? It's just a preference.
Well, because this is their society that they forced us into and colonized our continent, and there's other factors to it. Like, they have benefited off of us and they have forced themselves at the top of the society and they've stomped us down so much. It's a little different.
Wait, men haven't done that to women?
I mean, they have in a lot of ways, but I also feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
men have done that to women. You don't think men have forced themselves, like have created this hierarchy where they have forced themselves on top? You don't think they, like, you literally just described the patriarchy too.
I'm just saying, you're talking about personal, like, preferences and individual rights compared to civil rights. Like, dude, it's, I'm not saying I don't want to talk with you about that, but it's like, there's a difference to me.
Why don't you think that manager has a personal preference?
You're talking about race versus like dating and gender and love. First of all, we even go with, we're more of a romantic society today anyway.
No,
like,
I'm talking
we're not based
about
off business.
No, I'm talking about race with gender. I'm talking about the fact that me as a woman, why should I get controlled by men? And you're saying,
I don't think you should be controlled.
Preference.
I don't think you should be controlled.
Control. It is control. You know why it's control? When you as a society are pressuring a woman to be a certain way, you are indirectly controlling her. Literally, women get honor unalived if they're not virgins.
Yeah.
Let's not
beat
around the bush.
Let's
not beat around the bush, right?
That's not good.
I didn't ask
whether
it's good or not. I didn't ask whether it's good.
I'm not okay with that.
I didn't
No,
ask whether you're
I'm
okay with
agreeing
it
with
or
you.
not. What I'm trying to say is dating is never
Mhm.
just personal. That's what I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to get you understand, especially as a
No,
black
I'm
person.
starting to get to that point too. Sorry, go ahead.
So you mean to tell me, like, for example, people finding European beauty standards or European facial features pretty when they date? You think that's just personal? It has nothing to do with society conditioning us to think that way?
I mean, yeah, it does, but because they had a whole campaign on it. But I also don't
Okay,
care
here
because
we
I feel
go.
like it's wrong though. Because I feel
I'm not
like
asking
no, I
whether
feel
it's
like they're
wrong
just
or
wrong.
not. I'm not asking you whether it's wrong or not. What I'm asking you is you're trying to make it seem as if we as human beings are not conditioned by society. We're somehow biologically born to prefer certain things. And I'm trying to tell you that preferences themselves are shaped by our society, making dating a political thing. Who we deem desirable and who we don't deem desirable is literally shaped by the biases that exist within society. That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? And this bias of women who have a higher body count being less valuable feeds into a system in general that dehumanizes women. That's why you see a lot of men using women as practice. Boys will be boys when they're young. They're just practicing with all these women because they only view them as objects of entertainment that they can discard and then go and get married to a pure virgin. You don't see a lot of men doing that?
Yeah, men do that, you
Okay,
know, to
cool.
an
So
extent.
why not to an extent. Let's not kid. I'm of
Because
East
women
African
are
descent
out here
myself.
having fun too. They're doing their thing. Like that's why I'm just like women are out here doing their thing too. Like they're breaking that stereotype down, like or that whatever idea down.
Just
I don't
yes.
think yeah.
And how are
Like
those
so
women viewed?
yeah.
How are those women viewed?
Some of like I mean like
How are those women viewed?
they're probably not looked at as wives, you know.
So why not? Why is a woman who does that not look like as a wife, but a man who does that is looked as a husband?
Because we're different, Kobe. Like we're different. We want different
Biologically,
things.
so
We see the world
biologically we're
different.
wired that way?
I
Are we
don't know. I don't want to get
biologically
into like
wired that
weird
way?
like I don't want to get into like weird like we are all human. Like men and women are human. So I don't know if you're saying I think we're human, but we just process the world in a different way.
I'm
See,
saying,
I'm
are
not
we
doing
biologically wired to devalue women with higher body counts and not having an effect on men with higher body counts? Are we biologically wired that way?
I don't think that we're biologically wired to that
Cool. Then why
I
do we
think it's a
come to that
personal
conclusion?
preference. I think it's a personal preference is why.
Where does that personal preference come from?
I don't know. I think it's just that human, you know?
So if you're saying
Because I'll
it's
see some
human, you're trying to make it seem as if it's
no,
tied to our biology, as if it's intrinsic to our human nature to devalue
no.
women with a higher body count, but to
No.
value men with a value with a higher body count. That's what you're trying to say.
No.
Then
Okay,
where
yes,
does it come from? It's not. It
that
doesn't come
might
from us being human.
that might be more society, but I was just saying on a personal preference, yeah, no, I was just saying on a I don't know. We're kind of going a lot of places, but I'm saying like I see religious men that are with women that have been with a few men or whatever, or they might have been with one that was a virgin. Then they're with a woman that was with a few people. Then they're with a woman who was all over the place and had a kid, and that's not wrong. Like that, I've seen that. So I think that in this society, we're in this day and age, it's just not as serious as those weird guys are making it, or
So
I think as women are interpreting it.
so respectfully, I'm not talking about what you have seen. What I'm talking about is the rhetoric, the overarching rhetoric that exists. Men that say, I'm not going to date a single mama because she has she has kids. I don't want some other man's kids. Men that go around saying women are hoes, are 304s. They're used up. They're a car with a lot of mileage. Let's not fucking pretend like you haven't heard that. Let's not pretend as if a lot of men, including ethnic men, by the way, because I'm also African.
I know.
including ethnic men who literally practice with women, or non-African women, and then they just practice and they view it as a practicing with no intention of actually genuinely committing to said woman. But when it comes time to getting married, they go, okay, I just want a good, virgin, pure wife, and then they go back home and get a wife and get married, right? All of these things fall under the patriarchy, viewing women as objects of entertainment and practice. That idea, that belief, is literally what causes femicide rates, what causes the devaluation of women in general, the dehumanization and objectification of women within society that allow, you know, that the number one reason that pregnant women in America get unalived is homicide?
That's
Do you know
terrible.
that? Yeah. So why are pregnant women more likely to be unalived by somebody else? What type of society do we live in which allows that to happen to pregnant women?
No, I know. Like, our society is really disgusting and messed up when it comes to, we need a re-education. I did say that. I do feel like that. And also I feel like because of women, you know, trying and pushing a lot of these things, even the concept of marriage is starting to go out of, maybe that's where we're heading with the whole body count issue in general. Maybe people are, you know, because the rates are going down so much, maybe in general we're going to a place of, you know, that these things don't matter as much. You know what I mean? That's what I think we're heading towards, but it's going to take time. I mean, how long has feminism even been? And I didn't say because of women. I'm saying just in general, maybe in general, we're moving past that. Yes, because women fought for feminism. Yes. Yeah.
But okay.
That's not bad. Marriage is
So,
not
so
needed.
the issue that I have, the issue that I have here is, number one, you made it seem as if it's not a serious issue, as if it's just dating, like downplaying it. Number two, saying it's not necessarily an important topic to even discuss. That's the issue that I have. Thirdly, you tried to justify as to why high body count. So do you think high body count should not matter for women as well? Or do you think it should equally matter to both?
That's the thing, is like, I can't say honestly, wholeheartedly, that it's equal to both, because I don't think anything is equal. Many things are not equal to women and men. Like, women are they're going through struggles like you're telling us. It's just not the same. Like, men are going through their own individual, I guess, struggles, you could say. And it's double standard. Just the comment just said that. Like, I don't know how, like, and I totally hear you on how that can play into the negatives of society. But I also feel like there's another portion of it where it's just like, this guy just doesn't want that, or that girl just does not want that. You know, because I used to be like, oh, women, they all like want a guy that can get girls and is handsome and can get girls and all that stuff. But that's not really true. Like, women are not a monolith.
So you're talking about what it is like today. I understand today that body count does matter more for women than it does for men. I don't agree with that. I'm saying, ought it matter more for women than men?
Should it matter more? No, I don't think it should matter, especially in those negative ways, like in those horrible ways you were talking about. Like, no, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. But if anyone wants to choose someone without a high body count for scientific reasons, for like, I might be scared of diseases or whatever, like, that's fine to me. Like, I've talked to doctors that were like, dude, like, you should not do that. When I was young, I would ask, I'd be like, what do you think about this? And they'd be like, yeah, like, that's not necessarily safe. Like,
I actually think that's really bad information to give someone. Because I would say the thing that protects you most is safe sex.
Not necessarily, because like, there's STDs that can bypass safe sex. You know what I mean?
Wait. Would you rather be with someone who has a body count of 5 but has never used a condom, or be with someone who has a body count of 10 but uses a condom every time?
The one that used a condom, probably.
So then I was right. So then it's about sexual health and safe sex.
But I wouldn't want either, to be honest, because like, they're kind of like wilding. Like, I don't, that's not really my preference. Like, for a person that has a high body count, and I don't go around just run around either. Like, high body count, I wouldn't want that.
I just want to say there are no scientific reasons to have a preference of a low body count. I'll further say,
killing me in the comments. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't worry too much about those. But like, what I will say is, it just seems like there's this like voluntarism uh, with regard to preferences. Like if preferences are just something that just forms in your brain and outside influences don't affect
Hmm.
them, right? Like if you're in a society, like I'm going to give you myself as an example. And this is a horrible story. My grandfather was like the rollingest of Rolling Stones. At a very
Mm.
young age, I was told that if I run across another Dominican person, there's a likelihood that's pretty high that they could be a cousin of mine because my
Hmm.
mother and my aunt were born a month apart, right?
Mm.
That statement shaped a lot of
Mm.
my interactions throughout life because that's something that affects you when you hear that, right?
Hmm.
What I think Athena and Kenzie are saying is that there are societal preferences that are baked in oppression, marginalization, etc., that
Hmm.
people internalize and then just unleash on the world by way of saying, I don't want somebody with a high body count when there is no reason for it.
Mm.
Did you just mansplain both of our premises?
No,
When he
no, don't
finally
do that.
gets
Don't do
it?
that.
What?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I'm just
I,
listening to
I
his story.
should I
I
should
was
have
listening.
messaged you a prophecy, Kenzie.
No,
Well, he
I'm
should
not.
have.
I'm
Gosh.
hearing them. I'm totally hearing them. I swear I am. I was like, they know how I feel about it. Like in this. No, I hear you. I hear you. No, I hear you. That society is influencing us too. But I don't know. Maybe the problem is I started listening to like women be like, it's just, and they're not like, I'm not going to say they're the most educated women. I don't know their educational backgrounds. I just listened to other women and they were just saying like, maybe it's because I am inside of the patriarchy. So then I'm looking at it like, well, okay, women are saying they have preferences. We can have preferences too, you know?
Patriarchy sound like the Matrix.
Huh?
I'm inside of the patriarchy.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe that is why, though. I'm not going to deny that. You know, I just was listening to women and they were like, dude, like, we can do what we want. We have a freedom to be with who we want. And I've hearing women, especially as I get older and these days, they're like, they don't want men that are like with a bunch of guys. Or I mean, women, with a bunch of people. They're starting to say that. Maybe, you know, and I'm not doing it because I think I can control women or something. Like I don't, you know, maybe for me or like someone who doesn't want a high body count, it's kind of like when you think of a woman who doesn't have a high body count, she's not like you think she's kind of, you just kind of see a traditional woman. Or like my mother has only been with my father and like the way she was just amazing. Like she was always there for us. She put us first. You know, she's the hardest worker I know. And she's a very religious woman.
You
And
know, it's
she put
funny
that in me.
it's funny you said that. I just watched a video the other day where people were talking like the word sexism. They're like, you just need a rebrand. Then people will be
Uh,
more, be more into you, and they rebrand it as traditional values. It's just funny that you say that.
Sexism and traditional values.
Yeah, sexism, saying I value traditional values is just a rebranding of them sexism.
I'm not going to say that it should be for women and men, though. Like, but sometimes I just look at it like, how are we going to change that? I mean, you know, I just feel like how are we going to change that if we are
I
in
think gender abolition.
gender abolition? Like, we're not like men or women.
That there's not necessarily binary finite constructs. Is finite the word? No, I'm looking for rigid
I feel you.
constructs
Uh,
around gender because as someone who has more of an like what you would say assertive personality or a masculine personality, I receive misogyny for that all the time because I'm not
no, I
passive,
think
because
you're
I'm not
still.
timid, because I'm not quiet. And I think virginity
No.
and this virginal idea that women ought to be this is just another form of that. Women have their own sexuality, and how it's sexually expressed shouldn't receive hate and hostility.
No. I don't think women should deserve that at all. And we need, and our fathers a lot of times, like, and the men in our lives, the further back you get, I kind of feel like it's the worst, and it's worse. And I feel like because of women fighting for their rights, you know, and showing us through their own fight and struggle that what we should be too. And I think like the Me Too movement caused I don't know what the word would be, but almost like a resurgence of misogyny, and that's been causing issues too. Like, I don't know, you know, that's sad too.
Well, thank you for coming up, Say.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we've been talking for a while now.
It's
There
just
have
gonna,
been less
yeah.
opposition
Okay,
up, but
peace.
thank you for coming up. Yeah, have a good day.
You too.
Um, hmm?
You
I
too.
don't know about you, Kenzie and Jeff. I personally think that men with high body counts are like gas station hot dogs. They're cheap, overexposed, and they're guaranteed to like mess up your stomach. I also do think
Mess
that
up your stomach is unhinged. Diabolical.
I also believe that if a man has slept with way too many women, he isn't necessarily experienced. He's exposed like an abandoned mattress on the curb. You know?
I would say men with high body count have severe mommy issues, and they're just really desperate for love and looking for it in all the wrong places. And from my experience, men who are very well endowed are just lazy.
Yeah, I also think like men with high body counts are just like cheap lighters, you know? You think they're useful until they burn out and get tossed. I also think like, I don't know, a man, like a dude with like a high body count is like an old nightclub. Too many people have been inside and now it smells weird. Okay,
Men with a high body count immediately tell me they're dumb because they couldn't use their head with the brain in it, so they use their other head to feel useful.
I think men with a high body count are like just like a used USB cable, you know, been passed around too much, barely works, and they probably carry a virus.
Frayed cable.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wanted to feel like what the alpha male bros feel like. Of course, I don't believe any of this, or do I actually? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Wait, people told me to go on. I don't know. Like a man with a high body count is like an old shopping cart. He's wobbly, unreliable, and been way too many places, too many dirty places.
Anyway, a man with a high body count is like an old TV on the curb next to the trash. You tried to call someone to come and pick it up for free, but no takers.
Exactly. Men with a high body count are like flip phones, you know. They were cool back in the day, but now they're just like outdated and unreliable.
Not flip phone.
I feel like there's a joke with Snake in there too. Can't even play Snake anymore.
Anyways, I'll stop. Anyways, yeah, what was I gonna say? The next person. Y'all, if y'all think this is bad, listen, I like to if the men feel attacked, right? By what I'm saying, then I wonder why you justify like all the alpha male stuff that they say. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I personally think that you need to be logically consistent. I think that if body count matters to you, then I think it should matter to both men and women. And if you say body count doesn't matter, then it shouldn't matter to men and women. I just want people to be logically consistent. And that's why I'm hosting this live, not necessarily telling you what you should do. Dimitri, do you disagree with the topic? You're on the panel. Dimitri, can you hear us? Dimitri.
Overused
Okay.
plunger is crazy.
Scared to get debunked. Oh dear. Okay, well. Dimitri, I don't know if you are here or not, but I'm gonna kick you and I'm
I'll
gonna
drop for a
let
bit
it.
for a phone call, but I'll be back in a little bit.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Somebody
Mr.
needs to
Thomas.
get Black Guru here. That's what I want to talk about. 'Cause
Hey.
Black Guru is too much of a little bitch to come in here, please.
no, for real. Cause have y'all? I saw his live yesterday, and he was saying the most disgusting thing about things about women. Like it was genuinely, actually disgusting.
He says the most disgusting things about black women. Like just.
But
I'm so glad he has me blocked.
Yeah, I went in yesterday and I trolled him a bit in his chat, and he was like crying about it. But yeah, no, I hate the fact that he is able to do that. And he also consistently yesterday kept bringing up like Islam into it, as if like trying to associate misogyny with that when it's just not the case. I think it's disgusting that he does that. But
He also got catfished by well, they pretended to be a white woman. But he got catfished hard. I wonder if I can find the video. I think someone sent it to me. But I mean, for a man who's around a whole bunch of pick-me's, surprised he hasn't picked one.
Ooh. Another one is that Moses the prophet, dude. He's also a clown.
Disgusting. The things he says about kids is gross. He says like 12-year-old girls who wear makeup, it's their fault that men are attracted to them.
But anyway, if there's any man here who disagrees with this, then please, or any person actually who disagrees with this, then request and state your case. Mr. Thomas, you disagree with the topic?
Well, hello, Athena Quisha. Yes, I do. As always, I'm just worried about the morpholingitis for the women's. It's a health issue. When, a woman allows a man to enter her with his appendage, her body will morph to fit the exact shape of his appendage. And when she has too many partners, her body will morph till it don't morph right no more. Then you're walking through a Walmart and then plop, right in the middle of the makeup aisle, your uterus falls out. So I'm just worried about your health. And at the end of the day, I think that's what y'all should be worried about as well.
I never noticed, Mr. Thomas, but you kind of sound like a black woman.
Wow.
I
don't hear race, so.
Kenzie, you're on thin ice.
No, that was for those of you that don't know, Mr. Thomas is a black woman. That's why that's funny.
Wow, the accusations are atrocious. I can't believe I heard what I'm hearing right now. That is crazy. I don't hear or see race or gender or none of those liberal things. I'm just a biological Christian, an American patriot, and I love my country because when Donald Jesus Trump founded this country, he put in the Constitution, thou shalt not have a high body count or your uterus will fall out.
Thank you.
Y'all heard it, that giggle? Did you hear it?
What do you mean?
Thank you. That actually
Sounds
is
like
not that.
We stand on business. Sorry.
Wait, do you disagree with the topic?
Well. Actually, I just came across the topic, and I have an older woman here, and I was asking her the same question. I said, "Well, here's an interesting one." So I'm waiting for her to come back. So I've asked her, Debbie, why should a high body count?
My older woman.
Why? No, we're not like that. But why should a high body
I'm wondering how old she is.
matter for women but not for men? Why? She seems. Well, what do you think? What do you think?
How old is Debbie?
64.
Okay.
So she's been there. She's been everywhere. She's been on vacation. She's done everything. You name it. She's been there, done that.
She's been on vacation.
I mean, her whole life. We have a we literally anytime us and friends are hanging around and you talk about a place, he goes, "Oh, I remember that." And it's like, "Oh yeah, Debbie's been everywhere across Mountain Air, man." So I have her next to me, and I'm asking her, why should a high body count matter for women but not for men? So what is your answer?
It doesn't matter.
She says that it doesn't matter. So is that what this argument is?
W Debbie.
Yes,
W
Debbie.
chat.
Debbie doesn't sound like she wants to play, but Debbie.
W in the chat.
They are agreeing.
I agree with you. You know, I haven't been everywhere, but I've been to a lot of countries.
You've been everywhere, man. Across the Mountain Air, man.
But I didn't fuck every man in every country.
Yeah, right. You've had one at least in every goddamn country. Come on, tell the truth. Come on.
Ask me a question.
Anyways, so my theory about it, when you ask me if I agree with it, I'm always going to relate to the idea of, I guess you could say, if like a man deposits stuff in there and grows your area down there. A guy doesn't get a bigger, if I'm allowed to say it, a guy doesn't get a bigger penis every time he has sex. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then you have people out here like why does stuff like fisting and BDSM and all that happen?
Oh, wait. Okay. It's getting a little too much for me. Please, TikTok friendly words. Don't have to.
Wait, how old are you and what is your relation to Debbie?
My name, I am 41 years old, and Debbie was a girl that I met after she was broke at a bar after playing BLTs, and I gave her a ride home. And since then, we've been friends for 4 years now. 4 years.
Debbie, do you need help?
Do I need help? No, absolutely not.
Is Wade holding you against your will?
Pardon me?
Is Wade holding you against your will?
Nope, never.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Oh, Jesus.
We're the best friends.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, friends are good friends.
AKA, we can talk about this subject with each other. So I'm sorry if you're a little out of hand, but I can talk with her about that. So if you're going to ask that kind of question, I'm sorry. No. Go ahead, my friend.
I just want to say, I think you're both a bunch of heathens and sinners. I mean, you both need to get right with God, because all this nonsense talk about who y'all been smashing with or kalunkadunkering with, it's nothing but a bunch of sinful liberal nonsense. I need y'all to get right with God. Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
I live next to the church that she used to attend, but quits attending, but my family attends it, and I rent out a church, and I'm with God every Boxing Day. We have a whole huge family reunion there all the time, but I don't think God plays a part in it. I think for the same reasons you don't want to talk about it because TikTok won't allow it, would probably be the answer
God
to your
make
question.
your penis?
And what?
See, God made your penis.
Yeah.
Therefore,
God made
he
your penis.
owns
Thank
it.
you,
And
God.
therefore, he decides where you put it.
Hey, you're right. You're right.
Exactly.
You know what? God must have a lot on his mind right now because he sure as hell ain't focusing on me these days. But again, I'm not trying to get anyone banned or anything like that. I'm just saying, for the same reason they're like, excuse me, I don't want to talk about that, is probably the reason why a high body count should matter for women but not for men. If that makes any sense. Does that make any sense?
No, get fucked.
Well, that was really good. Who was that?
Me?
Now, why would you say that? Okay, why do you think that it shouldn't matter then?
I don't think body count matters, period.
Well, I could care less, but I mean, when people make go out of their way to make a TikTok live about it, then clearly there's got to be somebody out there having a problem with it. So I'm explaining the possible problem.
Yeah, misogynistic and insecure men have a problem with
Oh,
women
God,
having a
that's
body and sexual
Misogynistic and
identity.
insecure men. I have no problem with it. I'm
God,
just curious.
that's a problem with
I
it.
wasn't. I mean, if you think I was talking about you, then hit dog or holler. But no, that's what we're challenging is the current idea that someone's compatibility in being a mate is determined based on their body count. That's stupid.
What do you mean their compatibility is based on being a mate?
Yeah, men think that women with high body counts are more likely to cheat and they're more likely to end in divorce. So they want women with low body counts.
Do you have a stat on that?
Do I have a stat on what? What I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple studies out there. One is from the Institute of Family Studies.
And it says men believe that's your whole thing? You
Well,
think,
that's what the study says, is that
well, that's not what your
if you
question is. Your question is, why should a high body count matter for women?
thank you
but
for
not
telling me
men?
what the question is.
Well, you're welcome. And anytime you need some help, I'm here to help you. But
Oh, not the
I'm saying what
mansplaining. Does that
you're
make you
trying.
feel good, Wade?
What
Does that make you feel good?
does what make
Do
you
you,
feel good?
you know, think like being a pompous asshole, thinking that you're helping, does that like do something for you?
Being a pompous asshole.
That's what I said. Yep.
Well, no. If I was a pompous asshole, it wouldn't make me feel good at all.
Oh,
Does
so
that
why
make?
are you reading to
Wait,
me
whoa,
backwards?
whoa. Let's back the train up here. Does it make you feel good to insult me to better your point?
It does make me feel good to be a dick to someone who is sexist. Yes. It does make me feel good to call out misogyny and mansplaining. Yes.
I'm a wait. Hold on. I'm a misogynist, sexist. I'm learning today. But continue on.
I was finished. You asked me a question and I answered.
Oh yeah, no. I was answering the question. Like we can look at physical differences, to be honest, and we can just look at that kind of stuff. Like I
What do
understand.
physical differences have to do with sexuality?
What's that?
What does physical?
Well, when you're
What do
talking about
physical
a high
differences
body
have
count,
to do
like
with
okay,
sexuality?
okay, let me ask you a question. When you're asking this
I'd like you to
question,
answer my question first.
what's your question?
What do physical differences have to do with sexuality?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay. So when you're asking a question like, why should a high body count matter for women but not for men? What are you asking that in the form of?
What does that even? I don't even understand what you're asking.
Well,
It's essentially
well,
asking
you
why
just
there's a
asked
double
me. You
standard
just
in
asked me.
society.
Well, you just asked me. What does whatever have to do with whatever? Okay, so I guess if you take the question in that aspect, it's okay. So are you asking this in a mental aspect? Are you asking this in a physical aspect? Like,
We're asking about this in a societal aspect, why society has double standards for men and women when it comes to how they engage with partners.
well, who has the double
Men are
standard?
people.
What did you say, Mr. Thomas?
Because men are people.
We're
We
all
are all
people.
people, women or male.
Okay, Betty.
Debbie's me.
Debbie.
Okay.
Oh well, I'm not trying to be insulting here, but I'm just looking for clarification on your question. So in my mind, for me, it would be the physical aspect of your question, not an emotional aspect, not a relationship aspect, not a sexual aspect, but the physical aspect. So I'm
What
not
about, what do
wrong.
you
I'm
mean?
not wrong by answering your question. I'm answering your question. You just don't like
What
my
do you mean the
answer.
physical aspect?
The fact that if a woman has a tiny schlong one night, and then she has a big schlong the next night, and then the next night the tiny schlong comes back in, the guy's falling in for you know what I mean? Like, let's be real. Physical.
No.
Exactly.
You
Everybody knows it
wait.
just
I just want to
gave
make sure.
something.
Oh, now you're gonna give me trouble. You just gotta redefine the question.
Wait. I just want to make sure I understand your thought process here.
Okay, here we
Do
go.
you think that like penises stretch out vaginas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me where you got that?
The very first time I had sex.
So
With
not
a
from like
virgin.
reading, not from like reading or knowledge.
Hey?
Eh?
Well, and then fast forward into future after, let's say different sexual altercations with different women and noticing the difference in the women. Now,
So wait,
can I
I
ask
do
you
want
a
to give you
question?
some. One second. I do want to give you some female anatomy education.
No, fuck. Here we go.
Penis size does not stretch the vagina.
Okay.
Just want to say, as someone who is also with women, if my fingers can still feel tight in there, your thing, and like where it's still right, still feels tight after being with a man. Okay, just on my fingers, then you're not doing anything, buddy. Like it's not. That's not how that works. Okay.
See that statement alone, after being with a man and you're not feeling anything,
No, I'm
I
saying
should
you still
probably tell
feel
you
tight
that.
even around just fingers.
Are you
Then
kidding me?
that's not doing anything.
Are you girls not getting laid or something? Like, what is going on here?
No, wait. I think we just know we just know things and you don't.
You know your
That's the
own
issue.
Anatomy.
anatomy.
Whatever word you want, Betty.
Debbie.
Same thing.
Debbie.
Same thing. It's the same. Betty? It's the
Betty,
same thing.
Debbie.
Nope, I'm calling you Betty from now on.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Continue.
Anyways, like I said, it's just the way you word your question, and I'm sorry you don't like to hear it. And I'm sorry. What is it? It's Ken. That's all I see is it's Ken. Had to jump up there and start with the misogyny or whatever when I'm just sitting here having a conversation. Maybe that's why it matters. Hey, maybe that's another one. If you want to go with the emotional, maybe girls take.
Well, I just want to, before we go on to the emotional, I just want to make sure we're on the same page with the
There we go.
physical. Like you don't think like a lot of dick like makes someone loose.
I think the right dick makes someone loose, yes, and then gets them onto further toys and da da da. Yes, I do.
Okay, so that is wrong.
Is it?
Yes.
You haven't had much dick, have you?
So wait,
even
here's what I want
babies
you to do.
can.
I want you to take your fingers and I want you to put them in your mouth. And then I want you to stretch out your mouth as much as you can, 2 fingers on each side.
Okay. What's
And then
that?
I want you to remove your fingers and tell me if your mouth is looser.
Oh, I could do that. It sure as hell would. Right? It would feel looser.
No.
It would feel.
I'm concerned that you don't know like how muscles work and what ligaments do.
Well, that's actually very concerning because lots of people, they do like a workout before work or they try and prep and get them or they do stretches. Can you explain why people do stretches in the morning before they go and do physical activity?
Doesn't know the
Does it limber you up?
Yes.
what?
Does it limber you up? Like they
Yeah,
feel
wait. Flexibility and mobility is different
Yes, it is.
than what you're describing, Wade.
Flexibility and mobility.
So if
Yeah, that's not the same
if
than what you are describing, Wade. Like you putting your fingers in your mouth isn't stretching your muscles.
so are you saying that there's no It's okay. Are you saying that you have never known or had a girlfriend or whatever that has a way oversized vajayjay?
Nope.
Well,
I don't. Number one, I
I,
don't know
I,
what
I
you mean
actually
by
believe you guys, to be
oversized.
honest. I really
What
do.
did you just say? The lady?
Number one, I don't know what you mean by like oversized. I mean, I've had a baby weight. Do you think that
I'm
like
sure you did.
my vaginal canal is the same circumference as when I had a baby?
That'd be
As
impressive.
pre-baby?
No, as when I was having the baby.
No, I think pre-baby, your vaginal canal was probably a little smaller. Would I be correct in saying that?
Nope.
That's
Nope.
disgusting that you would ask that.
You just asked me. I'm asking you.
No.
So it's the exact same size.
Sometimes it gets tighter.
I actually would say it's tighter.
Mine is
Yeah.
tighter. Sucks.
Yeah.
Tighter after you have a
What
baby?
is this?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Do we really
tighter.
need to
Exactly.
source
Don't
this
know
for you?
science.
Here, wait. I'll do you a favor. I'll source this for you so that you can we can make sure you get
I don't need your
medically.
source.
Why would you not accept? Wait, would you not accept a source?
Well, because I've been with women of different variety of different sizes.
Right.
So,
I'm not saying that all vaginal canals are the same size.
well, it would be like you writing a book, and it'd be like, okay, oh, she wrote a book. I believe it now.
She's right. All canals are the same size.
I know, but the
But
argument
what
is
you're saying is incorrect. That
Me or him?
penis size changes the size of your vagina.
Excuse me, it doesn't matter how small your penis is or how big it is. It's how you use it.
I agree, but that's not Wade's argument.
Yeah, it's not. We're not talking about
Betty,
finishing.
Betty. What's
Betty. That is not what the topic is. But thank you for your
Yeah,
insight.
Betty.
Oh, Betty. I got a new name. I like that actually. Betty.
Okay.
Athena, are you here?
How about depositories?
What you mean suppositories?
No, depositories.
What do you mean?
I mean, one difference could be, a guy deposits a little bit of man children or female children inside a woman, whereas a woman,
Not man children and female children.
oh
That's
freaking,
wild.
a guy
Yeah.
ejaculates inside of a woman, whereas a woman doesn't ejaculate inside a man's penis.
You don't know what I do. Why are
Well,
you making
if you're
assumptions, Wade?
ejaculating
What
inside
does
a man's
that have
penis,
to do
that's
with
really
anything?
wrong,
What
man.
does that have to do with anything?
That has to do with why a body count could matter.
Well, I thought we were taught okay, so I just want to make sure before we move on. Do
Okay.
you acknowledge that men's penises do not make women looser?
No, I don't acknowledge that.
Okay. And if there's no education or source material I could give you.
No, you can't.
So you just want to be ignorant.
No,
Okay.
no, no. I mean, like, it's just common sense, right?
People who say it's common sense lack sense because they do, because I just asked
Invested
you.
in the sources.
I just asked you if I gave you literature that
Yes.
said you were wrong. You're like, nah, not
Who wrote the
accepting that.
literature?
Facts don't care about my feelings, and I want to stay in my feelings.
Who wrote the facts?
What would be a good fact writer for you? Why
I
don't you
don't
give
know.
me
I'm
an
wondering.
acceptable source?
I don't really. Like I said, I don't agree with it. So I'm asking you, who is your fact writer? Who wrote the facts?
We can
Yeah,
find it on Reddit.
medical physicians. Medical
Reddit.
physicians.
If we can find it on
Reddit.
The
Reddit.
science of anatomy.
No,
I
but
don't know how you want me to answer that.
if we can find our claim on Reddit or like ChatGPT, will you believe us?
No, not if you're on a Chat GTP or if you're on Reddit. If you can find,
Thought you would
How
know
about,
that.
what about
if you
medical
can
literature?
find,
What
if you
about
can
medical
find a
literature?
legit scientific study that has been funded, I'd look at it. But if it says GTP or
What
a
do you
bunch of
mean
people
a
on Reddit,
study? What do you mean a study? There's no study on that.
Well,
They're not going to pay women. Like, how would that study
if
work,
there is
Wade?
no study on it, then what?
Yeah, Wade, how would that study work? Stop talking. How would that study work?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Here's a man with a this-inch penis. Here's a yo. Come on now. How does
So
any
what? You
study
would
work?
have to
Trial
wait,
and
wait,
error.
wait. You would
sweetheart.
have to pay women to have sex with men who are large for an X
Whoa,
amount
whoa,
of time.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Measure
No,
the
no, no, no.
circumference
No,
prior
no,
and
no,
measure
no,
the
no, no.
circumference after. Like, please
No,
explain
no.
the methodology to me, Wade.
You pay the men to have the sex, not the women. Are you kidding me?
No, you pay women
Wait,
to.
I'm just
Tell me the
getting a rise
methodology,
out of
Wade.
it
The
because
more and more
you
you
got the
talk,
money
the
in it.
creepier and stupider you get.
I know. Okay. Can you tell me, how can you tell me that if I show you evidence and I ask you, how do you get that evidence? How do you make it? You said Chat GTP, which is AI. And one
Number
which,
one,
hold
it's
on.
ChatGPT.
Oh,
And number
GB.
two, I didn't say that.
Well, someone did. So
was
when I
a
asked
joke.
you,
Yeah, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas says weird shit all the time.
when I ask you,
That's kind of their thing.
when I ask you, has there been a study done? And you say there's no study done, but you want me to take your word and whatever your sources
Wade,
word.
I want you to like I actually really enjoy you talking because the more you
Thank you.
talk, it's
I'm just
quite
an
clear
idiot.
that
I know.
you
I
are
get it.
so
I get
unaware
it.
of what a fucking idiot you are. It's really funny.
I know. I love it. I love it.
You don't need studies to prove everything. There are
Well,
other
how do you
things
prove
that we
anything
can
without
observe
studying it?
outside of studies.
How do you prove anything without studying it?
What do you call a study? What is a study?
A study would be taking like in our example, let's run a study through it. Let's
Wait,
attempt.
do you really just realize I asked you what a study was and you're like, a study would be our example. Let's run a study through it. Like, are we
No.
fucking for real?
Are you done talking or what? A study
Wait.
would be collecting data from different scenarios to find out if such said scenario does actually affect such said.
Here. Okay, great. So you're saying that a study is what proves something. Show me your study. Show me your study that proves that women who get big D's get bigger P's. Show me your study.
I don't have a study, but I'm not the one making a TikTok post about it. You're the one saying you have evidence.
Wade, you're making a claim.
Yeah, all this
You're
is
making a claim.
you guys are
and you're
making a
saying that
claim
it's
just simply by having this live.
No fucking shit. No fucking shit. Thank
So
you
that's
for
all
explaining.
you're doing is making
I'm
a claim,
so
and
glad
then
that
you're giving me
you've
shit
caught
for
up
having
to
a
what
claim.
is happening.
That's bizarre.
Ask
Wait,
Betty
I just
something.
want you to.
Go ahead, ask
Ask
Betty
Betty
something.
No, I don't want to ask Betty something. I'm not letting you wiggle out of this way.
Okay, go ahead.
Show
go
me
ahead.
your study.
Okay,
Show me
go
your
ahead.
study.
Show me yours.
I just said
You don't
I
have one,
here,
right?
Stop.
And I said
just
I don't have
said,
one.
I don't think you can do a study because of the ethics of how the study would occur.
Why couldn't you?
Because of the ethics of how the study would occur.
Paying women to, or paying people to have schmex with each other, and then to study that is going to raise moral and ethical and legal problems, beloved. That's why.
Okay, buddy. But at the end of the day, truth be told, on both sides, there has been no experiment to deem either side's argument correct. Can we agree on
What I
that?
fucking said, you moron.
No, it's not. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
You told me, well, I can show you Reddit and I can show you Chat GP, whatever.
Reddit.
And then I
Reddit
asked,
is not fucking studies, moron.
it's not evidence, is it?
Again, Mr. Thomas, who is a satire account, said that. I didn't say that. If I asked you what would be an acceptable source, and you said a study, and I said a study doesn't exist because that would create unethical parameters to execute the study. What does exist is atomical and medical science. I can give you that.
Yeah, what is it?
What would be acceptable for you?
Yes.
No, it wouldn't be.
Wow.
But I
wow.
like who's giving it to you?
Debbie, just do us all a favor. Just do us all a favor.
What is it?
You know.
Yeah, Debbie, you know.
What favor do you need?
You know. You know.
What is it?
You got it. You got it. You'll figure it out. So wait.
She's
You
under
won't
the,
even
she's
you
under
won't
the
even take
assumption that no, just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say
medical
it.
and anatomical science.
She's under the assumption that you are my girlfriend and I'm such a badass. You should just leave me. Is what she's trying
We're
to
not.
say.
We're just
No,
friends.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then
That's
what
not
were
I'm
you
saying.
trying to say when you say you know?
I can't say it on TikTok.
Go get fucked.
Well, disguise it with a word or something.
No, I can't. I'm not going to risk my account getting banned.
Cause this is very bizarre. This is
Athena,
very
they're asking how much it is to kick.
do it.
Athena, there.
If anything,
No
I can
one's
make her some
talking to
money.
you,
That's
Wade.
ethical.
No one's talking to you, Athena.
You can talk to Betty.
Athena.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Sing with me, Betty.
I gotta go.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Bow-bow-bow-bow. Okay. Someone, oh my god, someone said BJ Betty is crazy.
What? I'm not crazy.
That's wild.
I'm not crazy, yeah.
I mean, Betty, we do think you are the sane one of your little duo here.
I'm very intelligent.
Same question. Do you think that big D's make women loose?
No.
You are very smart.
Thank you, dear.
Is
What's your name?
there a really, my name's Kenzie, is there a really like low like pool of like available friends, and that's kind of like why you settled with Wade, because he followed you home one night and you're like, ugh, fine.
No. I didn't settle with Wade. We're best as a friends. I've been married. I have 3 children, which I'm very proud of.
What do you think about Wade's position?
He's very smart. He's intellectual. He's
Here, can I say
Wait, that doesn't tell me what you think about his position.
position
He
in
does
what?
think BDs make the vagina loose.
That's his opinion.
Well, wait, can opinions be wrong, Betty?
Opinions can be wrong, yes.
Oh, I don't think your name's Betty, Wade.
Oh, sorry.
Let me talk.
Okay, go ahead. But before you do, how about this? Let's say you go to a restaurant and it's like, hi, can I get you guys
Hold
anything?
up, I was talking to Betty. Shut up, Wade. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Betty. I want Betty to tell me what she thinks of your opinion. Your wrong opinion.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you now.
Okay, what's the question you want to ask me?
What do you think of Wade's opinion?
No, I don't care. You're free to say whatever
What's
you
his
want. You know
opinion?
me.
Ask me. Just wait. Ask me again.
His opinion is that big D's make loose vaginas.
That's just part one of an opinion, but go ahead.
Huh.
I could be wrong.
Wait a minute here. Sex is sex, and
Right, I'm not asking for you to evaluate his opinion. I'm asking, what do you think of his opinion? You said, well, it's his opinion. I'm like, yeah, and opinions can be wrong, right?
absolutely.
And the fact that you've heard him say he won't even accept scientific evidence.
Well, it's
What
not
do you think about that?
saying anything.
Scientific evidence. Scientists can prove what they want to prove, but is it true or not?
Betty, we believe in science, right? We know that
Absolutely.
science is great. So we both agree that science is the best method for explaining our world. So Wade doesn't even want to accept the best method for explaining the world. He wants to hold on to his feelings in spite of facts. And so I'm just asking you, what do you think about that?
Okay, we all have our own feelings.
No.
and facts
Answer
are
her
facts.
question. It's okay. I'm wrong. Just say I'm wrong.
Wade's wrong.
There you go. Now,
Well, sure, you and I already agree Wade's wrong. We've known that from the beginning. Do you think like he's an arrogant wanker because he's so arrogant that he won't even accept scientific literature?
I like that word, arrogant. I'm writing it down. Arrogant.
Science is for liberals, and it's all just a way to try to get people to become atheists. And let me tell you something. Okay,
dude, is
science.
that your real voice or not?
I guess you'll never know. But listen, the real world, though, in the real world, Jesus.
In the real world.
In the real world, if you have too much pain, your uterus is going to fall out clean. So just remember those words. Keep them with you. Keep them with you always. Amen.
Okay. So now on a second aspect, how about this? You buy a used car. The gas has been sitting in there, and there's sediments. What do you have to do? You have to replace the gas tank. The gas tank's no good. You go to a restaurant. You order a drink. The waiter brings you a dirty glass. What's the first thing you do? You send it back. Now, that being points made, back to depository. Now, when a girl stops at one guy's house and a guy makes a certain deposit into a guy or into a girl, and then she brings her dirty glass over, that's the difference, is it not?
No. Wade.
No, that's okay. You're fine with that?
Wade, I'm fucking talking. Shut up.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what a false equivalence is?
A what?
A false equivalence. I know Betty's got a pen. Maybe
Are
she can-
you trying to tell me? Are you telling me that or are you trying to tell me that what I'm saying has nothing to do with the topic?
I'm telling you that the comparison that you're making is not logical.
It's not?
Correct.
I think we could make it.
Why isn't it?
Wait, I think we could even just compare it to like men, you know? Like I would say that like a nice, healthy, like thick D is like, you know, before you start having sex. And then once you do, if you have a lot of sex, it'll shrivel up and get small due to the pressure of the vaginal canal. And your D will get small. Like it can get up to like, or less than 1/3 of its original size if you have too much sex.
But what's that got to do with depositing sperm?
Well, I don't know why you're talking about that. We're talking about like if a woman gets loose from having more sex, and I think honestly.
No.
Hold on,
That
wait,
was
just a
just
second,
topic
wait, just a
number one.
second.
Saying women
Wait.
are dirty because men come in
Yeah.
them.
Wait, I don't think that it's like the coochie that's getting bigger. I think it's your D getting smaller from the pressure of the vaginal canal.
You're awesome.
Crushing it.
I love how women think.
Belle, would you say like a good pencil sharpener can sharpen lots of pencils?
Yeah.
What is this?
And
But when
would
the
you
pen-
say
yeah,
that
they
a
get small.
pencil can only be
These
sharpened
girls are
so many
infatuated with my
times?
penis right now. It's absolutely.
I'm not talking about your penis, just penises in general. Wait, don't be
Oh my
weird.
God, that is literally so fucking gross that you think we're talking about your dick. Wade, let's be perfectly clear. You make every woman in this room their pussy drier than the Sahara.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Can
be very
confirm.
clear. In
Can
fact,
confirm.
we will actually expand. Oh, look, your picture stayed tiny. Damn.
Oh, just like something else.
Fitting.
Yeah, fitting.
So, to finish my question, Belle, but would you agree that a pencil can only be sharpened so many times?
Yeah, and they get smaller the more they get sharp.
Yeah, they get smaller.
Okay, I just want to say, as someone with an almost average size Peter, okay, it is completely fine, okay, to have a smaller appendage. In fact,
Sorry, Mr. Thomas, there are too many men in this live.
It's funny.
Okay, so on your pencil sharpener thing, at the end of the day, you can only sharpen a pencil so much until there is no more pencil. Are you suggesting that if you have more and more sex, eventually a guy will have no penis? Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll get small. It'll get tiny, and maybe even go away.
But it'll be gone though, right? It'll be gone,
It'll
right?
be a little nubbin. Well, I mean, eventually, you know, like you can't like completely whittle away a pencil because once
Yes,
you put it
can.
in,
It comes down to the eraser.
Shut up. God. When you put it in the pencil sharpener, it's too small to when where you twirl it, it doesn't remove anything.
When was the last time you used a pencil sharpener?
The other night with your dad.
The other night
Yeah, with your dad.
with my dad. Are you literally just trying to insult now, or is this how it goes?
How is that insulting? How
Wait,
is
wait,
that
wait,
insulting?
wait a second. Wait a second. Are you guys American?
No,
Are you Canadian?
I'm Dutch.
Had a girl.
Oh, she doesn't have the accent.
Had a girl. No, you don't actually. My family's Dutch, but I'm not. Okay. If I had to take a quick guess here, on the Canadian side, this is a Mark Carney panel.
No one cares, Wade. No one cares. Why don't you actually engage rather than going off some like weird, like, I'm a magician and I want to do magic in front of my 12-year-old friends?
Yeah, I don't know. Just feels like I don't know why they're blaming the women getting loose when it's like, I don't know, if you're just having a lot of sex, clearly it'll get smaller. Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's a you guys problem. No, Wade's Canadian. I don't know if y'all couldn't tell by the accent, but yeah, I don't claim him. I don't.
I'm sure your dad does.
Look, if you're gonna invite me back to the panel, at least stop muting. Like that's just silly.
Wait,
Can you mute him again?
Wade, so I mute you because you talk when it's not your turn.
Okay. Well, we see how many people are talking when the whole panel's muted.
Well, control yourself. I don't know.
I mean, Wade, I don't know how you misunderstand that your sentence starts in the middle of mine.
What do you mean my sentence starts in the middle of yours?
At your big age, you have no impulse control?
Wait.
I'm sorry. I had to.
Yeah, so Wade, I can understand if like, oh my God, Wade, I can understand if like Belle and I started talking. See, look right there. I see when you're talking, I know you're not listening. If Belle and I were to start talking at the same time, like I can understand that because it's like, oh, there was a pause. I want to interject. That's fine. But someone is literally in the middle of an explanation and you're just like, blah, 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 blah. Now, I don't want to be your mom, Wade. I don't want to have to tell you when it's your turn and when it's not.
Okay.
So if you can manage yourself, it would make this a lot easier because I don't want to manage you.
He's always vocal.
I mean, I am too, Betty. I've built a platform off being vocal, but I can also tell when it's my turn.
Yeah, he should also just like learn a man's place. I don't know.
Well, no, realistically, whenever someone says, oh my God, I always say, yes, my child, it's a habit.
The misandryism that's happening in this life is just absolutely abhorrent. Okay,
It is off the hook, and I am here for it.
I just feel like
it's aberrant. You
I
know
just
what
feel
that
like I
word
don't know.
means?
Mr. Thomas, as a man too, like you should also learn your place as a man and just learn
My
to
place is making all the money while my wife Nancy just gets to sit around and be a mother all
Be
day.
quiet.
It has the
Just
soft
Mr.
life.
Thomas. Mr. Thomas, just be quiet when you do, okay?
What is that?
Okay, bring him back. Sorry. Doc, are you working in
She's
the med
trying to keep it
announcement?
on now. Whoa. Hold on. Can I come back in here?
Doc.
I found the answer to your question.
Mm-hmm.
What question?
The answer is yes and no. And this is based on the vagina is basically a muscular rubber band that stretches during sex and returns to its original shape and size, says Dr. Michelle Metz, as he told Women's Health. An exception, however, the very first time you have sex, as this will cause a change in the size of your vagina.
Wade, I highly doubt
And I'll get to the yes and no
ever been
part.
with a woman before
Now,
in my life. I can sit down, I
gynecologists.
can see this. Just be quiet. You're
No.
in our
Hey,
space.
you
can be
interrupted
quiet.
me.
Thank you very much.
Now,
I'm talking right now.
gynecologists have
A
set the
alpha
record
male
straight
is
and
talking right
answer.
now.
The answer
An
is
alpha male's
yes and
talking right
no.
now. Please be quiet. Please be quiet because I'm done talking to cucks right now.
Who the
Thank
hell
you
are
very
you?
much. So, just to give you a heads up, Wade, no, you are incorrect. I'm your daddy is who I am. So you can please shut the hell up. So
Okay.
anywho, as far as everything is concerned, you sir, do not know anything about biology. The very fact of the matter that you've been up here running your damn mouth and not making any sort of sense whatsoever screams that you do not have any idea what the hell human biology is. The fact of the matter that you wholeheartedly believe that a vagina can be stretched out because someone has intercourse or someone who is hung is beyond ridiculous. The
I'm
fact that
reading it right
Kenzie came
now.
up and said that if someone has a child, be quiet, child. Your daddy's talking.
I wasn't even talking.
Now, as far as everything is concerned, the fact that Kenzie came up here, I said be quiet. I'm not gonna tell you again.
Who's talking?
Do you understand?
I got you. I muted him.
Thank you. So, as I said, the very fact of the matter that you came up here and with your whole chest wholeheartedly believe that a woman, her value is based off the fact that she sat down and went off and had a big hoo-hoo, and now all of a sudden she is stretched out and her value is now less. Screams that you don't know anything about biology. But I'll go off and I'll say this. Hold on for just a second, because now you just made me realize something. Because now, Betty, I got a question for you, Betty. How big is this little man child we're going on right now? Because he's a shrimp. So you're saying you're a shrimp? Is that what you're saying right now, Mr. Cuck? You a shrimp?
Hey, again, there ain't nothing wrong. There ain't nothing
Sorry,
wrong with
I'm
it.
changing my stuff. But
Just because it's
all
got
I'm
it don't
saying,
mean it ain't mighty.
right. So the thing is that I'm getting tired of Mr. Cuck right here. I want to talk to Betty. Betty, can you put yourself on the phone, please? We want to talk to Betty
You mean Debbie?
because
Debbie.
Debbie.
Mm-hmm.
Debbie, can you put yourself on the phone? Because I'm tired of talking to your Cuck.
I'm sorry. Is this Mad King?
No, my name's not Mad King. My name.
They've been screaming for you while they have.
Cuck. Cuck.
Wait, I invited him to be unmuted. I want to hear from Debbie as well. I was the one who
Okay,
invited
sorry.
him.
You just sounded like my friend Mad King. I was just asking.
Right.
No, it's
so
not. No, they're
no
not Mad
problem.
King.
I understood. The thing is that just to give you a heads up, we want your Cuck to be quiet. So we're going to be talking with you. So out of curiosity, so is your Cuck is I take it that he's a shrimp. That's the reason why he's saying things like this. Is he a shrimp?
You're free to talk to whatever.
Cuck, I wasn't talking to you. You can shut your mouth.
I'm leaving.
Is he a what? Ask the question.
Is he a shrimp?
He's
meaning that this man has this man has it or has a 1 incher because of basically what he's been
no,
saying so far
wrong,
right now.
wrong, wrong, wrong,
No,
wrong.
no. So Debbie, just to give you a heads up, his argument was that because if a woman gets with someone with the big schlong, that woman is now basically out. So for lack of better words, what he is saying right now is that he's a shrimp.
I don't think he said that.
That's what he's saying. That's his argument. His argument is that men with big hoo-hoos stretch women out, and so therefore they are constantly stretched out. So in other words, what he is saying in so many words is that he is a shrimp. Can you confirm or whether or not that he's a shrimp, or
He's
is his
not.
argument okay? So his argument is basically unfounded. So he should stop saying that argument. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
You don't even know what she's saying.
Understood. Thank you very much, Debbie. You could tell your cuck to come back on and explain. And I very much
I
would
can
like you to
tell my cunt to come on? Me, my cunt?
I said cuck.
Cock. Don't say that.
Cuck.
Don't say
C-U-C-K.
that. Don't say that. I'm surprised you even said that. You hate that.
So for lack of better words, I'm gonna tell you like this right
Wait,
now.
wait. Hold
You
on.
can
I'm sitting down here. I'm sitting here. Okay.
You can explain to your cuck that.
Wait, are you
his
talking to me?
argument
I
is
thought
on-
I just heard you wanted the cuck back.
I said.
Are you
be
talking to me or
quiet.
her, buddy? Make up your mind.
Please, be quiet, cuck. Be quiet. So the words what I was saying was to Debbie, not to you, cuck. All right, do you understand?
No,
The
I
words,
guess
it's
you're
called
sounding
English.
You're so angry.
It's called English. I understand. You're in a sun-up place right now. We understand that your education system is very poor, and we're trying to educate you. Do you understand this, cuck? Good. So now that being
Did you
said,
answer?
Debbie,
Did I answer?
be
No.
quiet, cuck.
Oh, he
Be
just wants to
quiet.
talk to himself. Okay.
I said be
Keep going.
quiet, cuck. So Debbie,
Yes,
you can
dear.
now you can
Oh,
now
are you talking to
educate.
Debbie now, or are you
Shut
talking
your
to me?
mouth, cuck.
Oh, okay.
Shut your mouth. Do
Okay,
you
okay.
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Do you understand the English language?
What do you
Or are
think? You're Chris
is
Tucker
basically
or what?
is basically English?
I'm just wondering who you're talking to, man. Shut up.
So in
Who
other
are you
words,
talking to?
I'm talking to you to shut the hell up.
Okay,
cuck. Do you
okay. Then
understand
don't
this?
say Debbie's
All
name.
right.
Talk to
Thank
me.
you. Shut the hell up, cuck. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Debbie, you can
Yes.
explain to
Now
your
he's
cuck.
talking to you. See, this is where the confusion is.
Okay, what's up?
Do you see what I was saying? I told him to shut up, and now all of a sudden he wants to butt his conversation into what we're talking right now.
He literally just said I'm talking to you, cuck.
Do you understand? The thing is that when I'm addressing people, I let them know that I'm talking to them,
Okay,
which
I'm
means that
listening
you
to
need
you.
to be quiet, cuck. So right now I'm talking to Debbie, which means that you shut your mouth. Be a good boy, sit there, be quiet, and listen. Because here's what I want Debbie to do for you. Debbie, you're
What?
listening right now. Here's
Yes,
what I would
I am.
like you to do. I would like you to educate your fucking cuck, right? About the intricacies of human biology. Apparently, he does not seem to understand human biology because, for lack of better words, we have just established that that his entire argument is bullshit. I suggest that you explain to him and let him know that his shrimp is okay and it's perfectly fine. All right, Debbie? Now you may continue, cuck.
It's your turn.
Okay, is it my turn to talk now? Anyways,
Yes, cuck, it is your turn, cuck.
wait. I'm sorry. First off, I'd like to understand where you think my education system's from.
The very fact.
Hello. You're cutting out, buddy. You're cutting out? Am I the only one who's hearing it cut out or what?
Hold up. Hold on. Yes, because I have ads. Hold on. Cuck, be quiet. Be quiet, Cuck. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Sometimes that's all it takes, buddy.
And just to give you a heads up, I am definitely not your fucking buddy, okay? You can miss me with that bullshit.
Whoa, whoa,
Sounds
whoa,
like
whoa,
you
whoa.
live in a
You
well-educated city.
understand?
Okay. It's a bit loud in your background, by the way. So,
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
no problem. I was awake because I was kind of like really hungry and I wanted to make myself a protein cookie, y'all. So that's why I went awake.
Oh, it's okay.
But let's go back
It's okay.
to let's go back to the topic. Wade, so what is the crux of your argument?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What's the main point of your argument? Why do you think a body count should matter more for women than for men?
Okay. So first we're talking about why it should matter for women over men, right? I know there's 50 million jokes out there. And I know I said the expanding of the vajayjay, which, as you guys said, you had proof, and then this guy just said blah blah blah, and then I just went and found proof, and it said the answer is both yes and no because it works as an elastic. I guess you could say, in theory, right? So then,
Do you
I
have some kind
decided,
of proof
okay,
to back it
well,
up?
Where's your
look,
proof?
are you going to talk or me?
Can you?
Who's
Yeah.
talking here? Do you know how
The
to
host.
have a debate? It means you listen to my dumb ass for a little bit, and then I listen to your dumb ass for a little bit.
Thank
Okay,
you
so
for
what you're
saying
not
that you're
gonna
a
do is you're not gonna
dumbass,
be
but we're
talking to me like that on my panel, host. Wade, right? I'm
Well,
the
who
host.
wants
I
to
was
talk
literally,
right now? You
I
or
was
me?
literally quiet. The host is talking
Okay.
right now.
When you're
Cool.
done, I'll talk.
So I was just gonna ask you like a simple question, which was, do you have a proof for that? Do you have some type of source to back up the claim that you just made?
no. He doesn't.
Wait, can Wade answer the question? Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now exactly what he was doing. He's been walking around trying to find Cheez-Its and Cheetos to munch on right there, walking around in the background.
You guys are unbelievable. You guys are unbelievable how you just go to try and insult. Like, are we
Thank
having
you.
a conversation or not? Like, what's
Yes,
going on here?
we're having a conversation, which is why I asked.
Then what
What
the hell
are you
was that
basing that
comment
claim
from
on?
whoever the fuck? What's that about? Like what is that about? Why do you even say that?
Okay,
Because you don't.
can we get back to the topic and we focus on the fact that you made the claim? So do you have like some type of source to back it up?
Yeah, I read it out to you.
What's the
What was your
source?
source?
The Daily Mail COUK.
Oh my god.
Okay, and yours is Reddit.
I've
That's a
never
what,
brought up Reddit.
tertiary source?
See,
That
but at
sounds like a
least
tertiary
here they
source.
say the answer is yes and no.
That's a tertiary source.
Wait, and you know that the Daily Mail is literally not
Oh,
credible.
I don't care. It's the first thing I fucking clicked on.
Yeah, but you understand that the Daily Mail is just a tabloid. You know that, right?
What is
It's
Reddit?
just
They don't even write on like medical stuff. Like it's literally just a fucking tabloid.
Well, actually, no. They have a
no,
doctor's name in
no.
here, and they're explaining it, and he's finding by them neither you are right, neither I am wrong.
Wait, who's
But one
he?
thing we can agree
Wait,
on, and I hope
Cookie,
that
wait,
you're.
hey Buster.
Okay, do you want to
Who's
talk
he?
or me?
Who the fuck is he, bro?
Okay,
He's
go ahead.
finding.
Go.
I am trying to. You said he's finding. Who is he, bro?
Who is who?
You said he's finding these things. Who is he, as you just said it?
He said the doctor's name earlier, but I
The
think it's
Dr.
hilarious
Michelle
that
Metz
Wade's doing research
told
for the
woman
first
health.
time in his life.
Wait, hold on. What's the article in the Daily Mail? What's it called?
Can sex really stretch out your vagina? Gynecologists set the record straight.
He doesn't even understand what it's saying. That's why he's misinterpreting it.
No, you guys aren't listening to what I'm
not
saying. I'm
done.
saying the
I'm not
answer is
done.
both yes and
I'm
no.
not done. Well, because you don't understand your own argument. Obviously, stop.
You guys didn't want to
Shut up. God, see, this is why I have to mute you. Gosh. Obviously, we are aware that the vagina is meant to stretch. It gets bigger when you give birth to a child. We get that. But that wasn't your claim. Your claim is that a lot of D makes it loose. And that's what it says is wrong.
Wait, hold on. So, Wade, I don't think you understand your source, right?
Didn't I just say that?
Yeah, no, I know, babes. I don't think, because I'm reading it, and it literally says here that the vaginal wall can also stretch if you have sex with men with different sized penises. However, this isn't permanent, and the vagina generally bounces back into shape after intimacy is over. So you're trying to imply that a permanent change happens to the vagina, whereas your own source is saying it's temporary during the intimacy, but after intimacy is over, it just goes back to normal.
Look, for starters, that's not my own source. That's the first thing I found. And if you dig deeper in there, it says the answer is neither yes nor no, because the answer is yes, it stretches.
No,
We
during
didn't
intimacy.
And then my
discount
second
it
argument.
stretches. We didn't discount it stretches, moron.
Wait, hold on 1 second. But it's saying
Yes,
here
you
that
did.
it stretches.
That's why we're talking right now.
No. The stretch is not permanent. It stretches during intimacy, and then after intimacy
Okay.
is over, it bounces back into shape. That's literally what the source that you brought forward says.
It's not a source. It's just, well, here, let's look two
It's an
seconds.
article. There we go. Yes, it's an
There you
article
go.
from a
Oh, yeah,
tabloid.
yeah. So then I moved
newspaper.
on. So then I moved on to, like, I guess you could say, I conceded to the women that, okay, it stretches and then it shrinks again. There you go. You want to feel happy? There you go.
Okay, good. There
So
we
then
go.
I moved on. Then I moved on to the dirty glass theory.
Wait,
Or,
so wait, you know you're wrong now?
no, I know I'm not wrong, but I'm just trying to please you guys.
What do you mean? The
I'm
article
not
that you
wrong, you guys.
presented,
I am not wrong. Okay.
the article that you presented says you're wrong.
The article that took me 2 seconds to quickly Google and look up, if I really wanted to sit there and search, whereas meanwhile, I asked you guys, where do you get your info? And you say, Reddit. And it's like, oh.
I'm pretty sure the
But
person
like, do you want to
who said that
hero cake for searching Reddit and
wait.
taking them? And then you wanted to talk about science. And then I...
Hey, wait.
Okay.
Are you familiar?
I have already addressed this. I told you that it was Mr. Thomas, who is a satire account.
Wade, are you
Yes.
familiar with are you familiar with the term joke, Wade? Genuinely asking. Like, do you know what that means?
No, he doesn't. Like, his education system is very poor.
You can unmute yourself, Wade. Let me know. Do you know what joke means?
I make jokes all the time, but I want to...
So wait, hold on.
Who
Let's
is it?
just
No.
answer now. No. Wade.
And what education system am I in?
Wait, you don't have to get all
No.
Wait.
I want to.
Wait,
I want him to
wait.
answer it.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, so if you're familiar with what a joke is, I'm not sure why you're having a hard time comprehending that the person who said Reddit was making a joke, Wade.
What are you talking about? They were saying it's science behind it. Reddit said it, and
They were making a joke, Wade.
Okay, so they were making it. So then, what is
Yes,
what
Wade,
is
yes.
the evidence?
Where is the evidence? That's what
Yeah.
you're asking now? Oh, brother. So you're agreeing now that they weren't actually... You acknowledge...
Hold
that.
on, I gotta plug
You're
my
saying-
phone in. I can't hear you guys.
Okay. The fuck?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's better. Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you. When a phone starts dying, it starts fading away. So, anyways, if you guys don't have evidence, why are you attacking me for?
Bro, you have no evidence yourself. The fuck?
Wait. We do have evidence. I've asked you what evidence you would accept. I asked if you would accept medical and scientific, and you said no.
I will. I will accept it. Bring it up on the big screen. Let's see it.
Great. And then if it says
Bring
what
it
we
up on the
said,
big screen.
you will concede, right?
You betcha. Bring it up.
Okay, great. I will.
While we're at it,
Now,
Kenzie
while
is
we're
bringing that,
waiting, I want to know how where FMF.
while Kenzie is bringing that up, to the people here, please like and share the live. Let's get to 160K. That would be amazing. Share the live as well. Let's get to 400 shares. That would also be amazing. In my link tree, there is, if you want to support me financially, there is a tip jar there. You can definitely support me. But there are also a bunch of initiatives. Specifically, the initiative that I would like to highlight is the initiative that offers period care for women in Sudan, specifically Sudanese refugees as well. Because when we talk about feminism, we're advocating for all women and not only certain groups of women. So I would suggest that initiative if you want to help. But thank you. Continue liking, sharing. Y'all are awesome.
Okay, really quick here. Can that guy tell me where my education system is? Or is it a classic example of an... Okay,
Wade, why don't
read it to me.
Wade, why don't you read the highlighted portion for the class?
According to Planned Parenthood, there is no evidence that sex causes... We'll put it back up.
It is up.
No, it's not. It says live pause. The guests will be back soon.
Is it up for you?
It's not up for me.
See, I'm not a liar.
Just
Tell me whatever you want. I'm not a liar.
Cuck, be quiet.
Shut up. Tell me where my
Kenzie,
education's from.
So, Kenzie,
Tell me
just
where
go
my
out, turn your
education's
camera
from, or
off.
shut the fuck up.
Be quiet, okay?
Can we minimize,
you be quiet, buddy.
can we minimize
You be
the
quiet.
insults, please, so that the live
Yes.
doesn't get banned? Thank you.
Just turn your camera off and on real quick, Kenzie.
I did do that. Did it not fix it?
It did not fix it.
It still says
You
live
might
pause.
you might have to drop down and come back up.
Just minimize and then.
Yeah, or minimize it.
Okay, there. No, hey, it was there. It was there for a second. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
According to Planned Parenthood, there is no evidence that sex causes loosening of the vagina over time. The vagina is temporarily more open before, and I'm assuming it says or, I can't see that far on it.
During.
Or during sex, or and after sex. This is similar. Oh, that's where you got your mouth yawn bullcrap from. And it's according to who? Planned Parenthood. Hey, where's this article from? Can you
This
scroll
is
up to the top?
from-
Scroll up to the top.
No, I can't scroll up to the top. It's a picture.
Oh, okay. Well, can you show us?
The
Who's it
source
from?
is Planned. Stop. The source is Planned Parenthood. That's what they're referencing.
Parenthood.
Yes.
Okay, so it's called Planned Parenthood.
Yes, Planned.
And I
Planned
just
Parenthood.
state that as here we go. Let's
Do you know what
100%.
Planned Parenthood is, Wade? Because if not, you could just say that.
Who the outfit Planned Parenthood or the idea of having
No, like they're like a series of there's a whole bunch of them all over the United States, but they're medical offices dealing with women's health, like women's reproductive health.
Sure there is.
They're all over the U.S. What do you mean? Sure, there is. Like literally, just Google it.
I said I'm sure there is.
Okay, well then, yeah, they're.
It's like
pretty
there's
reputable.
there's 50
Hold on,
million
wait,
churches and not one of them can agree on the same thing.
shut up. They're pretty reputable when it comes to women's health because they're literally like one of the biggest authorities on women's health in the U.S.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Well, what do you mean? Like,
Wait, I asked you what would be an acceptable source, and I
That
gave
doesn't
that to you.
seem acceptable to me.
Then tell me
Sure,
what
hold on,
it's
I'll-
missing.
Wait, I'll cite
Show
the
me
exact doctor.
anything
Hold
from
on.
like an MD
Hold on,
or a
Wade.
medical or anything.
Yeah, wait, I'll
Planned
cite the exact
Parenthood
doctor.
is a medical office.
Yeah, I'll cite the
Is
exact
that-
doctor that you cited earlier. Can I get the big screen really quick?
This is where I was saying when I said your education
So,
is poor.
Wade.
You don't even
hold on.
know where I'm
Okay,
educated
just chill
from,
out.
so
Wade,
you have
Wade,
no
Wade,
grounds to
Wade.
talk
Shut
there,
up, bro.
dickweed.
This is the exact doctor that you cited earlier, Michelle Metz, Dr. Michelle Metz. She says right here, it's pretty impossible for sex alone to permanently stretch out the vagina. This is the doctor you cited, so clearly you think she's reputable. She says it right here. It's impossible for sex alone to permanently stretch out the vagina. Your doctor, bro. You cited her. So, is this good enough, Wade, or?
This is what I was, like I said, it's... the
I'll let
fact
you
of
have
the
that.
matter
I'll let you
is-
have that, but let's move on to would you drink out of a dirty glass?
Wait. So I just want to be clear. You concede that you were incorrect.
At this point in time, no, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, just
So
because I
I'm sorry.
haven't looked it
So
up.
you were wrong. You were wrong, right?
No, I'm not saying I'm wrong, but I'm saying that I literally just came to this live and then I seen this question, and
Well,
then we've spent half an hour on a penis.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I just said if we put up a source
Yeah, but your
that
source is
says
invalid.
the source is not invalid. Bell cited the doctor that you did. I cited Planned
Yeah, but I found that on a
Parenthood,
quick
which is
Google search. That's
Really, you
nothing.
thought she was good?
Wait,
You
what the
cited
fuck
her.
do you want? Like, tell me what an actual source would be then. I've asked you this several times because I knew as soon as I brought you a reputable source, you would just say not good enough.
Again, it boils down to, like I said, it boils down to his level of education. Very fact of the matter
And
that you're
again, he's
coming up
bringing up
here.
education. Where's my
Please
education
be
from?
quiet. Please be
How would
quiet.
you know my education? No.
Because the
Do
fact
not
of the
let
matter,
this
yes,
guy
because I'm
talk
going
about
to
my
explain.
education
Please
until he
let me
says
explain.
where my education is from. Other than that, it is just bullshit.
Let me explain.
No,
The very fact of the
Where
matter.
first, before you explain, tell me
Nowhere.
where
You
is
got
my
you
education
got it.
from
You got it
that you
nowhere.
speak of?
And it's Google. And it's Google. You got it
What is
nowhere.
Google?
So the very fact of the matter that you come up here, that you do not seem to understand the sources that we are coming with. These are actually peer-reviewed medical journals of which we are telling you this is where our source is from. And then you're coming up here and saying, no, it's invalidate. Because guess what? If it's not a cis straight white man giving you this
What
information,
the
you do
hell
not
is
take
this?
it.
Why do
Be
you guys
quiet.
always
Be
bring this
quiet.
into stuff?
Be quiet.
Wow, you're
Because the very
pathetic.
fact of the matter that you're
Wow, no
going
wonder
off
you
and that
guys
you're
hate each other down
so
there.
here's the thing.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
I'm going to go off and I'm going to say this to you because the very fact of the matter that you cannot. I have my volume turned down, so I do apologize to the friendlies right now, so I can't hear you because Wade can't seem to close his mouth while his daddy is talking. The thing is that when I talk to you and I say that this is a problem with your education, it is very much a problem with your education.
From
The
where?
fact that they are
Where's
coming
my
up
education
here and
from?
with sources and proof that are from peer-reviewed medical journals, not to mention
Name
medical
a medical
offices
journal.
here
Name a
in the
medical
United
journal.
States.
Name
And you
one.
cannot sit here and accept that because why? Again, it's not coming from a cis straight white man. You did not
What
accept
does
this fact
that
because you
have to
basically
do
sat
with
there and said
anything?
with your whole chest,
Why are you even
my
saying
guy,
that?
you sat here and said it's invalidated. That's the problem. That's the reason why I said that you have very poor education. You're in a Sun Up live right now. You are inferior to us. Do you understand this?
Okay, wait, hold on. So I think like you should answer Kenzie's question first. But before I say that, I will just say like I don't think it's necessarily has to do with his education because it implies that highly educated people cannot be misogynistic. I think it has to do with his education. But can you please respond to Kenzie's point?
Sorry
I'm
about
not
that, Athena.
responding to anything until this guy tells me where he says or claims I get my
No,
education
let's
from.
not focus on the education piece because education doesn't
Well,
necessarily make you
let's
a
not nitpick.
misogynistic, but
Let's not
instead
nitpick what goes for you.
education doesn't make you a misogynist. Misogyny makes you a misogynist. So can you please respond to Kenzie?
What makes me a misogynist? I'm not responding until Dum Dum here tells me
Just
where I
ask.
got my education from.
Wait. Here,
And
I'll make
why
this
he-
really. I'll make this
Well,
really
can you
easy.
explain to me? Can you explain to me
Stop
why this guy knows
talking.
so
I'll
much?
make this really easy. Now I kick them. Now who cares?
I don't give a crap.
So they can't
What?
explain to you
All you
about
do
your
is
education.
lose
Wade,
interest in your
shut
life.
up. Wade, shut up. Here's what I'll tell you. It's pretty clear to me that you don't want to engage in good faith and actual critical thinking. The fact that we ask you for a source and you bring us the Daily Mail tells me that's the first time you've researched shit in a long time. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm wrong. I want you to tell me what the difference between a primary, secondary, and tertiary source is. All right, I'm sorry, Athena. I just kicked
Yeah,
you.
no problem, no
You can
problem.
bring
But
them
yeah, let's
back.
get back to the topic.
Bring them back. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Can you answer her question, Wade? Wade, can you answer her question?
Or are you willing to talk to me again, or what? Hello?
Can you answer Kenzie's question?
What's the question?
Tell me the difference between a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary source.
Well, the primary would be this is, most important first thing. Secondary would be somebody double checking to see like this might come in second or whatever the hell. Tertiary is just pretty much a third party, like I guess you could call it like a triple check.
So no, that's not correct.
Okay, can you tell me the definition?
Yeah, sure. So a primary source is where the original information came from.
No,
The secondary, that's not what you said. You said it's the most important, not where the original source is. The secondary is what is someone who is reporting on what the primary found. So like that article I brought up, that was a secondary source who cited the primary source, which was Planned Parenthood. And a tertiary, that is not what you said. And a tertiary source is a meta-analysis, which is analyzing multiple sources.
Can you bring up on the big screen the definition of primary, secondary, and tertiary? Why not?
Because I don't want to do free labor for you. I'll tell you what.
No,
Wait,
because
shut
you're
up.
wrong.
Wait,
Because
shut
you're
up.
100%.
No, it's not because I'm wrong. It's because I don't want to do more free labor for you. So I'll tell you what. You
No. Hold on. I'll save you time.
Shut up. I'm not done. Once I'm done, it's your turn. I promise. If you send me $20 to my Cash App, to my Venmo, to my PayPal, I will do it.
Are you done?
That long pause of
Okay.
silence.
So,
takes
anyways,
time.
I saved myself $20 that you're begging for, and I brought up the definition of it. Do you want to hear the definition of it?
No, because you're wrong.
Oh, I'm wrong. You don't want to hear the definition. You don't want to bring it up, but I'm
You
wrong,
just
correct?
told me. Yes.
I just want you to say that. You don't want to hear the definition. You don't want me to tell you the definition.
Wade, shut the fuck up. I asked you for the definition. I let you tell me what you thought it meant. And then I told you you were wrong. And then I told you what it really was.
Wade, have you had any like secondary education, or did you just like graduate high school and then just like raw dogged life after that? Genuinely asking.
This is what I was talking about.
You can do the heavy lifting too. You can go look up what primary, secondary, and tertiary source is, and you can put it on your
Primary means first or most important.
What definition says that, bro?
Secondary means second in order of importance.
No,
Tertiary
Wade.
means third in order.
Wade, I think you're missing something really quick, Wade.
No. I
Hold on,
think
Wade.
you guys
Allow
are
me to
just
speak.
talking out
Wade,
the
allow me to
asshole, asking for
speak.
20
Wade,
bucks,
allow me to speak.
and then muting people,
Wade,
and then
Wade,
letting
this
them
is
only
why,
hear
Wade,
what you
because you're
guys
not
say.
letting people respond. That's why you get muted, Wade.
You literally just, I was in the
Hey,
middle of
calm
explaining to you, and
down.
you're
Okay.
interrupting.
No, you made your points about what the first, second, and third, the primary, tertiary, and secondary means, and so now I'm trying to respond to you, and you're still trying to yap. I don't think when you typed in that, you typed in sources. We are specifically talking about primary sources, secondary sources, and tertiary sources. You may have just looked up what primary, secondary, and tertiary means, but we're talking about when it comes to sources. And like since I love proving Kenzie right, I've done the work for you, Wade. Can I get the big screen? Okay, so primary source, right?
This is exactly what Kenzie said. These sources are records of events or evidence as they were first described or actually happened without any interpretation or commentary. That is verbatim what Kenzie said. Second, secondary sources offer an analysis or restatement of primary sources. That is also exactly what Kenzie said, Wade. And then, tertiary, sources that index, abstract, organize, compile, or digest other sources in typically meta-analysis fashion. Dictionaries, encyclopedias, fact books, Wikipedia, bibliographies, exactly what Kenzie said, Wade. So don't talk about shit you don't know about. We all know you maybe barely finished high school and you haven't gone to school since then. You make it pretty fucking obvious.
Okay. Wade?
Hey, Athena, can I check your
Yeah?
Discord real quick?
Mm-hmm. Wade, can you unmute? Also, can I just say one thing? I understand that with regards to like these general conversations, having like a secondary degree is incredibly important. But I also think like when it comes to misogyny, it doesn't necessarily like
Oh no, I agree.
when we're
With the
talking
misogyny.
about education, it kind of implies that educated people aren't misogynistic the same way that as if educated people aren't racist, which in
You
a way
guys
as well
really
is
gotta.
kind of
You guys
in
really
a
gotta
way
wake up and get with the times.
which in
This
a
is
way
pretty bad, man. This is pretty bad.
can I finish what I was saying, Wade? Bro, I asked you to talk and then you stayed silent, and then when I talked you continued interrupting me. So yeah, so this idea that it's only like poor educated people who are the ones who are reproducing racism or misogyny in a way is rooted in classism, because unfortunately not everybody is going to have the privilege of getting an education. And there have been a lot of people that I know who are incredibly smart who did not get an education but are still incredibly smart. I mean, Malcolm X did not get a secondary degree. And yet he was an incredibly well-read, smart person as well, who critiqued the society that he lived in. So I just wanted to say that Wade is not misogynistic because he's uneducated. He's misogynistic because he's just a weirdo.
I'm just in reference to the first, secondary, and first.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to clarify because I didn't want.
I totally agree with you.
People. Yeah, I didn't want people to think that that people here are kind of like downing on or dunking on people just because they don't have an education, when we all know how expensive education is, and we know that some people just cannot afford it.
I just want to
I
point
want to
out
say
that
I am a college dropout, so
I want to
Sure.
point out the fact that I don't have a post-secondary degree in any way, shape, or form. But however, unlike the person at the bottom here, I like to keep well informed. I like to read. I like to expand my knowledge base, which allows me, guess what, to sit in spaces like this and have conversations with people that have a post-secondary degree. It's one of the reasons why I sit there and I clown on him for his education level, because at the same time he's not going off and he's not trying to expand and he's trying to learn. He is stuck in his own I don't know what it is of not wanting to learn.
Yeah, but that's the point. You can continue learning and growing without getting
Yeah.
without getting like a degree.
And
That's
he
my
and he
point. Not
refuses
everybody
to.
can afford
Yes.
it. Yeah, but not everybody can afford a degree. There are some people who still decide to grow intellectually without having the privilege of going to college and getting a degree. That's what I'm just saying. And I don't even think Wade is uneducated per se. I just think he's willfully ignorant and he's choosing to be ignorant.
I think it's a little column A, column B, especially after I sent it to in Discord. If you want to take a look at that, that's what I sent in general. Just take a look at that, and that's
yeah. And I'm sorry. Do I call you doctor above me?
Doc is a title that I earned when I was with the Marines. You can call me Doc or Afro or Doc
Perfect.
Afro or whatever.
No, I forgot what I was gonna say. I do agree with Doc. Because I asked Wade, like, if I give you medical like medical journals or a medical source that says what you're saying is wrong, will you accept it? And he said no. Like he doesn't even care if there's evidence that says he's wrong. He wants to live in that reality. So that's
it goes
that's
back to
willful
that.
ignorance.
It goes back to the fact
When you
that,
guys
like
are
I
talking,
said, it goes back
can
to
you
the
let me
fact.
talk when you're done?
No, we can't. So it
Okay.
goes back
Okay.
to the fact that we said, and I stand by this point, because
You go ahead, buddy.
he said it's invalidated because guess what? It's that you presented it as a woman, and that the vast majority of the people that are up here are women and or people of color, including me. I consider myself a cis black male. The thing is that he does not want to accept that source because why? It's not coming from a white male.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yes,
Wait,
it
can
has
I ask
everything
Wade
to
a
do with it.
question? I'm so sorry. 1 second. Can I keep this like a one-on-one for 1
Go
second?
ahead. Ask me a question, sweetheart. Ask me
Don't
it.
call me sweetheart, please.
Okay.
Fucking do that.
Ask
Don't
me.
call me
Ask me a
sweetheart.
question, you dumb bitch. Which one do you want?
Don't call me a bitch, nor can you call me
Okay.
a
Well, what do
sweetheart.
you want me to
can
call
just
you?
literally like again.
Just white female? I don't know. What do you want? What do
I'm
you
not
want?
even white, you weirdo. Why did you post yourself throwing a white privilege card in the trash right after the Buffalo unaliving?
Oh, you're trolling. Because it's freaking hilarious that when everybody's talking about white power, my cousin come here and he give me this card. Of course I don't, whatever, but I thought that the joke at the time when it was like blah, 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 blah about white this, white that, I took my white, it's a joke. Didn't we just go through a joke conversation
What
not that
happened
long
during
ago?
the Buffalo unaliving?
I don't even know about a buffalo
You
unaliving.
literally responded to that particular video.
Ah, well, whatever. I don't know. I'd have to go back
No,
and
I'm
look.
saying
But either
again,
way,
what happened during the Buffalo unaliving, the shooting that you're talking about that you responded to?
I was simply just throwing out a white privilege card because I had got one as a joke from a friend, so I decided to make a joke video.
And
now
why did you decide to
you're
tag
gonna
that
blow
particular
this into
topic?
some fucking goddamn who knows.
Why did you
So
decide to tag that particular topic?
tag it
Yes, you responded to it.
because one day I was sitting on TikTok and an algorithm brought me to all this garbage, and I figured, oh shit, it'd be kind of funny if I just threw out my white privilege cards because everybody seems to think that you have
1
white
second,
privilege.
can
So I threw my
okay,
card
y'all,
out.
I love y'all so much. 1 second. I'm gonna just drop everybody because I wanna like show the video as well. Y'all can come
Do
back.
it. It's been a while. I
So
want to see it.
let me show the
Do
video
it.
because you
Do
clearly think it's
it.
garbage that 10 people were unalived, right? So you think it's garbage that 10 people were unalived. That's so funny. That's so kiki. I want you to explain
No,
the
no, I
joke to
threw
me.
out my card. That's
No,
the joke.
I want you to
Okay,
explain
go
the
ahead.
joke to
Go ahead.
me.
Go ahead. Let's see the video.
Yeah.
Do it.
So, hold on. 1 second. Where is it? Give me a second. Let me play the video.
Let's see it.
Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna see it. By the way, to my
It's been a
friends,
while. I
especially
want
my
to see it.
co-host,
It's
I
nice
think
that you're
Kenzie was my
paying
co-host.
attention
Y'all
to
can
it.
go back
Let's
in
see it.
the
It
go
never
back in
did get enough
the
views.
requests. I just wanted to do this first, and then I'll let y'all up play the bass.
Let's see it.
Yeah. So this is the video, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's
Yeah.
play it.
What does that say?
It says mass shooting in Buffalo, New York. Now let's play the video.
White boy
Play the video.
killed 10 fucking people, not a scratch on, not shot at, not pushed it.
Now, how is that funny? Explain that one to me. How is that funny, Wade?
Stop muting me.
I didn't mute you. My mods did because you continue over talking me.
Okay. Well, it is funny because right there in that video, if I had to go back and go what I'm going for, you see me throwing out the white privilege card. Now, if you wanted to insult me and call me some form of racist, shouldn't I be putting it in a plaque and hanging it on the wall?
Why did you decide to tag that particular video about that particular topic and make that joke?
because it came in the algorithm and it's funny.
Do you know what happened during that shooting?
White people did bullshit.
No, do you know that it was a white man who specifically targeted black people and unalived like 10 people?
Yeah,
Who
and did you
wrote
see me?
who
Did you
wrote the
did
who
you see
wrote
me?
who wrote the N-word on his gun while he was pew-pewing people? Did you know that?
And do you see me throwing out the white privilege card instead of framing
Again,
it and
what's
putting
the
it on our
joke?
wall?
What's the joke?
The
Explain the
joke
joke to me.
is
What's the
at that point,
punchline?
at that era in time, everybody be talking about white privilege. I just happen to have a white privilege card and I threw it out. I didn't frame it and
What
put it
was
on a
the
wall. I don't
punchline of that
understand what
joke?
you're upset about. The
What was the
punchline,
punchline of that joke?
the punchline is throwing away your white privilege. And I'm
What does
sorry
that
you
do?
don't get that.
What does that do?
It's a joke. It's a TikTok video.
You tagged a video about black
Yes.
people being unalived for existing in society
By
as
a
black
white man,
people.
by a white man, and I threw out the white privilege card. It's a joke. It might be above your head. It might be above
Don't
your
even
head,
bother
but it
trying it's
doesn't
above
mean
my
that it's
head, my guy.
wrong.
You're intellectually inferior to me. Don't even bother trying to say it's above my head. I'm trying to understand, and I love
The
jokes, right?
fact
I
that you're
love to
having this
kiki. I
argument
love dark
tells me it's
humor.
above your
The
head. Are you
question
kidding me?
is, what
Jesus
is
Christ.
funny about it? What
It's
is funny
fucking
about it?
hilarious. Have you ever heard of dark
What
humor?
is the punchline?
The punchline is throwing the white card out in the garbage.
What does that have to do with the
The
Buffalo shooting?
punchline is a white guy actually having a card that says white privilege.
What does
That's
that
the
have to
punchline.
do with the Buffalo shooting?
It is a video for views.
So you wanted to make views off of the death of black people, is what you're saying.
Well, if that's what you're saying, why does the original video exist?
The original video was literally informing people about what happened.
So they wanted to get views off of what?
No, they chose to inform people
No,
what
they didn't
of
want
what
no
happened.
views.
They didn't decide
That's
to make
why I
jokes.
found it on my algorithm.
They
It's
did
just,
not make
if a
jokes.
white man
They did
has a
not.
card, you guys are ridiculous.
Okay, you're being belligerent and really aggressive, right? This photo, Wade, is literally of you because you're crying and bitching like a little kid. Now again, stick to what I'm fucking saying.
I just
The
told you
original
your
topic,
answer.
the original video was actively informing people on what happened to those victims. You decided to take that, the
Yes.
death, and
Yes.
try to turn it into a joke.
Turn
But
it
you're
into
not
what?
explaining what the joke is. You're just saying it's a fucking joke.
A white
Explain the
man.
punchline.
Oh, you are the only person in history, and I've been on lives, and everybody's seen that. You are the only person in history who does not understand the joke.
There is no joke.
So I
Explain it to
don't
me then.
know why you are so upset at
Explain it to
life.
me. Explain it to me.
The,
Explain
the,
the joke to me.
the part is, during the area when everybody was talking about white privilege, and then that happens, I just so happen to have a card because not everybody has a card. The card is the joke. The joke is getting the card thrown out. Now, I'm sorry you want to turn this into some form of racist, whatever, hate thing, but it's not
It
what you
is.
think it is.
It is.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
racist. You know why it's
Are
racist?
you freaking kidding
Because
me?
you decided
This
to
is why
tag
you
a
guys
video.
lost the election.
Now you're
Because you
crashing
blow
out.
shit out of
Now you're
proportion.
crashing out, being the
No,
emotional
I'm
man that you
not.
are. Now
Yeah,
you are
that's
crashing out, being the
that's
emotional
the
man
new
that you
term.
are.
That's the new term
How
for
does
someone
you
trying to talk
throwing the
common
card
sense into
relate
somebody
to
is
the
you're crashing
video?
out. Don't
How,
you dare tell me I'm wrong. You're crashing out.
Girly Pop,
Let's
you're the
go
one
through
who's
this.
crashing out right now. You're
I'm not.
crashing out on
I'm
my
just.
panel right now
You
when I
asked me a
asked you a
question.
simple
You asked me a
question.
question and I
How
answered
does
it.
throwing the card relate to the original video?
It throws out your white privilege because you no longer expect the fact that a white man or respect the fact that that happened by a white man. That's the joke. I know you don't get it, and I don't expect you
How many
to.
people in the chat get the joke?
Oh, probably none because it's in your chat.
No, I thought
Half
you said
the
I
people
was
in
the
your
only one
chat
who
don't
didn't
even
get
know
the
what a
joke.
joke is.
I thought I was the only one who didn't get the joke, Wade.
No, right?
Was
No,
there
no,
a
no, no,
time where
no.
you
You're the first
celebrated? Was
person.
there a time where
Listen to
you
me.
celebrated white people's racism?
Was I celebrating
Yes.
white people's racism?
Yes.
What kind of a question is that?
Well, the kind of question that is posed to a man who makes fun of black people's death by throwing a white privilege
That's
card in a
not
trash
making fun
bag.
of black people's
It
death.
is. It
The fact
is.
that you bring in white man and racism into every topic is
You brought
creating
it up by
racism.
bringing up a white
You
privilege
are the
card.
problem, sweetheart.
You
Jokes
don't
are
call me
not the
sweetheart
problem.
again. Ew. Again. Ew. Listen. You are way like under like I'm above you, okay? You're
Are
way
you?
under my league for you to be calling me a sweetheart. Not all men or people can call me a sweetheart, okay? Anyways, you need to be much more better for you to even be allowed to call me a sweetheart.
I
Not
think you.
everybody has the privilege
You
of
done
calling me a sweetheart. Understand? Okay, so as I was saying, right? As I was saying, you decided, yes, not everybody has the privilege of calling me a sweetheart, let alone some rando dumb
Well,
man
I
on my
don't care
panel.
who calls you what. I don't give two craps about you.
Yes,
I'm just
I
being
don't want to get
polite.
called that by men like you, okay? So
Oh,
as I was
God.
saying, you decided
No, you're right. You're
to
the higher power,
scroll
right?
on
Right?
TikTok. You decide to scroll on TikTok, see a video of a man talking about a
And I
white
thought it was
man
funny. Yes, I did, and I stand
unaliving
by it.
people. Well, it was funny.
I thought the fact that me throwing out a white privilege card was funny. Yes, I do. That's
Why
the
did you
joke.
have it in the first place?
You don't get it, and you're still talking about it,
Why did
which
you have it
tells
in the
me
first
that you don't
place?
get it. But
Why
then you
did you
tell
have
me
it in
how
the first
superior
place?
you are.
Why did you have it in the first place?
Because my cousin had brought it and said, "Hey man, I got one of these," and I thought, "Oh, that was funny." And it would become funny when you're out at work and you're working with somebody and they ask you to do something, and then you make a joke, be like, "No, I'm not going to do that," and they say, "Why don't you think you can do that?" And you pull that out, and then you get a joke, and you go do the job anyways. It's called a joke. It's called people getting along with people. Fucking learn it, woman. Learn it. Stop hating everybody. That's the problem. Is you
So
guys sit here and you just
what
freaking
I'm
hate
getting
people.
is,
You got one guy saying his education. He doesn't know where I'm from. He don't know where I'm educated from. You got me talking, or you got yourself talking like you're some higher power. I'm way above him. How are you way above me? We're both sitting here on the goddamn app. Grow up.
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, yes,
I'm
I
sorry
am
you
I
haven't
am
had a
way out
man
of
in
your
your
league.
life to tell
Yes.
you to grow the fuck up.
I'm
But
way out
grow
of your
up.
league. Yes. I'm
You
way out of
are
your
the
league.
problem.
Yes.
Take a joke.
I am
Learn what
way
a joke
above.
is.
Yes, I'm way out of your league.
I don't care about your league. How old are you? You're probably half my age. I'm not in your league anyways. I don't give a shit.
Okay, you know what I'm hearing right now, Wade?
Is truth?
You know, no, you want to know what I'm hearing right now, Wade?
I don't care. Wow, that's funny.
That is
That's
exactly what you sound like, Wade.
look.
That's
I don't
exactly
know.
what
You
you
know, I'm
sound
gonna
like,
hang out here
Wade.
if you guys.
You're on my
If you
panel
guys
saying
want to
that
go,
you're
if you guys want to
on my
talk some shit
panel
or joke
saying that.
around, I'll hang
Okay.
out here. But I'm not gonna.
How many people in the? It's just a joke, Wade. It's just a
It is a
joke.
joke, and I actually like
Now,
that.
how many people
I
in
get
the
your
chat?
standpoint.
How many
Actually,
people
no,
in
no.
the
Listen to
chat?
me.
How many?
I
Yeah, how many people in
get
the
how
chat?
on your
Oh
end
my
that
God,
is
Wade,
funny.
why are you so aggressive? You're so aggressive.
I'm not aggressive.
Calm down. You're literally screaming.
Well, you have a girl sitting here posting my videos, calling me a fucking
Who
racist and
posted your
shit, and I try to
videos?
find a joke. She makes a joke. I get it. By your standpoint, the whole crybaby meh, meh, meh is funny. See, I understand that. Why
Yes,
can't
because you're
you
being a
guys?
crybaby on my
And
panel
now
because
you're
I
going to
asked
give
you
an
a couple of
excuse as to why
questions.
your joke is funny and my joke isn't funny, and you're better than me, you're higher up than me, blah, 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 blah. Like, whatever.
How
I
many?
don't
Yeah,
care.
exactly. Exactly. Actually, you know what? Like that was like a very
Now what?
accurate illustration of what you
There you
sound
go.
like, by the way. Yeah. That was very accurate in how you sound like.
Now it's all funny. Ha 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 ha.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
I know.
incredibly funny.
You guys are free to joke. You're
Well, no,
free
I'm
to
saying it's
joke and laugh.
incredibly funny, right?
I think
Wait.
the world needs a little bit more laughter in their
No,
life, and
the
you're free
issue.
to do it.
No,
Even
the
if it's at the
issue.
cost of me,
The
go
issue.
ahead.
The
Do it.
issue
I
here is
don't
that
care
my
what
joke
you
was
say.
funny. Yours wasn't.
Well, no. Like in your mind, your joke is funny, and I congratulate you for that. In my mind, my joke is funny, and I congratulate me for that. Some people respect my humor. Some people respect yours. Can we agree on that?
Wait, hold on.
Or are you just always 100% right?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Actually,
See,
100%.
now
I am
that
always
is
100%
fairly
right. Exactly.
that is fairly bigoted, and that is fairly
Yes,
evil.
I am bigoted towards misogynistic, racist men. Yes.
Misogynistic. Define misogynistic.
You definitely hate women.
No, I don't. Are you fucking
Yes,
kidding
you
me?
do. With
Are you
regards to
kidding
the
me?
misinformation that you just spread about women on my panel, you
Define
definitely do, and you definitely also
Look,
are a
just quickly
racist.
go look
And
up
I'm proudly
misogynistic.
bigoted towards you.
You guys, I understand that you're using me fighting with you for clout and getting some views and whatnot, and I get it. I'm fine with that. I'll sit here and defend myself all day long. But you cannot sit here and tell me that it's only funny if you make a joke, not me. You cannot sit here and tell me how you're so much higher than me. You cannot sit here and mute my mic. Well, some guy tells me that my education's wrong. When I ask, can you tell him to tell me where I'm educated? He doesn't know nothing. See, this is what you guys do. You don't know anything, and then you just try and pick apart little things to try and make somebody look bad to make yourselves feel better. Plain and simple. Prove me wrong.
You want me to prove you wrong?
Well, it doesn't matter, like, because whatever you say, it is not going to go to any point. It's going to go in a different direction. But anyways, whatever. I don't care.
Wait, why do you say that?
Because this is what I've experienced for the past half an hour being on your panel.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So
Very.
I actually have an art. One second.
Let me guess. You have 50 million followers and people like you. Is that what you're gonna say? Or what is it? Oh man, your chat is fucking hilarious. But you've been here way longer. I'm still here, apparently. Just wondering, like I'm here for the gusto. I don't care. You're gonna tell me, Bulpoot. 2 women followed Wade. Thank you, Wade. Have you considered? I can't see it. It's going too quick.
So, you said you were
Who the
pissed
hell
off
was
when I
that?
told
Still
you.
doesn't get the joke.
You were pissed off when I told you that I am always right, right?
Well, no. I was a little bit pissed off when you decide that you say, "Oh, I'm way above you." I don't understand where you get that from. Does that come from Planned Parenthood too? Is that your source of information or what?
No, but I actually have a source to prove that for you. Want to see
Let's
it?
do it. Yes, I do.
Okay, hold on.
I hope you make a lot of money off this. Sweet.
There we go.
What's that?
Athena is above your league. This is from the Daily Mail. Trust me. This is literally from the Daily Mail. Trust me, right?
Who's Athena?
That's me, is above your league and never wrong. See? Even the Daily, listen, trust me, bro. Look, see, it's the Daily Mail, right? Literally the Daily Mail. It literally says, so it's a fact, right?
100%
So it's a fact. It's a fact that it says here, Athena is. What is it? What does the Daily Mail say? Athena is above your league.
And I applaud you for it.
Above your league.
You
and
really
never
gotta.
wrong.
You really gotta.
You see that?
You really gotta stop.
There we go.
You really gotta stop. You really. Yeah.
Cool.
Sure. Okay, put my name in there. Where's my name? Let me read the article on it. Put that back on real quick. Let's read the article. Put it back on real quick. No.
Hold on.
Put it back on. Let's read the article.
Yeah, actually, here they have a part about you. What does that say?
Unlock the doors.
No. What does it say? The title. What does it say?
Well. Let's get in depth.
What does
of
that
it. Let's
say?
read
What
it.
does that
Let's
title
read it.
say? Look at them writing about
Unlock
you.
the doors of
What does that
possibility
say?
with
What does that title
something
say?
self-belief.
What does that title say, Wade?
Well, let's
What does
dig
that title
deeper into
say?
this. Oh, is that how
What
you
does
guys
that
get
title
your?
say,
Is that how
Wade?
you
What does
guys
it
get your
say?
information? A
What does
title?
it say, Wade? What does it
Hey,
say?
it says Wade is right. I don't know
is
what's on your
a
screen.
Wade is a moron. That's what it
Okay, well let's
says.
go through the
Wow.
article here.
So the Daily Mail, right? The
Yeah.
Daily Mail, not only, by the way, this is like a cute selfie, isn't it? Anyways, the Daily
Yeah.
Mail not only thinks that I'm above your league and that I'm never wrong, but that you are a
21-year-old
moron.
girl. She's went through everything.
That
She
you're a
posted my
moron.
videos.
That's what it
She showed off
says.
my white privilege card or whatever and tried to make me look like
Anyways,
racist. Now she's
cool.
putting her picture on a
That's
Daily
the
Mail
fact.
thing and being like, Wade's a moron, and trying to prove a point with it. They always do this kind of shit. It's actually rather pathetic.
Are you pissed off that I proved you wrong? Is that what it is?
I'm not pissed off. I just think it's. I'm very happy you took that amount of time to put yourself on that and created
I
that.
didn't actually. The Daily Mail did. So
Oh, did it?
well.
Yeah. You're right. Can you send me a copy of that?
No, thank you.
Of course
No,
not.
thank you.
Exactly. I don't think
Anyways,
you
where
have
you
the
been?
privilege of possessing a selfie of mine.
Who's having a fire?
There's a fire.
Is Michael out there?
Michael's over there. There's two fires actually going.
What
Debbie,
the
can I
heck?
ask you a question, woman to
Now
woman?
Go ahead. She's here now.
Mhm.
What is it, dear?
Do you think that a woman's private part gets larger with a high body count?
Half an hour ago.
Gets larger with what?
With a higher body count?
Higher body count.
She's literally asked you this question like half an hour.
No, I
No.
didn't.
She's deterring.
No.
No.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
Do you
very
think?
welcome.
Have you heard of the Buffalo? Have you heard of the Buffalo shooting,
not
Debbie?
Do I think what?
Have you heard of the Buffalo shooting, Debbie?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. So the Buffalo shooting was when this 23-year-old white tea supremacist drove about like 3 hours to go to a predominantly black neighborhood and unalive black people. And while he was doing that, he also wrote the N-word on his pew because he thought it was extra cute to slur black people while unaliving them. This happened in 2022. Do you think that's a horrific event?
Yes, it is.
Do you think there's anything funny about this?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. The person that is your friend, Wade, decided to take a video about that incident and make a joke.
It's not a joke.
I made a joke.
Mm.
Here, why don't you show her said video?
Thank you, Debbie. At least you have some humanity, or you have humanity, unlike Wade there.
Well, I'm a bit older than him, and I've been through things in my life, and I understand things in my life, and
I'm going to show you the video she's speaking of. And you
like
tell me if I'm
I
racist.
believe in what I believe, and I just want everything to be peaceful and kosher, and that's it. Probably like you, right, darling?
Well, yeah. I do empathize with more marginalized people, 100%. I don't think other people's pain is funny.
Never take it out of context to you. Don't let her do that, girl.
Other people, what? Sorry?
I don't think other people's pain and trauma is funny.
It isn't. Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Yep.
We agree there. Wait, on the other hand.
Has anybody
that's
ever
funny.
made a joke about 9/11? Was 9/11 funny? No, it wasn't. Has anybody ever made a joke about it? Yes? No? What's your answer?
I'm still here. Talk to me, darling.
Exactly.
I'm not even gonna bother responding to that.
Exactly, you're
I'm
not,
even gonna
because you
bother
know it's been
responding to
done.
that.
Bro, did you just admit your joke is similar to making a joke about 9/11?
It's not a joke.
Well, Debbie, Debbie, do you think that your friends are a reflection of your character?
No, I have my own character and he has his own character.
Right, but you would say like hangs out with like, right?
He's trying to make you hate.
Repeat that again?
You would say that like hangs out with like, that people who are alike hang out together?
Now she's trying to call you a racist. 'Cause you hang out
Well, no, Debbie, I'm not calling you a racist. Wade is definitely a racist. And I'm
He's a
asking
racist?
Oh,
Definitely.
absolutely.
Here's
That
the
man
video.
is an absolute racist.
Don't listen to her, but here's the video in question.
Killed 10 fucking people and not a scratch on, not shot at, not pushed the.
Privileged white card.
I threw my white privilege card out. And now
Okay,
for
when
some
you
reason-
say he's a racist, define that.
But she can't answer and frame it and put it on my wall. If there would be a difference.
He upholds tenets of white supremacy and is bigoted towards people of color.
Yeah, Debbie, that's right. I'm the biggest racist in the world.
Everybody, wait, black, white, purple, whatever you are, we are all humans with our own identity, our
Wade
own
does not think
feelings.
that, Debbie. I don't want you to kind of go off in some little hippie tangent. I'm telling you, your friend is a racist.
I am a racist.
How does that make you feel?
How does that make
Define racist.
I already did.
Well, no. Explain how I'm a
I
racist.
already did.
Well, answer again. Maybe you didn't understand.
Wait. Wade, shut up. Let's just
Well,
say for
explain
one.
it first.
Wade, shut up.
Well, explain it.
I will.
Okay, let's hear it.
Shut up, Wade. Debbie.
Yes?
just- let me ask you. Let's just assume I'm correct. Would
Okay.
you still be friends with him?
If he's a racist,
Yes.
Of course.
I'd have to look up that word racist.
You don't know what a racist is?
No,
Really?
I don't like that word. Actually gave me the shivers.
She's not under the impression that she's talking to somebody who's sometimes not all there in the head. She assumes all people are the same, and you're either racist or not.
No, Wade, you are racist. I will stand by that statement. But it's really wild. Wade, shut up. It's really wild to me that I'm asking Debbie if you're a racist. She says, I don't know what a racist is. Are we kidding?
I do, but I don't know.
Okay, tell her everything.
So if you do know what a racist is,
Yes.
and if we just assume that I'm correct and Wade is a racist, would you still be friends with him? It's not a hard question.
Would I still be friends with him?
Correct.
If he's-
I'm not friends with racists.
Take that into consideration of whatever he thinks. I'm just his friend.
So I just want to make sure I understand your position. And this is a yes or no. Would you be friends with him still if he was a racist?
Probably.
Why do you want to be friends with racists? And by the way, probably is wild.
What makes him a racist?
What makes him a racist?
How does it not matter? That's your whole opinion. This is what's wrong with you people.
So I'm asking, why should
So
we
now-
be friends? Why? Wade, I know you're crashing out. Just
No.
calm down.
I'm just wondering if you're trying to now be like, oh, what? You'd still be your friend? That means you're a really terrible, terrible person.
Yeah, I do think you're a bad person if you're friends
and the
with
fact that
racists.
You're bringing me up being
Absolutely.
racist, and the fact that you have
Wait,
a live
here,
talking
I'll do
about
one second.
a body
Athena, are you still
count,
here?
and you let it turn to race.
Athena, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So now we have the task of showing how Wade is racist.
Show me how I'm racist.
Yeah.
This is a panel that went from high body count to all of a sudden
wait,
racism.
Again, you're being that baby again. Wah, wah. No, that was a joke. The reason that it's gone from you being a misogynist to you being a racist is because you don't really have a mask. You don't really try and hide those things. So you're being confronted about videos and behavior because they're problematic. You still have yet to explain the joke.
I've told you the joke.
No, you haven't. All you've said is, I had a white privilege card, I threw it away. Ha 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 ha. You haven't explained what's funny.
Well, the
Athena's
funny
joke,
no,
Athena's
no,
joke was very
listen,
clear.
you just don't. Okay, for starters, if you stop muting my mic, it was not even.
No. I want to make sure that you're listening. Athena's joke was pretty clear. She was calling you a baby and then played baby noises, which sounded a lot like you talking. That's pretty clear. That's funny. You still have not explained the punchline.
Are you done?
I muted my mic, so that was an indication.
Okay. Thank you. It was not even 3 seconds ago you said you have post videos of me being racist. For starters, you posted video, not plural, videos, and I explained to you how it's a joke. You don't get the joke. I get that. Now, just because don't interrupt.
Wait, only a racist would be like it's video, not videos. That's a weird distinction to make. And again, we're not saying like this
Look,
isn't
if
like
you're just gonna continuously mute my mic, I'm not gonna sit here and humor you anymore.
well, fine.
Like this,
I
because
mean,
it's
no
getting
one's
pretty
holding
pathetic
you
at this
hostage.
point.
No one's holding you hostage, Wade.
No, I'm just not letting you talk smack.
The question is,
Stop talking.
I'm not talking
smack.
smack. I genuinely think
You
already
literally
did.
3 seconds ago said videos. You had videos.
That's
so you're
not
already
talking
influencing bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
I already
Hi.
explained the joke.
Yeah, Kenzie, let's move
didn't.
away. Let's move away from the joke. Do you think white people in Canada are being replaced?
Do I?
Do you think that white people in Canada are being replaced?
Do I think that white people in Canada are being replaced?
Yes, by
No.
black and brown immigrants.
No, that makes no sense.
Okay, so the Freedom Convoy that you support, the founders and organizers of said convoy literally believe that
You
white
mean
people are being replaced in Canada, and you support that Freedom Convoy. Your Facebook
there?
says it. It's crazy that people sent me your Facebook. Secondly, do you know that do you believe that white privilege exists?
Okay, for starters, the Freedom Convoy is the only reason why COVID-19 is over right now, and the reason why you could go to work. And secondly, it had nothing to do with races taking over anything. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but no. And let me guess.
Are you saying the Freedom Convoy stopped COVID?
Do you think if the Freedom Convoy didn't exist, that you'd still be wearing a mask today and you'd still have places closed at 10 and you'd still be 6 feet apart?
So Canada
don't think
stopped COVID on a global scale? The Freedom Convoy in Canada stopped COVID globally? That's
What
the
stopped
power
it?
that the convoy had?
What stopped it?
I'm just asking you. I'm saying, do you think that the Canadian convoy stopped COVID globally?
I think that the Canadian convoy proved that a bunch of people could get together and not get sick and die as you were told to half a decade ago. So
Listen.
I'm asking you, can you
Mm.
tell me where you think you would be without it? And what would have ended it?
Well, what did end it is herd immunity and vaccines.
No, Kenzie, I think you're wrong. Listen, Americans, you know how Americans always make like those disaster films where they save the world and all that stuff? I'm so sorry. Americans need to step aside because it's a Canadians' time. I didn't know this. Canada saved the world
Oh
from
my
COVID because a bunch of people decided to just get in a truck and block roads. That's
Wow.
listen, W Canada.
I
In the
understand.
chat,
I
I just wanted to say that
understand.
W Canada, you saved all of us
I
from COVID.
100% understand your sarcasm. I see and sense your sarcasm in there. But my question to you is, after Canada did the trucker protest and proved that people can get in a group and stay there months on end on a street outside, what became of it? All of a sudden,
W
everybody
Canada. I did not know Confederate flags saved COVID, saved us from COVID. I didn't know
Okay,
that
can you
all
okay,
these
okay.
different Confederate
For
flags.
starters,
W Convoy, because you know
can
these
you
are the
tell me
Confederate flags
that's
that
not a
saved the
Confederate
world from
flag for
COVID.
starters? But
That
anyways,
is a Confederate
can you
flag. What
tell
are you
me? No,
talking
no, no, no.
about?
Can you tell me what did?
Ooh, I can't show
Can you
that.
tell me what did put a
That's the
stop?
triple. Ooh, can't show that either. That was a
Wow,
schmotstica.
wow. You guys watch a lot of news, don't you?
Ooh, can't show that either. That was another schmotstica. Wow. Who knew schmotstica saved the world? Do not
Okay, so
fucking clip me, y'all. If y'all clip me saying that,
Canadians Nazis?
Calling the
no, I'm
convoy.
calling the convoy.
You're
I'm saying the
calling everybody in the
convoy.
trucker convoy Nazis, correct?
Correct. You can't
Wow.
say that word.
Yahtzees.
Say
Yahtzees. Yahtzees.
You guys are so off your rocker.
Yahtzees. Please,
So,
let's
so,
not
so
use.
clearly you're not from Canada, are you?
Wait.
No,
Why?
no, no. Are you from Canada?
No, I'm not from
exactly.
Canada.
You're not.
Wait, why would they fly the symbol, the swastika, if they weren't Yahtzees?
Schmotstica, please. Let's not say the word.
Swastika, sorry.
Because there's always got to be somebody in there to make headline news to create arguments in lives such as this.
I'm
So,
sorry.
again, can you tell me
One
what
second,
movement did anybody else do to put an end to COVID-19?
1 second. I'm sorry. Are you saying that the convoy used a swastika as like a PR tactic?
Yeah, Kenzie and Athena, I actually have a question for you guys. Say, like, hypothetically, we were all at, like, a protest together, right? And someone showed up to this protest we were, like, at together with, like, a Yahtzee flag. Would y'all, like, want to, like, pow, like, beat them up? Or, like, because me
Probably.
personally, like, if someone showed up to a protest and something I believe in with a flag like that, like, they're leaving in an ambulance, Like, I'm beating someone up who shows up to something that I'm trying to protest for with that. But y'all just let them walk free in the convoy. Nobody stopped them. Like, I don't know. That's kind of makes me feel like you're a Yahtzee if you didn't beat up the Yahtzee. That's just me, though.
Bro, literally defending them having a Yahtzee symbol by saying, like, it was just a PR tactic. Like, be so fucking for real.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So this person, wait, you not only make jokes about the Buffalo Pew Pew and white privilege, you also support the Freedom Convoy.
100%
question,
I
do you
support the
think-
Freedom Convoy. And no, you're not going to sit here and call me a Nazi because some idiot
I didn't
come in
call
with
you
a
a
goddamn
Yahtzee.
flag.
I will.
And no, you're
are
not going to call me a
absolutely Yahtzee.
racist because
I
I'm
didn't call you a Yahtzee, but I did call you
I
as a
will.
racist.
This is the problem with you. You're American, aren't you?
No, I'm Afro-German.
Yeah, wait, I'm Canadian and I'll call you a Yahtzee, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't care. Yeah.
Okay.
You should care that people
You
are
don't even
calling
know what a
you
Nazi is, for God's sakes. What are you, 21?
Let me not say that word. Say Yahtzee.
Well, then don't bring
Let's not
it
say
up
that word. I don't
because
want my
it's
life
a bunch
taken
of
down.
bullshit.
Do you believe that white privilege exists?
No, I do not.
He doesn't. He's a racist. Why would he believe
Give me
that?
an example. Give me an
Okay,
example as
wait.
to how it
Do you
exists.
think white people
No,
can
no, no,
experience?
no. Let's stick with one topic at a time. Give me an example as to how it exists.
Yeah, the fact that white newborns are more likely to live than black newborns, because black newborns are 2 to 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns. That's one example.
So
Now,
so
to
that's
you,
white
Wade, do you
privilege? Are
believe?
you
To
kidding
you,
me?
yes, it is white
That is
privilege
white
that they're
people's
not
fault? Like what are you
Yes.
talking about?
Yes, it is white people's fault that black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth. Yes,
Okay,
it is.
do you hear
So,
yourself talk out loud?
yes, I
That's
do.
white privilege. Is
Yes.
because and where do you get these stats? Show me your stats.
Yeah,
Show
should
me
I show you
them.
the study?
Show
I
me
can show
it.
it to
Show
you.
me it.
But my
Yeah,
question is again,
also black women are 3 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women too.
What does that have to do with white people being racist and having privilege?
why do you think
So
black women are more likely to die?
Well, first off, I haven't seen your stats.
The CDC.
Well, just answer the question.
Well, there's nothing to answer because I don't believe you.
Well,
Hello?
but
Wake
wait.
up.
That's
Hello,
your
it's-
art.
it's-
Wait, shut
Hello,
up, Wade.
it's not sleepy time. Wake
Wade,
up.
you asked a
Wait.
question. Shut up.
Yeah,
Well,
wait,
what are you
that's
even
your
talking about?
shut up. God, I hate having to mute you. I don't know why you're such a big man baby bitch. Be an adult, bro. None of us are crashing out. None of us are freaking out.
You are saying that white privilege
I
or
don't
an
know
exact
how I say shut up and you think that's an invitation to talk. Wade, you asked for examples of white privilege. And then we give you examples and you're like, that's not white privilege. I want to hear that argument. You saying, I don't believe you is a different argument. You flat out said, those are not examples of white privilege. Give us the argument.
They're not examples of white privilege. And again, in my argument, you're the one bringing it up.
Wade.
Show me the
Why are they not
stats.
examples? Wade.
Look, are you going to
Why
interrupt
are
me
they
or
not
not?
examples?
Like,
She asked
do
you
you guys
something
just
very
want to listen to
specific.
yourself talk, or
Wade,
what are
she
you doing
asked you
here?
something very
Oh, for
specific,
fuck's
bro.
sake! What is it?
How?
What is
We're
it?
not telling.
If I
Wade,
answer this
shut
question,
up.
if I answer this
I'm
question, are
trying
you
to
going to
tell
answer
you.
mine?
You just asked
That's
a question. Shut up.
what's the question?
Shut up. I'm trying to tell you.
Shut up.
She didn't ask you to
Answer a
just
question.
repeat.
How does
Shut
that make
up.
any sense?
She didn't ask you to just repeat that it's not white privilege. She's asking you to tell her the argument for how it's not white privilege, Wade. Holy shit, bro.
Because white babies don't come out of the womb and say, "Hey, I'm white. I get to live. You don't." Just like black babies don't come out of the womb. It could lead to health issues. It could lead to your living conditions. It could lead to lots of different things. But to bring babies into it and
Okay.
birth as a
So,
white privilege thing tells me
Wade,
that you're pretty fucking stupid.
Wait, nobody, wait. Nobody said white babies are unaliving black babies. I don't know why you decided to bring up white babies
I never said
into
that. And
this.
don't
No,
put
hold
words in my
on.
mouth.
Nobody is saying
You told
white
me.
babies. Hold on, wait, calm down. I said black babies are dying at the hands of white doctors. That's what
That's
I said.
not what you said at all.
I said
What
white.
you said.
I said
What
the
you
fact
said.
that okay. Don't scream.
What you said was.
Don't scream. Do not scream. Let me respond to you. Let me clarify. What I said was the very fact that white newborns do not face racism when they are being born, whereas black newborns are 3 times more likely to be unalived because they are black. That is white privilege. Because white newborns don't have to go through that. Now you ask me what my statistic is when it comes to the maternal mortality rate, right? Hold on. Let's see this, right? So if you go to the National Library of Medicine, clearly this isn't Daily Mail, so I'm so sorry that it's not your type of source. But if you go to this particular article called U.S. Maternal Mortality Within a Global Context, which was published in 2021, by the way, so it's quite recent. Let's go to the part where they talk about black women. Hold on. By the way, this particular study took everything into account. It took age, took class,
You're literally you're spewing through nothing now, and you literally, for starters, just changed what you said. You changed it from the stats are white kids are more able to be burnt, and there's and a
Yes.
black one is 3% or however much percent more
Yes,
likely to
white
die.
kids,
And
white.
then following later into the conversation, you said by a white doctor. I don't know
Yes.
why you guys hate yourselves so much, but I don't know.
Okay, so I'm black. I'm not gonna. Don't tell me I hate myself. I
She
don't.
showed you a fucking picture of herself.
I'm black, bro.
I know,
Did you think
but
I was a tanned white
you
woman
think
from
that's
Sicily?
a get out of jail free card? No. I
No.
want you to
So
explain to me how a white baby who hasn't even been born has white privilege.
I just told you
Because you're
that.
white.
You didn't explain
I
shit. I
did.
have never heard that before. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Wait,
So
what
you
is
see
white
this?
privilege?
Hold on. Black women
Well, scroll up
at
through
all
the other
levels.
50 pages. Read the whole thing out.
Bro, you don't have to be
Are
like
you fucking
a crash
high?
out.
Give me a
So
break.
I found it. Black women at all levels of income and education have a higher maternal death risk than non-Hispanic white women. Why? Why do you think black women are more likely to die during childbirth than white women?
Let me guess. Because they're not white? Is that what you're?
No,
is that
I'm
what
I
you
can
want
ask
me
you a
to say
question.
or
Why
what?
do you think that is? Why do black
Well,
women
why
have
do
a
you
higher
think it
risk?
is? Why do you?
No, I'm
Why don't
asking
you
you
tell me?
again. Why do you think black
Why
women
do
are
you
more
think
likely
it
to
is?
die?
Why do
do you
you
think black
think it
women?
is?
No, again, you're trying to argue this. So answer the question. Why do you think black women are more likely to die?
I thought the question was babies.
I can bring you the babies afterwards. I'm saying again, with regards to black women, why are black women more likely to die?
More likely to die as of what? Because of
During
what?
childbirth than white women.
It must be. It must be white privilege. It has to be. I concede. It must be
Wade, do
white
you
privilege.
understand English? Is English your first language?
Well,
Are
okay.
you
I say,
elevated?
listen to me.
Are you
I concede.
inebriated?
Listen to me.
Are you
I concede.
inebriated?
I don't know. Can you tell me the answer?
Okay, so you don't know why they're
Okay.
dying.
Can you tell me the answer?
You don't know why they're dying.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I'm just asking you, do you or do you not know why they're dying?
I do not know.
Because
I
of
concede.
medical
It must be white
racism.
privilege.
Because
Now
of
that you brought it
medical
up, can you
racism.
inform me as to why they are dying, please?
Because of medical racism. That's
Because
why.
of medical racism now.
Yes.
So give me an example of medical racism.
A black woman being more likely to die during giving birth than white women.
Okay, now give me an example of medical racism.
I did.
Why
Black
is she
women
dying?
being more
Why?
likely to die during childbirth than white women. That is one example of medical racism.
Okay. Now, tell me, what does that have to do with white people?
Why are black women more likely to die? Just answer that question. If it has nothing to do with racism, why are black women more likely to die?
It could have anything to do with their health issues. I don't
What health
understand.
issues?
Any health issues.
What health issues?
Wade, do you
What
think
health issues consistently affects only black women?
is
At
race
every single
biological?
education, at every single education level and income level, what health issues specifically only affect black women? Rich
The
black
same
women,
one
poor
that-
black women, everything.
The same one that would affect white women.
Wait, Wade, really quick, do you think race is biological?
What?
Do you think race is biological?
No. Let's not jump topic.
Oh, no, this is
I want to
related.
hear this girl's example.
This
as
is
to
related.
Why,
Athena's not a girl.
why
Athena is
it
a
is
woman. Wade.
racism and why there is white privilege because black women apparently die having a kid and it's a white
It's
guy's
not
fault.
apparently, it's a fact.
Give me
I just showed it
give
to
me
you.
an explanation. Don't sit
I
here.
am okay. Shut up, Wade. God, I'm so sick of you, like little man, baby, bitch tone. I don't know why you're so like stressed out. You're a fucking racist. So It's been in medical textbooks for a long time that Black people and Black women in particular have different pain tolerances. We can see with Serena Williams. Do you know who Serena Williams is? She's obviously the highest economic class that you can reach, and she almost died during childbirth because her doctors ignored her complaints of pain.
Okay, so are you saying there's never been a white woman die having birth?
Can you just repeat what I said back?
Something about one case, about one woman and doctors refused something.
So you didn't hear anything I said.
Did you
Wait,
just read a
So
headline?
you didn't hear anything I just said. You didn't hear that I said it was in medical textbooks that Black people have higher pain tolerances than white people, when that's not true. And then I gave you a very specific example of Serena Williams, who is a famous tennis player, obviously going to be in peak physical and health condition, obviously isn't going to suffer from certain socioeconomic status, and she almost died because of medical racism.
Women can die during pregnancy or childbirth due to the complications like severe infections, high blood pressure, pre whatever the fuck.
Wade, one group of women is more likely to die. That is the problem. We're not saying white women don't die giving birth, Wade. We are saying Black women are more likely to die giving
Show
birth
me
than
where
white
it
women.
says that.
Athena
Show me where it
already
says
did,
that.
Wade.
No, you
She
didn't.
fucking did.
It does not say Black women, and if it does say Black women, that's not a white privilege. That might be in your
Wait,
genes
yes, the
as
fuck
you were
it
trying
is.
to. So
Wait,
you're gonna blame.
hold on. Wait, no,
just
shut
let
up.
me.
I'll
No,
tell you
Hold
how
on,
it
hold on,
is.
hold on.
Let me
Wait,
get
wait,
this
wait.
straight. You're gonna blame white
Wait,
people
hold on.
for
Hold on, wait,
Black women dying.
hold on. Did you just say I did not show you a source that said Black women were more likely to die? Did you just say that?
It never said Black women were more likely to die. You had a
Really?
statistic of Black women. Therefore, you could also look at statistics where there
Do you
could
know how
be.
to read? Read this one for
Let,
me. Read it. Black women yeah, read that one.
well, go to the left.
I'm just saying, read it.
Go to the left. I can't read it.
Here we go.
Dum
Read it.
dum. I can't read just where it says Black
Read
women.
it.
You want me to read that? Black
Yes.
women at all levels of some education have a
Income.
higher.
Bro, can
And
you
for
read?
starters, listen. At black levels, or no,
At
black
Black levels?
women,
Are you sure you can read?
black.
Mm-hmm.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're not
Black
gonna talk to me
women
that way.
at
Just
all
read it.
levels of. Move it to the left. I can't see your full screen. Move it to the left. To the left. Your other left. Of all levels of income and education have a higher maternal death risk than non-Hispanic white women.
Exactly. So what does that sentence mean?
It means clearly the white people are killing them all.
No. What
it
does that
doesn't.
mean? What does that mean?
Well, what
that
does it
sentence
mean to you?
What does
What
it
does
mean?
it tell you?
Let's see if you have basic comprehension skills.
Look, you're the one trying to
What
tell
does
me
that
that it's
mean?
white privilege. I want you to show me where
Yeah,
does
what
it
does
say
that
in there
mean?
because of the
What does
white
that
people.
mean? What does that mean? What does that mean, Wade? What does that
Of
mean? Because I
non-Hispanic.
wanna
You're
test if
comparing
you
black
have
women
basic
to white
comprehension
non-Hispanics.
skills. No, I want to test if you have basic comprehension skills. Does that say that Black women are more likely to die?
Yeah, compared to white non-Hispanic women.
Thank you. So I did
Does-
fucking show you it, didn't
Okay,
I?
now.
There we go.
can you-
So why do you think Black women are more likely to die?
Your argument, woman,
Wait.
your argument is white.
You need to calm down. Wade, I need you to concede that you lied on the goddess Athena's name because she showed you exactly what she said she showed you. And your fragile white masculinity is fucking crashing out.
again, very calm like, can you show me in that article where it has anything to do with white privilege?
Wade, I'll tell you, like, I don't know how this is. No, Wade, quiet, bro. Don't fucking speak over me. Please mute him.
Well, I asked you a question first.
I am going to answer the question, Wade, and it's pretty fucking simple. Like, I can tell you as a white woman, even if I'm not deliberately the one that is causing the deaths of these black mothers, I inherently benefit from that fact because when I have a baby, I am statistically less likely than a black woman to die giving birth. That is, like, literally just blatant fucking privilege. I am privileged by the fact that I do not have to worry about dying due to medical negligence while giving birth because of my race. That is white privilege. I don't know what's so fucking hard for you.
Okay, now that you're calmly talking, are you suggesting that there is no such thing as a white woman who has ever died giving birth?
No, Wade, that's not what I'm saying. And I'll
Okay,
say it
so
again.
then-
Hold on,
so
no,
again,
Wade,
can
I'll
you
answer
explain to me
you.
the
I'll say it
privilege?
again. I'll say it again, Wade.
Really just
I am not saying
these people
that
are
white women do
These
not
are the
die.
future
Wade, you
generations.
asked me a fucking question. Shut up.
No, I don't care. I don't care
Shut
at this
up,
point.
you fucking man baby.
You're
Shut
so
up.
stupid.
Shut
you could literally,
up.
you
Shut
could literally
up.
just pull
Shut
up.
up. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh,
I am not saying white women don't die giving birth. I am saying white women don't die giving birth because of their race, because of negligence and medical racism. That is why we don't, that's not why we die giving birth. We don't die giving birth because doctors deny us pain medication because they think that we have a better pain tolerance. But black people do. White women do die giving birth, but it's not because of their fucking race. I don't know what's so hard for you.
Thank you. By the way, I just checked PayPal. Thank you, Maria, for the PayPal gift. I appreciate you. If any other people want to support me as well financially, my PayPal is in my link tree. So thank you very much.
okay, by your definition, what is white privilege? Are you saying that the whites get way more and they're treated way better and all that? Like, what is your definition of white privilege?
But I am not disadvantaged in society on the basis of my race.
So you're saying because of a medical childbirth study or whatever that now that's an example of white privilege. And how do people take white privilege?
Because I am not more likely to die on the basis of my race while giving birth. Yes, that is white privilege, Wade. Yes.
So what do you think we should do? What is the result?
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what we do, Wade.
What do we do?
We address the fact that medical racism does exist in schools. Wade, shut up. You asked me a question, okay? In medical school, we have these conversations with people that are coming into medical school. We talk about the histories of medical racism. We tell them that there are these misconceptions that black women feel less pain than white women, but this is not true. Like, we educate people, Wade. We educate people. It's really not that hard of a fucking concept.
So first you're calling me racist, and then you're saying white privilege, and then you're comparing it to a stat on black women giving birth versus white Hispanic women.
That's an example.
And that's your whole chat.
Wade,
aspect.
you asked for an example, and we've given you.
That's not an example.
Shut up.
You're
We've given you 2, and we can't even get past the 2 to give you other examples of housing discrimination, of how police and prison systems work, of how education systems work. We can't even get past this 1 because you have zero concept of what we're talking about. And you are so willfully ignorant. You want to hang on to your racism like the binky you put in your mouth at night.
Mm-hmm. Athena, do you want to add up Jeff? I can drop for him if you want to keep the panel small.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Do you want me to drop? Or do you want?
Yeah, I think when we had too many friendlies, it was a bit chaotic, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll drop for him. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
No problem. You're always welcome on my panel, mates. Jeff, go on. You want to say something?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for women. I'm just here
Hey,
to
hey, 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 whoa, 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 whoa,
represent.
whoa.
Hey,
Can we
Mowgli.
compare that? Can we
Hey,
compare the
Tarzan, the macaques and orangutans you were raised with may not have taught you manners, but on this panel, you're going to have some manners. We'll teach you which one the salad fork is later. So, I'm here for the anti-stupid campaign. I actually need to talk to Wade. So, Wade, I need you to unmute and not crash out like a lower primate. Don't throw your feces or anything. Come on, Wade.
Okay, I'm sorry, but can anyone explain to me in the same thing? What about red? Is there red privilege? Is there yellow privilege? It doesn't mention anything about that.
The explaining to the macaques period is over. I have some questions for you.
Well, of course it's over.
Yeah, it's a wrap. I just have some questions. How much research, just really quickly, you have to hear the whole question so you don't get confused. I'm going to try to speak in small words. How much research have you done about race and racism?
I don't do research into race and racism because I believe the more you do that, the more you bring it about, creates it. It doesn't exist unless you acknowledge it.
That's a good answer, Wade. I love that. When was the last time you read any books about like feminism or sociology in general?
I don't feel the need to go out there and find a feminism book or sociology book. I feel the need to get up, go to work, do a job, come home.
I love that.
And yeah, okay.
That's good stuff. All right. And yet, right? With the functional reading level of a first grader, you want to be involved in an advanced academic discussion about sociological issues, and then
What's advanced about it?
Pretend that you're understanding anything that's shown to you from a study.
Look. You guys are.
Here's why you're racist.
I'm asking you, what is it?
Here's why you're racist, Wade. Because
I'm racist.
I'm going to tell you why you're racist.
I'm going to find out why I'm racist.
Yeah, here's why. Because
next time.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you. Wade.
Go ahead.
I know you know where all the sales on king size white sheets are. I know that about you. But this is the thing. This is why you're racist. You know nothing about.
I have a double sized bed, buddy. I don't have a king. I like how you presume about me, but go ahead.
The fact that I got
tell me
that
what
right.
I am, what I do. Go ahead.
The fact that I got that right is crazy, but I don't want you to
No, you
interrupt me
didn't get
again.
that right.
All
I
right,
said
Mowgli.
you-
Hey, Mowgli. Blame Baloo for your lack of culture. That's not my fault. Blame Baloo. Maybe he was distracted by Shere Khan. I don't know. But that's your bad culture, not mine. The reason you're racist is because you know nothing about this topic and you think your whiteness is going to carry you through it. The fact that you just shout, saying nonsensical things at the exact same pitch of an orangutan, and then you think you're right because you said things just because you're white. That's why you're racist. Because you have people here who have studied this, researched it, read about it, looked at the books that you so abhor, and they have information. You have nothing. You have zero things. You just have nuh-uh. But you think that you can hang out in an academic discussion about these topics and just say things. I don't know why. Now, I'm going to tell you that I am here to represent my crusade against stupidity. And you've exhibited all of it. Like, you have a lack of curiosity, so you don't have any access to new information. You have a breathtaking lack of self-awareness due to your fragile ego. And you said I don't know at one point, but it was kind of facetious. You don't know how to say I was mistaken, and you don't know how to say I've changed my mind. So no amount of new information presented to you is going to change that because you're stupid. But you think you can overcome that with your whiteness. And that's sad. At least I think that's sad.
Are you done, buddy, or what?
Has your family been in Canada long?
Are you done yet?
No. Has your family been in
Can
Canada
I
long?
respond to this guy, or what? Or you just want to keep jumping around?
Is that a question? You asked me, am I done yet? I said no. So I asked, has your family been in Canada for long?
Yes.
All right. How long? Many
My whole
generations?
life.
Well, before that, like
Well,
your
actually, my family's Dutch. They came from Holland and Poland, and fought in the war. Came down. I also have another side. My dad's side of the family came from Newfoundland, which is still Canada. But yeah, in your answer, yeah, Canada. We've been here a long time.
so about a century.
Yeah, at least.
You have a job?
Yes.
40-hour work week? I don't know.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more. So in addition to being uneducated and thinking that you're educated, you're also one of the poors.
Also one of the poors.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing, right? This is what white privilege is, that when life hands you lemons, you think your whiteness just powers you through it. Because you see other people, when life hands them lemons, it hits them with a sledgehammer. But because you don't get hit with a sledgehammer, you're like, I must be special. That's what the white privilege is. There's no place on earth that I, as a black man, could go in knowing nothing and just start talking about shit. And yet you think people should take you seriously knowing nothing when you talk about shit. That's the white privilege.
I thought the white privilege was based on the female anatomy, that some white females who are non-Hispanic tend to not die. Well, on the other end of the spectrum, there's black female mothers who are dying. I thought
That's wonderful. That's a part of it, but you're not a white female. So listen, hold on.
There's so
Here's
many
the thing.
parts of it, man.
Here's
I
the
can't
thing.
keep
Here's the
up.
thing. Yeah, this is why I'm talking slow, because I know you're going to get lost really quickly.
Yeah, I know.
One
That's
of the
probably why you
pieces of
cover your
evidence,
face too and your throat.
Mowgli, your betters are speaking. Do not interrupt your betters. It's not bad. It's not good form. King Charles III would be, he's still the head of the Commonwealth, right? You guys are part of the Commonwealth. He would be upset with you. This is not good stuff. So the first thing is, that is one piece of evidence. You may not have been listening because, again, it's hard to keep up when you're uneducated. They also said there is racism in the education system, in the housing system, all across the board. All of this was mentioned to you, not by me, but by the women you were talking to. You didn't hear none of that because you're stupid. But you still want to persist in this conversation that you know nothing about. So when I say to you, and I break it down in simple terms, that the fact that you are uneducated and you think you can have a conversation about this is the white privilege, you still don't understand. Like you think you can brute force your way into academia.
It wasn't done. That's why I waited.
I have a prophecy. Your rebuttal is going to hinge on zero of the things that I said. Now, in order for me to be wrong, all you have to do is say something cogent that's contextual to what I said. The stage is yours, racist white man.
How dare you call him that?
Well, no, it's not, because I know no matter what I say, you're just going to start talking again. So get it all out of your system, buddy. Get it all out of your system.
Bad.
I said, I don't know what part of the stage is yours, comma, space, racist white man, exclamation point is hard to decipher, but it is your turn to speak, Mowgli.
Mowgli. Wow. So I'm a racist now because I'm white.
Uneducated.
I'm uneducated.
Mhm.
I apparently, white power, I guess. I don't know, whatever. And I'm everything this guy says. He knows me so well. You know what, man? You know me so well. Thank you very much for coming out, man. Thank you. Here. Give him a clap. Give him a clap for me. Good job, buddy. Good job. How come I don't see enough of you? You should be out there. You should be the president, man. You just know everything about everybody.
For the next 60 seconds, let's power gift Athena, because the God that you guys are all tithing is Bast. He's the same God from Black Panther, but that's who you're tithing. So let's power gift Athena for the next 60 seconds so we can do our
Yep.
Sunday tithes, because the prophecy, in fact, came true.
Hold on. There's
I want you
something.
guys to like explode with gifts for Athena, because
Who is this?
this is the only way that we can honor the true God, Bast, who is the one that offered me this
God, are
prophecy.
we at a sermon or not? Okay. For starters, I find it
I believe you, Jeff.
I find it absolutely funny how someone has to come here and sit there and try and insult somebody, belittle somebody, insult their intelligence, tell them that they are white because, let me guess, are you black or I don't know. No, you're a white man in a little face mask, or I don't know. And then they interrupt and they wonder why. You guys are so mad at life
I'm actually
that
happy.
it makes you feel better.
Hey, listen, I actually messaged Athena before this live, and I told her my field white was going to behave. I'm not going to get as much money.
And then they shut your mic off.
Yeah, and when I take you to auction, I'm not going to be able to get as much money if you keep misbehaving. So let me tell you something. I'm happy with life. I'm super happy. I'm a black man. My profile picture is actually an IQ test, and you failed it miserably. I'm not wearing a mask in my profile picture. That's a microphone. And you are, in fact, a racist. Like, I gave you a cogent argument as to why, but you weren't listening, which, like, made my prophecy true. And I don't even believe in prophecies. Isn't that crazy, Athena? I'm like the most atheist of atheists in the world. I don't believe in nothing supernatural or nothing, and I can't even control this prophetic power I have to tell you what you were going to say.
Biggest goddamn shit I have ever heard in my life. Keep going.
How about this? How about you
I'm
say
sorry, it
something?
didn't look
Say
like a
something that makes
microphone.
sense.
And you sure shit don't look black from here, buddy. But let me guess, you're
Because you don't know
one
what black
whatever.
is.
And I don't even
my
care if you're black,
God.
because now that I said that, now I'm a white racist. Yeah, blah, blah,
No,
blah.
you were a
Whatever.
racist
Let
before
it go.
that.
This is your guys' problem. This is what's
Hold
wrong
on,
with you
the
guys.
fact that you don't know that I'm a black man just makes you stupid. The fact that you thought it was a
No,
mask
no, you're
makes you
right.
even
You're right.
dumber.
I don't know everything about you. Only you know everything about everyone else because they're
No,
white.
look, you've been talking
No,
for
no,
a
no, no,
while.
no. Look,
I want you to
I bow
understand.
down. I bow down to your superior power.
Listen, Georgia the jungle, I want you to stop interrupting me, right? The reason that I know stuff about you is because you opened your mouth hole and started saying words. See, it's better to be thought an idiot than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's something that never made it to whatever elementary school you went to before you, I don't know how much schooling you had. But
So
you've
tell me
shown
the
it.
words. Tell me the words.
What words?
The words that you said you listened to from me so that you know everything about me.
Oh, that's simple. There was a study that Athena showed you that literally said that black women are more likely to unalive than non-Hispanic white women.
Yeah.
So I had to show that to you 3 times.
Yeah.
That's a lapse in reading comprehension.
And you're calling that an example of white privilege. And I'm
Yes.
saying that is not an example of white privilege.
Well, that's
so
your
then I
problem.
rebuttal, then I asked, what is white privilege?
White privilege is the ability to move through life without the obstacles that are placed in front of people who are not white.
Such obstacles as what?
Do you think it's an obstacle if you don't get to live?
Such obstacles as what?
Like the obstacle of not living.
So
I
that
think
is
that's an
your
obstacle.
that is your so
The obstacle of being over policed.
You
The
wanna
obstacle
say-
of having a substandard education system. The obstacle of having society look at you as less than when people who are dumb are right next to you, even though you've been studying for years. The obstacle of not having your last name of your people for centuries, but instead having the last name of a rapist. All of those obstacles. What obstacles?
This is why I tend to get a little bit upset, because your guys' example of white privilege, you bring down to a statistic of a black woman and a white Hispanic. And then When you asked about what white privilege is, then you start getting into all this. Therefore, when you use the term white privilege, it stands out more than just based on a white female statistic who lives longer than a black female. So I know exactly where you're trying to go with it, and I'm just not having it, and that's why
You don't.
you're upset.
You're the
So,
one.
because
Listen,
deep down, because deep.
I'm not upset with you. The only thing I'm upset is about the money I'm losing when I go to sell you. My issue is that I gave you a list of things. You couldn't get past a simple statistic. The statistic about black women.
And what you're missing, my friend.
I don't look. I told you, don't speak over your betters. The statistic about black maternal mortality rates is an easy one. What makes you think that you can understand the spend per student in the education system? What makes you think that you can understand the fact that black students are more likely to get suspended for the same for the same behaviors as white students? What makes you think that you can understand the statistics of scale of over policing when you can't understand a sentence that literally tells you the answer? Why should we go to more statistics for you, Wade? Like, I don't know if you know this, but your existence doesn't grant you like access to information or access to conversations. This is way above your station, bro.
By the way, y'all, I just found like a newspaper article of like Wade, and I'm gonna be posting it in my Discord server like right now. So if y'all want to read the newspaper article, it's actually like incredibly interesting. Just wanted to say that.
Not me running to my laptop.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, actually I have a better one. Sorry. I don't know why I decided to laugh like that, bro. I laughed like a gremlin. Hold on. Wait, where is it?
Hey, sorry, man. I had to turn the volume down because I didn't want to listen to anything you said because you don't listen to anything I said. Oh,
Here's the
go ahead, talk.
Here's the problem, projecting white boy. I've quoted you directly, and
White boy is okay. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
Shut the fuck up, Mowgli. I've quoted you exactly, which says that I've been listening to you. I asked you direct questions and you started talking about some other shit, which shows that you haven't been listening to me. The projection is wild, macaque.
Okay. So, anyways, I'm gonna begin the conversation like this. Every time you guys mute my microphone and this guy starts to talk, I just shut the volume on my phone off.
We give a fuck. The fact is, everybody on this live.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, George. I don't care if you lower your volume. Everybody on this live has talked to you and you haven't listened to shit. So do you think I care that you're lowering your volume?
It's posting. Sorry, y'all.
Athena.
Let's see what it says.
Are you done yet?
Local man with no medical degree shocked to learn Women aren't Ziploc bags. Local women's anatomy expert and full-time podcast listener Wade Thompson, 34, has once again graced the internet with his groundbreaking medical theories. According to Wade, women who have sex with multiple partners experience a rapid decline in vaginal elasticity, presumably the same way a rubber band disintegrates in the sun. They get all stretched out, bro, Wade explained confidently while wiping Dorito dust on his cargo shorts. It's just science. When asked to elaborate on this science, Wade cited an extensive list of academic sources, including a guy he met at the gym and a Twitter thread from 2016. Experts, however, suggest that Wade may be confusing the female reproductive system with a pair of overused sneakers. In a completely unrelated medical breakthrough, Wade also declared that medical racism is not real because he personally has never experienced it. As a white man, I've never had a doctor doubt my symptoms, so I don't see how it could be an issue, Wade said, scratching his neck beard. If anything, doctors are too nice to women. They get extra attention because they're always like crying about their little period cramps. Dr. Michelle Carter, a black OBGYN, attempted to explain racial disparities in healthcare to Wade, citing decades of research. Wade, however, dismissed her comments, stating, "That sounds made up," before adjusting his Monster Energy hat. Wade's mother, Susan, 63, has confirmed that he has never taken a biology class past the 10th grade. He did try to debate his teacher once about how tampons cause feminism, she sighed. At press time, Wade was last seen attempting to Google "Do vaginas have expiration dates?" before getting distracted by a Reddit thread titled "Why are women so entitled these days?"
Pretty good, actually.
That is so funny.
Whoever did that was pretty
So-
good. I wish you'd put that kind of time into something worthwhile, though.
While I was quiet, y'all, I was working on this, by the way.
Good job, Ashley. Yeah, I'm glad you put that kind of effort into something meaningful. But
Huh?
What do you mean, bro? Do you realize you've gotten dunked like on every fucking point?
I gotten dunked. No, but I realized
You
that
have
I've
a
been
humiliation kink?
No. What I gather from this right now is that I'm racist, and I have white privilege, and I guess shame on me. How do I repent
you
my
are
sins?
racist. You are racist. You are a
Yeah, thank you.
misogynist.
Yeah,
And you
I'm
are not
misogynist
educated.
too.
Yeah.
I'm misogynist too.
Yep. And you are not educated.
Can you define the misogynist? I thought I asked this like 20 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
misogyny is the hate or hostility that women and girls experience for not adhering to patriarchal prescriptions of gender.
So are you saying I'm a girl?
No, I'm saying that you show hate
Okay, well,
and
can
hostility.
you give that definition again?
I'm saying that you show hate and hostility to women and girls who don't subscribe to a specific idea of
No,
gender.
no. Say what you said at the first time.
I am.
No. You said the hatred and whatever that women experience.
Yep,
See,
hatred and
you guys like to
hostility
change
that
your
women and
words.
girls
Okay,
experience
cool,
for
sure.
stepping outside of
I'm
their
a-
patriarchal gender roles.
I'm a misogynist, racist, uneducated, something else. I'm something else too, right?
I mean, those are
These guys know.
top three that you should really work on.
These guys know. This older gentleman on the younger girl thing knows.
Well, Wade, I mean, don't you think it's easy to say if someone says racist things, if someone says misogynistic things,
What
and
did
if
I say
someone
that was
says,
racist?
one second, not done, and if someone says uneducated things, that they are a racist misogynist who's uneducated?
Yeah.
Does
Now,
that
can you tell me
logically
what
follow?
I said was racist?
Wait, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Does that
Yeah, we're on the
logically
same
follow?
page. Look, I'm clarifying. We're on the same page. Can you
Great.
tell me?
So if someone does say racist,
I get it. Can you tell me what I said that was racist?
I
yeah.
can't. Where did that guy go? There was this one guy in the chat who kept annoying me about wanting to come up, and now he decided to dip. That's crazy. I couldn't.
How come back to,
Sorry.
can you tell me what I've said is racist? Like, didn't we cover that 45 minutes ago?
I can't. I just couldn't. At least I could be creative for a bit. With that newspaper.
So good, Athena. You read him for Phil. That was so good.
If anybody wants to find that particular newspaper article, you can find it in my Discord server. It was posted in the general chat. If you want to know where my Discord server is, the Discord server is in the link tree in the bio. So, yeah. Where's
Right.
that dude?
Oh, he's not loading.
Hmm.
But I'm gonna go back down to the comments if B wants to come back up. I just wanted
I don't
to.
think they do want to come up. Wait, 1 second.
Anyways, can you
Wait,
tell
what
me
did
what
you
I
want
said?
to, why did you re-request?
I still want to know before you disconnect.
Yeah, I don't care. I literally just wanted to like bring him up just to drop him again. I just
So desperate for your attention.
Yikes.
I had to. I'm sorry. I literally felt like bringing him back up just to drop him. Anyways, I don't think we have any disagreements. Hold on. Is there anybody who disagrees with the topic? Why should body count
I can't
matter
believe
for
he
women?
left his mask. Like,
Huh?
he didn't even wear a mask. I can't believe how much that like escalated so quickly.
Yeah, it is. It is actually crazy. But yeah, I don't think there are any disagreeers in the chat. I know everybody's tired of him, including me. I'm also tired of him. But y'all, I think this was fun. I was live for 6 hours, so I'm gonna go. Love y'all so much. Why is Solid requesting right before I go?
How can you end on Wade? That's just wrong.
Yeah, I think body count matters because if it's too high, then I won't know how many it is.
I'm
Oh,
really concerned that how much you sound like Jordan Peterson.
what does banned feminist mean, sir?
If
Well,
it gets too
I
high,
lost a bit. I lost a bit. That's why.
But you're not anti-feminism?
No, I don't know. I'm not a feminist. I mean, basically, I think everyone's a feminist because everyone has equal rights. I bet, basically. So,
What do you mean by rights?
because feminist means equal rights, human rights, and stuff like that.
I'm asking you, what are rights?
Rights. What do you mean like that? Why
I'm
like
asking
that?
you to define a term that you use. How do you define rights?
People have like, I don't know how to explain that.
Oh, well, maybe you should work on your argument.
Yeah, but that's not my argument.
That is your argument. Your
My
argument
argument
is
is
people have equal rights, therefore everyone's a feminist. And so I'm asking you, what are rights? And you can't even get past that.
a guy told me, so I just listened to him. He was kind of smart, so I don't know.
That checks. That checks.
Okay, so why should a height body count matter? I think it should matter, low-key, because it sets a bad reputation for the woman that she had bad interaction with men beforehand. If she's going to the next one,
Well, I mean, but what if all men are trash?
what if they're not?
But what if they are? Wouldn't that make sense to where like she engages one and then she gets to know him and oh, he's trash. Better find someone else. And then she meets another one, engages with him. Oh, he's trash. Better meet someone else. I mean, doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, but that's not a good argument to call everyone trash. Basically,
I'm not
but
asking. Wait, I'm asking if that were the case, would that make sense to you?
yeah, but it's not likely to
There
be
we
true.
go. There we go. So there are reasons that you would find it's logical why women would have high body counts.
But what if women were trash?
Right. I
And
just want to make sure we're on the same page.
yeah, but that doesn't take it anywhere.
It does, because then you find
Because
reasons why it would be logical or rational for a woman to have a high body count.
it's untrue that you can't just use like that statement though.
Well, Well, sure I can.
How?
Because I'm saying, is there any reason why a woman would have a high body count that would be valid? And you said, yeah, if men are trash, that makes sense to me.
Okay,
So
now
how
tell
do
me
you
this.
know that women's body count hasn't increased because men are just trash?
Yeah, but how about like women just don't stick to one man though? What if they're like unloyal?
Because
Every
they're
woman.
trash. Because they're trash. We just
So
went
you think
over
all women are
this.
trash? We can agree.
Yeah, they are. I'm glad we agree.
All women are trash.
No, all men are trash.
Why is that? Why not women? What if
Well, I
there
think
is
if
a
we're going
reason?
to, I think if we're going to talk about like the concept of gender, then if we evaluate how gender has been constructed, I would say that poor and negative qualities are associated with men, and positive and good qualities are associated with women.
Okay, so
Like at the center of masculinity, I would say is violence.
mm,
And
but
violence is bad.
like a high body count, it shows how many failed relationships you have had and how it can affect the new ones, basically.
I mean, not necessarily. I think you can
No.
have sex with someone and not be in a relationship with them, right?
No, I don't think like that because yeah, every woman, like there's most women I've seen how they are after like when I knew like they have like high body count and how they act with guys, how they treat them, basically they just think it's like a next object, basically. So I don't know what you mean.
Who do you think's more interested in casual sex, men or women?
I suppose men.
Okay. So shouldn't men then have lower body counts if they're, because it seems that, if they're the ones more interested in casual sex, then they would be the ones more likely to use like manipulation tactics in order to gain access to it.
Sure, but like
Well, wouldn't that make
mm,
them trash if they're being manipulative?
not all men are manipulated. You're talking about like
Well, we're
every
talking
guy.
about we're talking as a generalization. I didn't say
So
all men. Saying as a generalization, this is how men act.
yeah, sure, but like it defines the type of person you are, basically.
What?
What was your question?
I'm saying that if men are more interested in casual sex, if we're
Yeah.
looking at body count, I would think it would be men's responsibility.
But isn't it great then if it's like if what if both consent then? It's basically her choice as well. So you're saying
Well, I'm for that. I'm just wondering your position. Yeah, I think people are allowed to express and explore their sexual identity in any way they see fit, as long as they're being honest. They're considering their partner's needs and experience. And if they're making sure that the center of the experience is consent.
yeah, sure, but I I think like you said when I said like both consent is not talking about like if men are trash. You can't just say like men are trash. They're like more like they want more like they want like sex and stuff like that. So
What?
it goes both ways.
That wasn't my argument on why men are trash.
What was your argument then?
So my argument would be that premise one would be that harmful and undesirable characteristics would equal trash. Premise two, harmful and undesirable characteristics are prescribed to masculinity. Conclusion, men are trash.
But that's not a good argument to call men are trash if they like.
Well, that was my conclusion. Do you have any issues with my premises?
Yeah, because there's two sides where you can see about high body count. Is either a guy who's insecure.
Wait, we're not talking about high body count. We're just talking about if men are trash. Do you
that's
think
not
that
you can't
if
just say that shit.
harmful, wait. Do you think if harmful and undesirable characteristics that could equal trash.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
No. I mean,
No, you disagree. If you have preferable characteristics, then you're trash?
I guess.
You guess? What do you mean?
I think so, yeah.
How would having preferable characteristics make you trash? Do I need to define trash?
What's preferable?
Desirable.
What's desirable?
Ideal.
Okay, easier synonyms, please.
Wanted.
Oh, I wanted. So wanted. What was your continue the question? Wanted.
Do you think if bad characteristics
Yeah.
and attributes
Okay.
exist, that those are trash?
No.
No. What are they then? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, it's a 19 plus.
But what?
It's a 19 plus live.
Dropped him. People in the guest
fun.
requests, I hope y'all disagree. I'm gonna let you up. If you
I want Jeff to analyze my syllogism.
It was a categorical syllogism, also known as modus barbara, and it was valid.
Yay! I do it good.
Philip, do you disagree with the topic?
Okay, you said why should a high body count matter for women, but
But
not
not
men?
for men.
Well, I don't disagree with it though. I am for this topic. I feel like for both men and women, it should matter.
Okay, so that's not who I'm debating then. Thank you, Philip, for coming up. I appreciate you. I'm only looking for ops. I appreciate you though, Philip. Thank you for coming up.
Hello.
Saucy Chris follower, re-request. Because you said that there was a lag.
Hello.
Who is this? This person is not loading in for some reason.
I see them.
Are they loaded?
I see them too, but I think they just do the picture for guests and they don't load for the host.
Oh, but can you hear us? Can you talk?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Do you disagree with the topic?
Well, I don't necessarily disagree, but there is more emphasis for women.
Why should there be an emphasis?
Well, because for women, it's simply easier for them.
Easier for what?
Where'd he go? Dang it.
Well, they didn't last long.
He had Bible stuff in his bio too.
Wild.
That wasn't the first time they've heard that before, probably. But anyways, Saucy, is your turn.
Oh yeah. So I'm just assuming when you say why should high body count matter for men or for women instead of men, you're asking for some sort of like motivating reason.
Philip, I'm not dropping anybody. The previous guests literally dropped themselves. Plus, Philip, I clearly said I only wanted ops. That's why. But anyways. Okay, now y'all got 2 ops. Continue.
You're just asking for some sort of motivating reason.
Yeah, I'm asking why should a high body count matter for women more than it does for men?
Okay, do you think people ought be able to act in accordance with their free will, at least prima facie?
Hear you, bro.
Can anyone else hear me, or?
They just thought your claim was so crazy that they just got to think about it for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, Athena got a call. Never mind. So your question was, do I think people ought act in accordance with their free will?
and ought be able to act in accordance with their free will, at least prima facie.
I'm not even sure what you're asking there. Like, be able to, I assume that's
Yeah.
just a given that they are able to.
Yeah, so I'm saying, should we prohibit people or limit people acting in accordance with their free will, absent there being any sort of overriding considerations, like maybe they're harming someone, etc., etc.? That's my question.
I'm okay with saying typically no.
Cool. And maybe this might be where the disagreement is, but when I hear the word matter or matters, I just take that to be anything which has some sort of impact on descriptive reality. So the reason that I would say it should matter more for women than men is because we should allow men to act in whatever way they see fit, absent it harming women. And if it happens to be the case that they decide to discriminate against women based on their body count for relationships, then it should matter more for them in that instance.
As it turns out, you use the term discriminate. I would say like discriminating on a basis of some purity culture norm is harmful.
It doesn't have to be based in purity culture. It could just be based in personal preference.
Yeah, it's still harmful.
How is that harmful?
Because it's an incoherent preference.
Wait, just because a preference is incoherent doesn't make it harmful. I could have an incoherent preference.
Hold on. It's an incoherent preference that you're trying to apply to women to appeal to some standard.
Wait, you think that you can't have an incoherent preference for your own personal desires? Like if I have an
That's not what I
incoherent
said.
preference. Wait. No, this is what I'm saying. If I have a preference.
Okay, so when you ask me, do I hate something, and I say no.
Yeah, I'm about to give an
Now
example.
I'm just going to mute you. You asked me a question, and you said, do I think that you can't have your own incoherent preference for a personal desire? I said, no. You can have an incoherent preference for a personal desire. Now, I'm saying that specific incoherent preference, when applied in society, renders harm. Now you can go.
It renders harm how?
To women.
Preference isn't harmful.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, so if all the men decide they don't want to date women with blonde hair because they just don't like blonde hair for no reason, you think that's harmful?
No.
And the difference between that and body count is what?
People can have blonde hair.
Yeah, exactly. People can have high body counts. Men are just going
Yeah,
to
but
decide
hold
not to date.
on. There's an aesthetic reason why somebody would pick blonde hair. It's also one that can be verified.
So what?
So I've given you that's why it's not analogous.
Yeah, those are descriptive differences. None of them are morally relevant.
I'm not talking about morals.
Wait, we're talking about it's a conversation about what should be done. That has moral implications. Should is a moral predicate.
No. It's a meta-ethical predicate, but I'm not talking about morality in some normative sense. I'm talking about something that renders harm.
Did you just say should is a meta-ethical predicate? Do you know what meta-ethical means?
Yes, the nature of morality.
All right, great, fantastic. And you think that has any distinction from normative frameworks?
Well, normative ethics and meta-ethics are two different things, yes?
Okay, yeah. So when I say should is a moral predicate,
just to be clear, what was the answer to my question?
yeah, I'll answer your question after we clear this up. When I say should is a
They said no fill, bro, so you're already on thin ice. I'm not interested in anything about you rambling off on some stuff you don't understand. I just want an answer to my question.
Okay, yeah. What's your question?
Okay, cool. So that tells us what we need there. I really just wanted to talk to you. So did you disagree with the thing? Ego isn't?
Yeah.
Did you disagree with the thing?
Well, yeah, I think there's more emphasis on women. I do think
You
that.
also said that preferences can't be harmful. Is that right? Is that what I heard?
Well, it depends on what.
I'm sorry. I'm just confirming if you said something or not. Did you say that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How do you classify a preference?
Liking, let's say in relationship, a liking to someone's characteristics.
So, would you say that men having a preference for young girls
Yeah,
would
that's
be?
why I said in some context it would
So,
be.
wait, so now you're retracting the statement that preferences aren't harmful.
Yeah.
That was quick. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, if I have a preference, but that's the thing. You just compared pedophilia to body count.
No, she compared a preference to a preference. So why should body count matter for women but not for men?
Because it's easier for women than men
What do you mean easier?
to get laid. It's easier for women to get laid than men.
I disagree. I think it's a
Yeah,
lot
I have
harder.
a source for that. You want a source?
Sure.
All right, let me go find.
Well, Tom unboxes. Do you agree or disagree with the topic?
I think it matters for everybody because it's just a preference. Get over it.
Matters. So you think it should be applicable to both?
I mean, if a woman has a preference of a virgin man or a man has a preference of a virgin woman, I don't think it matters. Like, who the fuck gives a shit?
Okay, then you are not the people I want to talk to. Everybody, thank y'all for helping me reach my live goals. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. We're waiting for Eco to send their what's called show their source. We did it, Joe.
Not Mancini.
Kenzie, I wanted to hear about your experience in the Whatever podcast.
Okay. You can wait for my video.
Oh, on TikTok?
Or Cash App $5,000.
Hell no.
I'm making a video about it. Video series.
But if you Cash App $5,000, you can get a 1 day early viewing.
Gotta milk that 15 seconds of fame.
I mean, I don't think it did really any. Okay, bye.
I removed them. I don't give a shit. Anyways, what we should be talking about is how Andrew Wilson is a grapist. That is what we need to be talking about. And how Andrew Wilson not only is a grapist, but proudly admitted the fact that he graped his wife on the podcast. That to me was crazy. That to me is crazy. That is what we need to be talking about. How is this man openly admitting that he is a grapist and people like him and listen to him? How many of y'all watch that? Why always after men? Philip. Why do men like Philip just defend any man? I'm sorry, you do not want to be defending Andrew Wilson, a man who proudly talked about graping his wife and enjoying graping his wife. Let's not do that, Philip. Without you, don't jump to defend a grapist blindly. That to me is crazy.
He actually kind of walked it back last night on Irish's Live.
Who did? Andrew Wilson was on Irish's Live?
Yeah, last night. Well, he's on Max Live. The one question he has not answered, I asked him several times, the other girls on the podcast asked him several times. Irish tried to hold his feet to the fire, was why do you want to engage with someone who's unconscious? He's literally been asked that 10 to 12 times. And he refuses to answer. He dodges it every time. And then last night he was saying is I make sure she's moaning or conscious before I stick it in. So now he's walking that back.
The first day it was, 'cause it's funny. Ha ha ha. Now, zero fun, sir.
He wasn't talking about fantasy, y'all.
He admitted that he raped his wife. Now he doesn't like the backlash that he got. Therefore, now he's walking it back. Okay, so that's what it is. I literally sat there and heard that ish and him bringing up grape like 10 times a second, which was disgusting as hell.
I don't think he's received like any backlash. I mean, if he has, it's not from like his people. I think he just realizes he doesn't have a good answer. Like I wanted to say, I was trying so hard to make sure not to like make him go feral on me, but I wanted to say like, this is a really weird way to tell me your wife's a lousy lay if you don't even care if she's awake while it's happening.
Mhm.
Did you guys know that 60% of women have grape fantasies?
And what's the entailment? Be very careful because you're about to show us you're an asshole.
That's pretty sick, I think.
What's sick? What's pretty sick?
Having a fantasy about being graped.
I think it would be a fantasy about somebody else getting raped, but I think what somebody has a fantasy about in their own head is up to them.
Why would they want somebody else to get raped?
That's what I said would be sick.
For them. It's for them.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it's-
if somebody has, hold on. If I was to grant that, and I was to say that women have fantasies about any number of things, it's about their own body. So what's the issue?
The issue is that it's sick in the head. If a man...
Hold on, time out.
I would just say it's a reflection of society that even women will internalize that their own.
Oh, okay. You're coping.
Wait, I haven't even finished.
Yeah, you're just going to say...
What's my argument?
You're going to say that it's because of the patriarchy and grape culture.
What's the argument? Tell me the full thing.
What do you mean, what's the argument? I just told you what you were going to say.
That's not an argument, Chris.
It's not an argument.
Oh,
I
do
know
I need to
you
give
know
you do I need to give you like premises and shit?
Tell me what my full point was going to be.
Yeah, you're going to say that study shows grape culture and how women have internalized misogyny towards themselves.
No,
Some
not
bullshit
necessarily.
like that.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say that I think that's a reflection of society to where even women can internalize that the removal of their consent and harm against them is erotic.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are finding it erotic.
Hold on. What do you see as, because now you're just like adding some emotional words that don't mean anything to me. You said it's sick.
What emotional words?
You said it's sick. What is sick about it?
What's sick about fantasizing about a gruesome act that some people consider worse?
No. Listen.
People consider that worse than murder.
Adding the emotional words, right? Adding the emotional words is just you coping.
So grape
I'm
isn't
asking
bad.
you. I don't know why you're still
that's
talking.
what he said.
Is grape
Now the
bad?
other
That's what
macaque
he's
is
saying.
talking.
Grape
Hey,
isn't bad.
listen. Mowgli won, and
Why are you
George of the
defending
Jungle.
grape, buddy?
Both of you, shut the fuck up for a second.
All right, grape apologist.
If a person fantasizes about something that happens to themselves, what is the stop coping, stop whining. What is the argument that it's sick?
Well, for that to happen, they would need another person to do it to them. And so it would be sick also for the man to have the fantasy of doing that to the woman. You see how that works, big boy?
They're not. So you're saying, hold on, time out. Are you saying that by having the fantasy, they can force someone to grape them?
Oh shit.
No, I'm saying like if
Okay,
you're
so then
dating, if you're dating a
now,
woman,
hold on. What is sick about something that they cannot instantiate in reality?
no, like if you're dating a woman and she has a fantasy about being raped, and you also, as the man, have a fantasy about raping her. I
No.
think that's weird.
Listen, the analogy would be if the man has a fantasy about being raped.
Well, how would the woman fulfill her fantasy without another person?
Who said she has to?
The man would have to do
Hold
it.
on. Who said she has to fulfill her fantasy? We're not talking
Because
about
that's what she wants.
Hey, slowpoke. We're not talking about the fulfillment of the fantasy. We're just talking about simpliciter, the having of the fantasy.
Yeah, and
Said
the
it's
fantasy
sick.
is something that she wants to happen.
So hold on. Every fantasy you have is something you fulfilled.
A smexual fantasy is something you want to occur.
Every fantasy you have is something that you fulfilled.
You're talking about any fantasy or like smexual?
Any smexual fantasy is something that you fulfilled.
Well, I'm not degenerate like you, so I'm not really into that shit. But
I'm not
And I
asking you.
fantasize
Listen,
about having sex with Henry Cavill. That
listen,
hasn't
yeah,
happened.
yeah. Now you're sus as fuck because you're thinking about my fantasies. I'm not talking about my fantasies. I'm talking
we're
about
talking
your
about
fantasies. Hey, weirdo. Answer my
you're
fucking
asking me
question.
about my
Hey,
fantasies.
dummy. I'm not asking you about your fantasies.
You are,
I'm asking
weirdo.
if, look, you can either engage in the conversation or I'm going to boot you. I don't need you here.
I like
So
I like
now
that.
you're coping. I just
Yeah,
listen.
because
I
you're
don't want you to
exposing
say a
stuff that
word.
you're sick of.
Hey, dummy number two. I don't want you to say words either.
Jeff, you're
I want.
sick.
That's good. That's great. I'll be
You're a
sick.
rape apologist, buddy.
That's great. Answer the question.
Great.
Answer the question.
Is
I
that
want you
really
to.
great, Jeff?
All right.
No way you guys
Now
have
I'm
this
going to
guy.
start booting people.
Okay,
You're
no.
fine. So now you make your argument.
Yeah, my source.
Your source first.
Yeah,
I
you were
sent
looking
you the
for a
source.
source. Question: were you on a ladder with wheels?
What is that, grape apologist?
Were you on a ladder with wheels? Was my question.
A ladder with wheels?
Yes, because you were on Teacup for like 17 millennia.
What?
What's the name of this study?
I put it in the comments.
Don't put it in the comments. Give me the title.
Okay.
Oh man.
Child, all I'm gonna say to this is
The ghetto. The ghetto. The ghetto.
in the ghetto. Anyways, if he doesn't bring up, what the hell is this?
Oh shit, I was reading it, but
We can't hear
I
you
was
when you're on Teacup.
What's the title?
gender differences in receptivity to sexual offers by Russell D. Clark the third or something like that.
What's the date of this thing?
I mean, it says right here 1982.
Describes two experiments conducted in 1978 and 1982 with 96 university students, testing the hypotheses. Are you insane?
Yeah, what's up?
Were you born when this study was conducted?
I wasn't.
I wasn't, no.
I'm probably the
Does that
oldest
disprove the
person on this
study?
panel. I'm probably the oldest
Disprove the
person.
study?
Wait.
Yo,
When was the study published?
it was published in 1989, and the first experiment was
Oh.
my parents weren't.
So,
I was born
This
after.
is-
Look, my parents weren't even married when the first experiment was conducted.
I was still in my father in 1989.
How is that
I just want to say
relevant?
that.
Yo, wow.
How is that even relevant?
Come on, Athena.
How is that even
I was
relevant?
still in my dad in
How is that
1989.
relevant? How is that relevant?
I'll tell you. The sample size is
Tell me how it's relevant,
96.
Jeff.
I'm telling you right now. The thing is that you have to stop making noises with your mouth hole, Mowgli. It's 96 university students is the sample size. Sometime before Reagan was in office. I don't know if you think that this is relevant to some talk we're having today, but it isn't. And the sample size is laughably small.
The sample size doesn't have to matter.
The sample size doesn't matter?
It's not a biased study.
The sample size is usually at least 100.
That is 100.
That's 96. In what world is 96 100?
Hello. It's not a biased.
Here, wait. I don't know. Is it Equo? What's your name?
You can just say EQ.
EQ. Would you say that women are more attractive than men?
Yeah.
Okay. What percentage of men do you think that like a woman finds attractive?
Probably like if I had to guess, maybe like 30%.
Okay. So this is just me, obviously, but I probably find about 5% of men attractive. So just because they're interested in me
Yeah, you
doesn't
just
mean I'm
proved my
gonna
point.
No, no,
You
I
proved my
actually
point.
didn't. Let me finish. Just because they're interested in me doesn't mean I'm going to fuck them.
Exactly.
So therefore, I would say it's not easier for women to have sex because not many men are fuckable.
No. It's you just said just because they're not interested in you, you're not gonna fuck them. That's because you don't like it,
No, that's not what I
right?
said. I said even if
But
they're
if you
interested,
ask me
stop.
how many women
I said even if they're interested in me, it doesn't mean I'm going to fuck them. So I would say
you're proving my
women don't.
point. You're
One
proving my
second.
point right now.
I'm not proving your point. I'm saying that there's very few men that I would fuck. Therefore, it's hard for me to find a man I would fuck. But there's a lot of women
Yeah,
that you
because you're
fuck.
entitled.
So I would think
You
there would
think you're
be
the
a
shit.
lot of women that you would have access to for a fuck.
Alright, you think 5%, but what do you have to offer? For the 5% of the men in the world, what do you have to offer?
Wait a minute.
Kenzie?
Is this a whole different argument now?
This is a whole different conversation now. What do I bring to the table, Jeff?
I can talk
Yeah.
about the prompt if you guys want.
Well, I want
Try EQ. He's done.
yeah, he's EQ. I want him to finish the landing the plane in the
You
middle of
literally
the
proved my
Atlantic.
point. You literally
No,
proved my point. This
you're
is
not.
your
Hey,
this
hold
is
on, hold
based
on.
on your
Hey,
Alright.
you're not tracking. You're severely not tracking.
Oh, how did I prove your point? I would like you to explain that to me.
Alright, so you said that just because you don't find a lot of men attractive, right? But it's literally proven that men find women attractive more than women find men attractive. Thus, it's easier for women to sleep with men than men to sleep with women.
No, I would say it's easier. It's not easy for me to sleep with men because even if you like me, it doesn't matter. I don't fucking like you.
Okay.
This is where
You.
EQ.
I'm talking about a census.
EQ. I'm muting you for a reason.
Jeff, you fucking
talking. Stop talking. If you unmute again, we're just going to move on to the next person. I'm explaining it to you so that the conversation can go somewhere. The thing that's happening is, shut the fuck up, bro. She's explained it to you and you're interrupting her in the middle of her explanation. So stop talking, open your ears, and let her finish. Sorry, Kenzie.
It does not matter the number of men that I'm interested in or that are interested in me. It matters the number of men that I'm interested in. And I would say that as a woman, I'm
Nobody
not
gives a
interested in
fuck
many
about
men.
you. I'm
So it's
talking about
really hard for
census.
me to
I'm
find a man.
talking
Again, you're
census.
talking.
Census.
I
You know
don't
what
know
that
why you're
means?
talking.
Census. You know what that means? Do you know what census means, Kenzie?
I know what a census is.
EQ. Given your study, the women in the study have higher standards and are more likely to say no, which means it is harder for them to find a mate. Now, this is the final warning. If you interrupt Kenzie again, you're going to turn into a plus sign.
What'd you say, plus sign?
Did you say census?
Yeah.
Did you mean consensus?
Sure, yeah.
I'm sorry. Why would you say one word when you mean another? Because those have two different definitions.
Well, English, I'm not that good at English, but, you know what I meant, so why does it matter?
Is it your first language?
No, it's not.
What's your first language?
It's Arabic.
Gotcha.
انت بتتكلم عربي يا EQ؟
Yep.
انت من وين؟
والله.
انت من وين؟
Arabic. Are you speaking Arabic?
ايه بتكلم عربي.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, G.
ها؟
Bro!
You're not speaking the same.
The other day.
لما احكي في صورة دق انا محكن. انا عاشوري وين؟ كلمني لا عاشوري؟
What dialect are you speaking?
Aramaic.
Aramaic is not Arabic. That's a completely different language.
You know,
What's
Athena, you know the other day, actually, I think it was yesterday, somebody went on Kiara's live and said that they were a native German speaker. And the exact same thing happened. It was hilarious.
I saw that video, which is why I asked him. Because I know we got like 10 languages as the host. I'm like, he's going to pick one she can speak.
Wait. So you just lied about Arabic being your first language.
Yeah, I said Aramaic.
Aramaic. Okay. Sorry. You know that Aramaic and Arabic are two different languages, right?
Well, the one I speak is a dialect of Arabic. I still understand some Arabic words.
Wait. How is the
That's what I
language a
said.
dialect of
Because
Arabic?
people don't understand when I say Aramaic. Most people don't know what that is, so I say a dialect of Arabic.
Wait, where
which
is
is what I
Aramaic a dialect of Arabic?
in the language dictionary.
No, I'm saying in what country, in what region is Aramaic, which is its own language, a dialect of Arabic?
It's called Iraq.
Iraq?
Iraq. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Iraq.
Iraq, طيب. Yeah, فهمتك. But like, you know that Aramaic is a completely different language. Like again, like Aramaic is a different language.
I understand that, but when people hear me say Aramaic, they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
So you just said Arabic,
what
even though
I
you don't speak Arabic.
What I speak.
Got it.
What I speak is a dialect of Arabic.
No,
My
Aramaic is
language
not a dialect of Arabic, ya ammi.
What I speak.
Yeah,
This is what I
zalama.
mean.
Aramaic is not a dialect of Arabic. It's its
This is
own
what I mean.
language.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. What I speak uses some Arabic words. That's why I said it like that.
Yes, there
When I
are
say Aramaic,
similarities.
there's some people that don't understand.
Yes, there are similarities because Aramaic is also a Semitic language, but it doesn't mean it's a dialect of it. It's,
You know, I speak German because English and German also have a similar foundation.
Shut up.
No, they don't.
Anyways, going to hell fast. Do you disagree with the topic?
I think that high body count for a woman matters. Yeah.
Why?
Because of trauma. I think if a woman has a lot of partners, like she may have been essayed or she may have been beaten before, or like all of these kinds of situations. Like, so, and the more partners she has, the more of a percentage or likelihood it will be that these things happen
So
to
if I
her.
haven't been beaten when I haven't been essayed, why am I a hoe?
No, it's just the trauma from all of these past relationships where, like, you know, somebody has done her dirty, or like she's just experienced something bad. That's gonna leave her with trauma. You're gonna have to like fix that when you get with her, and you're gonna have to deal with all of that. It matters.
Sorry, this is a crazy argument. Are you saying that like having consensual sex with men is traumatic?
No, I'm saying that the more relationships she has,
Well, based on you
the more
guys,
relationships she has, she can be traumatized by these relationships, and then carry that same trauma done to her psyche to your relationship. Right, but the body count is a relationship. So if she's had multiple relationships, there has to be one that she's
The point
experienced
is
that was negative.
Body count is not a relationship.
Okay, a lot of the times it is.
There's been men that I've done very dirty and then never called again. That's not a relationship.
Right, but now that man is traumatized and from that experience. So now when he keeps on
I'm sorry,
dating
he was
again-
traumatized? For what?
Well, I mean, no, maybe he wasn't traumatized, but it was a bad experience for him that now he has to learn from, and like maybe he'll carry that on with for the rest of his life. So
All right, I'm trying
it's the
to
same
get
thing
to
with a
your-
woman.
I'm gonna try to get to your level right now because I don't know what you're on. I want some of it, maybe to unwind a little bit. But do you think you can have like a lot of trauma from just one person?
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot.
Right, a lot, right? So guess that that wouldn't be a good indicator then of like we would then not look at the body count.
Well, I mean, the person that caused her trauma counts as one of the body.
Okay, so you're saying only 0 bodies? Like that's your standard?
No, I'm not saying that only 0. I'm not saying I have a standard of only 0
No,
bodies. That would be very weird. That would be
what's a
very
lot of
weird.
bodies then?
That
What's
would
a
be
lot of
very
bodies?
weird.
Do you
What's
have
a
any
lot?
bodies?
What's a lot for? Yeah, I do. But what's a lot?
I'd say more than
Okay,
10.
more than 10. All right. Okay, so if and that's then my standard still applies. So if you just had one relationship but that one was traumatizing, that would still disqualify. So it doesn't seem to be the body count.
Right, but if she's sleeps with multiple men and has a lot of relationships, like let's say she's still dating in her 30s, like let's say she's still dating in her 30s or
Look,
something
we've
like
been up
that. Like,
here. I'm just going to tell you, we've been up here for a long time. Can we skip the part where you just read the next line in your script and just please engage with what Kiara said?
okay, what was your question?
Okay. I'll just
Why are they
You guys
all
are
Teddy
flexible.
Ruxpin?
I'll just do it again. And this time maybe we'll put on our listening ears, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. Okay, for sure. So if you say the reason why you don't want somebody with a high body count is because it's traumatizing, but you just agree that there can be just one person, like one body, that traumatized you, and that would be considered a low body count. So which determining factor is it then, if it's not the body count itself?
Well, I just think the body count itself is cohesive with the relationship. So like,
It's not, we just agreed that there can be just one person in your life that traumatized you. Yes or no?
yeah, that's true. I mean, there can be just one person that
Just one. So
traumatized you.
body count wouldn't be a good standard because somebody could have had like 50 bodies and not one of them was traumatizing.
Right, but that's like, well, yeah. Well, but I'm just saying, like, I get what you're saying. That's true. I mean, if you're being technical, yeah, you can find one girl that had one body,
Okay, that's your argument.
did her dirty. But
That's
like,
that, I'm not.
my
I'm
point,
not being technical. Wait,
my
wait,
point
wait,
is,
wait,
my
wait,
point.
wait. But I'm not being technical, friend. This is your argument. Did I make that argument?
No, I'm saying
Okay, so
the
it's your
argument.
argument.
But the main point,
Kiara,
the main point of the argument is that the more people she sleeps with, the more trauma she's likely to go through. That's
But
the point of
that's
it.
not the. That's firstly, I think that's incorrect. Let's get that out of the way. But we've already demonstrated that somebody could have accumulated all their trauma just in like one relationship,
But that's highly
and they would have a
unlikely.
low body count. So
But
I
that's
don't
highly
think that you
unlikely.
can. I don't think that it's a coherent standard because you wouldn't know whether or not somebody has been traumatized unless you ask them directly and not about their body count.
Yeah, that's why a lot of like women who do SMEX work, that's why they're so like traumatized and
That's not
why they're
why.
that's why their
Sex
psyche
and-
that's why their psyche is so messed up.
No,
Because
I'll
they've been
tell you. I'll
beaten,
tell you
like,
why if you want to know.
hurt
If you
and
want,
stuff
if
like
you want
that.
to, do you want to know why?
Yeah, but would you agree first?
No, do you
before
want
that?
to know? Do you
Okay,
know? Do
okay,
you want
go
to know
ahead.
why that is the case?
Of course, go ahead.
Why they're traumatized? Okay.
Okay,
The
why?
reason why they're disproportionately affected by things like PTSD, anxiety disorder, etc., is because of their abuse that they're facing. They're more likely to be perceptible to that abuse but it's not. It's not because they're having sex.
Okay, why
Because
is
that
it?
would then apply to every single person that has a lot of sex that would have the same outcomes, and it's just simply not the case.
Or just a small percentage of them, like maybe 60 or 30%. Purchase consent. That's I guess yeah. If you make a deal with someone, like a binding, legal, or like a piece of paper where they sign. Yeah, I guess you can do that. Can you purchase it? I mean, yeah, I guess yeah. But, but there's a lot of sick men out there, though.
Well, if they say yes, why don't they say yes?
EQ. If
There's
a
both sides to
15
the problem, right?
EQ, I'm asking you a question. If a 15-year-old says yes to a 30-year-old, is that consent?
No, because she's 15. The fuck.
That's child abuse.
That's weird.
Right. So obviously we have a different standard than just agreeing when it comes to consent.
Okay.
Debunked. Go ahead, Kiara.
I don't think that there's anyway no chance in hell that they remember the initial argument. It's like talking to a goldfish currently.
Hello, I got a question for the host, Kovi. Hello.
Yes.
Are you a Muslim?
No.
Where are you from? Were you the one speaking Arabic?
Excuse me?
Were you the one speaking Arabic? Or yes
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah, that
Where
was
you
me.
from?
I'm originally Eritrean.
Topper, just say it.
Kartoffel, yeah.
Wait, where?
Afro-German too.
He's a Kartoffel, Victor.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me by the way? I'm having internet issues. Sorry.
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, wait, one second.
Wait, from where? Say it again.
Okay, can y'all hear me now? Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having internet issues. So I'm Afro-German with Eritrean roots. Eritrean.
Eritrean?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Eritrean, like, just give me a country.
It's a country in the it's a country in the Horn of Africa.
Different country.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Were you born and raised in Iraq?
Yeah.
Mm. How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born?
2001, 2004.
Were you born in 2001 or 2004?
Bruh.
Not
I
in
get it confused
2001.
Guess what? Either one of them. I'm still over 18.
Damn.
I so wanted to tell him that Jesus didn't care about body count, but then he had to go and do that.
Oh my god. Sorry, continue.
Here's the new requirement: no basic math. If you want to come up here.
No.
And it's people too. Like you just, I know. I'm not gonna say how you're doing it. Okay, so going. Why do you care about body count? Since it's like more the trauma that you care about, not the body count.
So I care about it for a lot of other reasons too. Just because like sometimes certain girls haven't experienced certain things, and like it's kind of special when it's when it's the first time with you. Not like obviously the front
But
door
since like
or
you've
stuff like
already,
that. Obviously
I guess
not the
it feels like you have already experienced it though. Then,
right. I mean, yeah, I have, but I'm just
but
saying
why?
when it's
Why
it's
would
just
you
a
want her to not experience? Hold on. Why does it apply to you and not to her?
well, I just feel like it's more special.
It's special. Why? Why is it
Are
special
you
since
not
you've already?
special?
Well, it's gonna be special for me, but maybe
Why is it
it's gonna be
special for
special
you
for
if
her
somebody
too.
is inexperienced?
It's
I
gonna be
think that
special for
sounds
her
really
too.
odd to me.
No, I'm just saying that it's like a cool thing. Like it's nice. It's cool.
Why?
Like
You know
let's
what
say
that
the girl
sounds
has
like?
never gone and done it outdoors or something like that.
Ew, that's so
You
weird.
know, like you're her first one, so like that's
Yeah,
Ugh.
I
you know,
I
like
don't
you're
know
cool. You're
why
cool.
that's
You know.
important. Why is that important to you? Like
Because it makes me look cool as fuck. Yeah, like you know.
Oh, it's just insecure.
No,
You know,
no.
I've been with women, but if I got with Kiara, that'd be special as fuck.
Whoa.
You sound like Ted Levine's character in Silence of the Lambs, which is my second Silence of the Lambs reference today.
So that's just one thing, one of the
Hey,
many things.
Yeah, but I mean, we want to unpack your insecurities right now because this is turning into therapy session.
I'm not insecure.
Why has your mommy ever told you that you're special or no? And now you're seeking it out somewhere else?
Everybody thinks I'm special, honestly. If you
Okay,
want.
well, but who's been telling you that you're not special? Why do you need to seek
You've
that
been doing
validation
that.
elsewhere?
You've been doing that to me, honestly, and it hurts. I don't know why you're doing it. You should be.
That's
You shouldn't be so mean, honestly. Like,
No,
I feel like you're projecting right now. I feel like you're
anyway,
projecting.
I just want to know. I just want to know why you have to need to feel special.
I feel like you're projecting right now. I think like you feel that.
Projecting what?
Like that
What
you
am I
don't, like you need to
projecting?
feel special.
I am special. I don't need
I
to
know
feel
that.
special.
Yeah, I know.
I don't need any external
sorry,
validation
y'all.
to feel that way.
I'm sorry. Y'all, somebody in the comments' name is Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
Sorry. I had to bring that to everyone's attention.
You've never seen Pickles before?
No.
Pickles is awesome.
Ghost Rider.
That's actually funny. Nicolas Cage is crazy. Continue, Caleb, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to mute myself.
That was fun.
Yeah, I'll continue.
Going,
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Kizzy.
going. For you to say that it has to be her first time to be special, just is kind of like
I
a weird
didn't
way to
say
tell me.
that. I didn't say that. I said that it was a benefit. I said that it was a
Why
benefit
is
to
that
the
a benefit?
relationship
Why is that a benefit?
because it's that's how I see it. I think it's fun. It's good for the man. He enjoys it.
That's actually zero explanation.
Yeah, it's true. It's the man enjoys it because you haven't ever done it before.
Men
you haven't
enjoy
done it
having
before,
sex
so-
with children. I'm sure you don't.
Okay, now see now
know
that's
that.
that's no. But you're just like you're saying that for no reason really.
Do you think that there is an endless supply of virgins?
I guess there is an
Now you really sound weird.
I mean, you asked me the
Yeah,
question.
I mean, this is like the question that I have. Because if y'all can just, if it's like just a single use, like a single use glove, y'all can just experience one thing with one man and you're not special anymore. Like
Wait,
you have
did
to
you just
kind of
ask
go
me if there was
younger, you kind of have to go
endless
younger and
virgins?
younger since we can't have, like, we can't have any more one night stands. We can't do any of this anymore.
Wait, what are you asking? What the hell are you
I'm
asking?
asking since everything has to be so special.
I didn't
and
say
new
that.
and fresh.
I
Well,
didn't
that's
say
what you
that.
said.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you did say that.
I didn't say everything has to be so special. I said it's
Yes.
an enjoyable thing in the relationship. It's enjoyable.
But it's special. You makes it. I quote.
It's special. Yeah, it's special. It's the truth. I mean, what's wrong with that?
It's not the truth.
Well, okay, why isn't
Why?
it the truth?
Wait. Why? Well, you need to give me the argument. Why is it her first time making it special?
A first time trying new things, to be specific. Yeah, a first time trying new things is it's her first experience, and she's gonna remember it.
And that sounds like
So
a
you're gonna
virgin to
be
me. That sounds
you're
like a
gonna be
virgin.
like a it's like gonna be like a memory for her, but not like a virgin. No, I don't.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't do
not
that.
like a virgin or somebody who's like very inexperienced.
No, I think I see where you guys are trying to steer this, like when it comes to that,
how
and
old
that's
are you?
not what I mean by that.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
What by the time someone's 30, what would you think like an average body count is?
Um, Probably like 5 or 6.
Is the average?
I probably, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I guess 5 or 6.
No way.
Well, what do you think? What do you think it is?
What do I think the average is? Like 15.
Yeah, 50.
15, 1-5.
Oh wow.
Yeah, by the time you're 30, yeah. And so, like, what kind of body count number are you looking for?
Um, I don't really care about it doesn't really affect like how I feel about the situation, but it's nicer when it is that way, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna go
No,
I'm
that's my
not
whole
gonna go out of my
point.
way
Like,
to like try to find a partner like that. But like if I did like I've had partners like that before and it was really good, it was really enjoyable. So I wouldn't go out of my way to find one.
is that what made it enjoyable?
No, that's not what I said. I said it
Then why
was
would that be? Then why would that be a data point?
because I was just saying it was I enjoyed it. So from my experience, it's been cool.
Because they have a low body count. That's why you enjoyed it.
No, that's not why. No, well, I mean, yeah, for not that essentially, but it played a part in it a little bit. Yeah,
Why?
because it was just like cute. It's cute. It's like romantic, you know. Because it's like you're just like I don't know. I feel like the older women get sometimes they're not as like they don't have like that bubbly like like a good look on the earth, you know what I mean? And like it starts to and it happens to men too. I mean as you get older
Have you ever met Chris Hansen anyone?
reality kind of sets in, so like they're like more energetic and shit, but yeah.
Did we just?
I don't date that. I don't date down.
I'm sorry.
I don't
I'm
date
sorry.
down
I
that
just want to
young.
make sure. Did we just move from inexperience to age now?
No, we were talking about experience, right?
Well, you said when you're younger, they're more bubbly. You know, they haven't been like
Yeah,
as
yeah.
hard.
'Cause, like when they're in their 20s, like as opposed to like women in their 40s.
So we did. Move
I hated that.
experience to age.
No, I just from my experience, older women tend to be a little more grouchy and like demanding. And not as energetic either.
Maybe they just don't like your bullshit.
No, I've never had a bad relationship or something like that with
I
an
mean,
older
it
woman.
just sounds that you like naivety, which to me sounds that you're like fetishizing people who are juvenile.
No,
Yeah.
no,
That's really-
no. I mean, you
Bro-
guys want to
bro.
take. You guys keep wanting to take it there, but I mean, I'm just stating facts. Like that's
Bro,
those are facts.
I
Just
cannot
facts.
express like this filter does not do the facial expression that I'm actually making justice.
I mean, isn't that why people wait until they're married? I mean, I'm making the same argument, but you guys are trying to make it seem like something nasty. I'm just making that same argument that it's special. So I don't see what what you guys are. Why
Just so you know, the
look
people,
bad.
the
We're gonna-
people who,
Oh, sorry.
oh no, I was just gonna say the people who make the argument about waiting until marriage, they end up in the same predicament that you find yourself in right now,
What predicament do I find myself in, Jeff?
trying to say, "Ooh, this is uncomfortable," where this argument has led.
Yeah, and also like if like we're anti-waiting for marriage, it's not healthy behavior.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, and also there's also another added layer that both of them are hopefully the same fucking age with zero experience. You, on the other hand, are experienced and you're expecting your partner to not be.
I didn't say that.
Well, okay.
Never
You
expected.
you
I
did,
never
you
said I
did say
expect
that.
someone
You
to
did
be.
say that.
No, I
Let's cut
didn't.
let's cut
No,
the
I
crap.
didn't.
No,
No, I
no, I
didn't.
didn't. I don't know if I don't
I
know
didn't
what you're
say that.
smoking. Like,
I
holy
didn't say
shit.
that. I never
I
demanded that my
didn't
partner
say
be
that, bro.
inexperienced.
Preferable. It's preferable if she doesn't know what she's doing. So I'm like the cool guy.
No,
Yeah,
I
it
said
makes me
no.
feel
Oh my
special.
god! I
It
never
makes me
said
feel
any of these
special.
things.
Then
I
yeah,
never
that's
said
what
You
any
you
of that.
did.
said.
You
No, I
said
did
you
not.
like
No,
that
I
she
didn't.
doesn't that it's more special and that makes you awesome. Like what?
No, I said that's one of the benefits. You guys, like, literally, this is like the fourth or fifth time I say something, and then you
Why
guys are
would you
like, "You
say?
said
Why would you
this,"
say
and
that
then I
something
remind
makes
you
you
what I
feel
actually
special?
said,
Like
and then you guys are like,
you literally
"Oh."
said it makes you feel special.
You
Like,
guys are capping.
is it like the okay? So hold on. What are the odds? Is it
Stop
just one
capping.
person that is gaslighting, or is it 6 currently?
I date women my age, so I don't know what you guys.
I date women my
Only
age.
got 5, by the
Yeah,
way.
so like you guys are
5.
being extra.
My bad.
Because I only date women that are like 24 and over, and I'm
Okay.
I'm
Then
talking about age that is like
what's the
higher up
preferred
in
body
numbers.
count?
So
What's
that's
the preferred body count then?
I already told you like 5 or 6.
You
5
said
or
that was
6.
average, not what was
That was
preferred.
average.
Well, that's what I like. That's what I like. That's what I would prefer.
Okay, but what if they already experienced it all?
That's not bad.
Okay, then why did you bring it up?
Cause you
So
asked
body
me
count
like
doesn't
you asked
matter?
me why low body count was why it was important, and I was telling you why. I was listing reasons, but then we got stuck on this one topic of
What
like
if
of like a
what if
first
her
time doing
stick
something being special. Like it could be your first time going on a cruise. It could be your first time going to go do something that you've never done before. It doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
like I
sexual.
guarantee you, if the first time I went on a cruise was with my mom when I was 14, and the second time I went on a cruise was when I was 25 with my boyfriend and a group of friends, I'd be so much more fucking stoked for cruise number 2.
Right.
So it's not just because it's and I think this is just a reflection of purity culture that your first time is essentially the only special time, where I would say each sexual experience matters, not just your first.
Yeah, I agree. But it's probably the specialist though, out of all of those times.
I would disagree. No.
So it's just as meaningful as the 100th time, yeah.
I mean, I was married and I didn't marry the person I first had sex with. I would say the intimacy I had with my former partner was more special than the first time I did a dude at 16.
Okay, well maybe we should move away from like that whole sexual like version of what we're talking about, and maybe more like the one that I'm talking about, like the first time a guy took you out on a really romantic date.
That's not
Like, what
body
about
count.
that? Wasn't that special
It's
to
not
you?
a body count, you
Wasn't that special
dumbass.
to you? Wasn't it
It's not body
special?
count.
But it was
I'm
special, right?
trying to think of the first date I went on and I can't.
Okay, well, what's the best one you've ever been on?
What's the best one I've ever? I don't know. I mean, when you're married, what counts as a date?
Because Kenzie hasn't asked me out yet, so.
I'm waiting for you, boo.
Okay, well, let's say a guy takes you skydiving. Isn't that
Oh,
gonna be
we
special?
already went on the cruise thing.
Okay, but if you go skydiving your first time, isn't that a special memory, a
No.
special time in your life? It's not.
Okay, I would hate skydiving. Firstly, I'm not an adrenaline. I'm not an adrenaline seeker, so.
Sorry. The first time I went on a plane was awful.
Yep. I would say that sometimes things are better depending on the circumstances. Like if you, for example, are going on that skydiving event, let's just say you're into that kind of shit. I don't know why you would be, but if you're with somebody that constantly brings down the mood, is constantly nagging, is constantly making you feel like anxious, maybe even. But then you go on with somebody a couple weeks later, and that one is very uplifting. It's like a happy environment. Then I think you would enjoy the second time way more than the first one.
Like, what if a guy took you on a date and then he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna take you to like you've never been to a really fancy restaurant," and then he takes you to a really really fancy restaurant. Don't you think that's gonna be a special moment?
It's not because it was the first time, it is the extenuating circumstances, because somebody can take me to that fancy dinner a couple weeks later and it can be like way better just because I enjoy the company and maybe they're, not bossing me around. Because if you ever been with a douche to a fancy restaurant, because I have, and they command around the waitress and they order for you on your behalf. No, not good.
Yes, but your experience of the restaurant is special because it's your first time eating at a fine dining establishment.
No,
Correct?
I
No,
don't
it's
think
not
it's because
special?
it's the. No, I don't think it's because it's special. It's the first time. I think it's special just because it's a special experience. Like, anyone want to take me out to a fine dining dinner? Done.
Okay, all right.
Special every
So I
fucking
guess
time.
the first time that you guys do something, you guys never get excited. You're never excited because you're doing something new. It's just
That's not the argument. The argument is that something that can be special doesn't lose that aspect because it's the second, third, or fourth, or fifth time you've done it.
But we're talking about when you're
You
doing
can just
something
make a
new.
quick
We're talking about
interjection.
doing something
Given
new.
given what this analogy is comparing all of these things to, I'm just going to interject with a simple yuck.
Yeah, I did have a question for you. If you had a choice between two partners who both had a body count of 6, but one was all men and one was all women, would that influence your decision at all?
Whoa. Okay. That's wild. Like her bodies are all women.
Yeah.
That's kind of hot.
I'll raise
And point proven. And point proven.
But maybe not. Maybe that's nasty.
No, yeah, you did. That was too soon, Jeff.
I did this I'm going to take back the yuck from before and put it here. Here is the yuck.
Yeah.
I mean, the woman could be doing her way worse than a man, so I don't know why you guys are saying yuck. I mean, she could be getting like women are nastier than men.
But just to be clear, the yuck is for your reaction to what just happened.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was hot. What do you want me to do?
Okay, so do you think that most people enjoy their first time having sex?
Of course.
You do believe that?
Did they enjoy it?
Have you ever talked to a woman?
Bro.
I really want anybody. Okay. Put a 2 in the chat if you did enjoy your first time, and put a 3 in the chat if you didn't.
I know the men enjoyed it.
Bro, even as a man, my first time looking back on it, no.
Even a lot of men don't like it because it can be painful for men as well.
Yeah, my first time was in the back seat of a fucking Jeep. It wasn't that great.
Well, at the time when you first did it, it was though, right? Or or it wasn't special at all to you?
I don't think it was special to
It
me.
wasn't really special, no.
Oh, just another day.
Yeah, I mean, mine was like grape. Do you think that's special?
Oh no, that's traumatic. That's trauma.
Yeah, there we go. Crazy.
Hold on. Why did you laugh when you said that?
Laugh when I said what?
Why did you laugh when you said no, that's trauma?
Because it was just like a ridiculous. I just thought it was ridiculous. Sorry. I mean, I just thought it was like a preposterous question.
What's that?
I laughed because I'm like, why would you even ask that? Like, obviously not.
Well, I mean, I I asked the other question about the body count being just strictly women or strictly men, and you did the thing I thought you were gonna do. So I think I thought you were gonna do.
Well,
the same
I was
thing.
being honest. I mean, I'd choose the one that was with the women just because it's something
Why?
new. Something new. It's something cool. That's cool. I think that's cool. I've never
What do
met a
you
woman
mean?
like
Like,
that.
what do you think is new?
Because she's like, I don't know, she's like a lesbian chick. That's pretty cool. Like, I'm not gonna
Be
discriminate. I don't want to
bisexual.
discriminate. I don't want to discriminate against somebody. That's wrong.
Well,
So I have to be
that's not what I
accepting.
asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, but that's why I'm doing it, because I'm a good,
Ask you
righteous
what is
person.
new. What is new? I asked you what is new.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, it's not. What, like you said, you want to do it because it's something new. I'm sorry, are you saying something new for you?
It's cool, yeah. Something new for me, yeah. Like, she's lesbian. I've never done that before. That's cool.
Well, obviously she would be bisexual.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, she would be, yeah. Now she is.
So tell me why, like, you fetishize lesbians.
I don't. You guys
You just fucking did it.
Okay, why?
literally just
Are you
Right,
kidding?
Okay, I don't have a fetish. I don't have a fetish for lesbians. Let's get that clear.
You
I don't have a
absolutely
fetish for
fetishize
lesbians.
lesbians.
But it's hot. It's hot. What do you think? Okay, like 90% of men would tell you that it's hot.
Hold
I
on.
think men fetishize lesbians, so that doesn't do anything for me.
That's like a circular argument. Like, what are you
It's
even
not
talking about?
circular. It's
A
bro.
quick question. Quick question. Do you also think like two guys sleeping together is hot?
No, because I'm
Why not?
straight. Because I'm straight.
Okay, but like the two women are lesbian, so I mean that should be the same logic here.
No, because I'm into women and not men. Jeff.
So it is a fetish. So it is fetishization. Yeah. So that's what it is.
Explain how.
Because if the logic held the same across the board, you would think that about the two men sleeping together.
But that would make me wouldn't make me a straight man, Jeff.
I'm sorry, am I Jeff?
You see where that contradicts itself?
Why are you talking to Jeff?
Because I thought you were Jeff. Or are you Thickless? Oh, you're Thick. Oh my God, Thickless Cage. You've been added to the chat.
To him this whole time.
Are you fucking? Why didn't you tell me anything, Jeff? Oh my God, I've been talking to you this. I thought I was talking to Jeff, dude. Why didn't you say
Jeff
something?
and I don't sound anything alike.
You sound a little bit alike. What were you asking me, Thick?
Yeah, so the reason that it's fetishization is because you're essentially dehumanizing them and just putting at the center.
Dehumanizing them?
Yes, because at the
No,
center of
I'm
your
not.
arousal.
Oh my
It
God.
absolutely is.
How did you get
You
into
think-
my psyche? Like, how did you get into my psyche
Oh
and
my
figure all these things out?
Fucking hit dog or holler.
How'd you get into my psyche and figure out how I think about all these things, Kenzie?
Based on the things that you say.
Oh, based on what I said, so me finding a lesbian woman hot, attractive, just because I'm a good person and I don't want to discriminate against her, you're gonna make up me fetishizing women? Why are you putting down lesbian women that are bisexual? Bisexual lesbian women, why are you putting them
You can't
down?
be bisexual and lesbian.
Yeah, now she is. Now she is. She was lesbian and now
Wait,
she's a
wait.
bisexual. So you're saying that she abandoned her identity? You really do like assuming people's psyche.
I never gave them the label of lesbian. You did that.
Oh my God.
I just said one has a body count
They're not
only
lesbian.
of
They're
women.
bisexual, Kenzie. We went over this.
Shut up or I'll mute you.
Okay.
I never originally gave the label of lesbian. I just said, would you prefer someone who has a body count that's just men, or would you prefer someone who has a body count that's just women? You added the lesbian label because
she was.
one second, not done. And I think you need to ask yourself why two women who are in love, that your pleasure is at the center of that experience.
My pleasure is not at the center of them being in love. I told you that I'd be willing to try it because it's in.
Hey, do you want to know what it sounds like when a normal person is asked that question?
Yeah.
Hey
Tell
Kenzie,
me.
ask me the same question.
The body count one?
Yeah.
Nicholas, if you had the choice between two partners, both had a body count of 6, one was all men, one was all women, which would you prefer?
I don't care.
There we go.
So he just doesn't care about body count.
I don't know. I think the phrase body count is incredibly dehumanizing, because you are essentially equating human beings to objects at that. And
Women do
additionally,
to men all
no.
the time with their
Again,
calories.
Hey, sweetheart, cupcake, shut the fuck up. Moreover, no, it doesn't matter to me at all. I've never asked a person when I've gone out on a date with them, hey, how many people have you slept with? Because that's just not on my
Yeah, you
radar.
don't do that.
My current partner, me,
Yeah.
I'm 35.
Yeah, I'll be
Like,
39 this year, and I've never been asked either. Is this like a
Yeah.
Gen Z thing?
I don't know. Like, my current partner, I have no fucking idea how many people she's been with before me, and I frankly don't give a shit. Yeah, like it could not. It is a thing that I just genuinely could not care less about if I tried.
You would know.
Nope.
Yeah, because she'd slash your tires.
Wait. How do you know? How do you know?
She'll slash his tires and she'll start calling her ex-boyfriend or something.
Oh my god. I don't know why I expected some kind of intellectual
Wait,
answer.
could you rationalize that for me real quick? Like how?
She's probably trauma. The higher the body count, the most of the
Hey,
it's most likely for them to be more traumatized.
Hey, buddy, hold on. You want to know how many people I've slept with?
I'm sure you want to tell us.
No. I mean, because you seem to think that somehow there's some correlation there between like mental stability and body count.
Yeah, there is.
What's the threshold?
There is no threshold.
Oh, okay. Is it like double digits or is it triple digits where like somebody becomes mentally unstable?
It can happen at any time.
Okay. I genuinely have no idea how many people I've slept with because I don't fucking count. I could not tell you if I like sat here and like tried to like make tick marks. I don't know because it's a thing that like normal people don't fucking keep track of.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of dangerous men out there, and it's like.
Oh no, I agree. There are. You're one of them.
Yeah,
So,
men
like,
are trash for sure.
See, so like like a girl with a high body count, man, she might have been like experienced so much trauma, man. Like.
Yeah, you're one of those dangerous people you're talking about.
I don't know.
why
Like,
am I
should
one
we
of those
wait? Should we count? Should we count sexual assault in our body count?
I'm a gentleman, Nicholas.
Yeah, I can smell the fedora from here.
Yeah, exactly. I know you can. People saying I have a journal. I do not have a journal.
Yeah, it's giving manifesto more than
I have
anything.
photographic memory, Thickums.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
There's no such thing.
Okay, I can't. I'm done. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I feel brain fried. I love all the friendlies who are up here, by the way. I love all the friendlies. Thickles. I'm sorry. You have the best username. Wait, hold on. Let me follow you. You're actually hilarious. Nicolas Cage. Everybody else, the friendlies who are here, I love y'all. My co-hosts, Jeff and Kenzie, I love y'all too. Everybody else, I can't. I genuinely cannot, y'all. I cannot. I can't. This is too much. The level of like dumb men that we had today is actually insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then y'all wonder why women pick the bear. Like, huh? Y'all wonder why women pick the bear. I literally feel my brain rotting within my skull. Way too much. Well, I still have some people here. If you want to support some initiatives, specifically when we talk about intersectional feminism, then of course we're talking about all women and not just some women. So hold on. There is this initiative within my bio, which is incredibly dear to my heart as well.
It is a humanitarian period care for Sudanese refugee women. If you donate to this particular initiative, it will help, your support will help provide Sudanese refugees with sustainable menstrual products and also enable Sudanese refugees to purchase menstrual products locally when shipping is not feasible. So I think when we are advocating for women, we need to advocate for women on a global scale. And in this case, I think it's incredibly important to help this initiative purchase and distribute menstrual products to women who are refugees during the Sudanese genocide. So if you want to help Sudanese women, there is a link in my link tree so you can help Sudanese women specifically. I mean, everything else is also incredibly important, like all the other initiatives. Those are dear to my heart. That's why they're there. For today, though, I would like to highlight the initiative for Sudanese women. Another thing I wanted to say is there's also another little box there labeled slavery in Libya and in Egypt. You will find a PDF file telling you the call to action, which is number 1, contact or sign the petition in my link tree. Number 2, contact the Libyan embassy in your country or near you by sending them an email telling them that it is just as a disgrace that Black people are actively being enslaved today. Black people are being enslaved today, y'all. Today, right? So in Libya and in Egypt. So if you open the PDF file in my link tree under slavery in Libya and Egypt, you will get a specific call to action and also what you can do to help when it comes to the slave trades and human trafficking that exists within Libya and in Egypt. I don't understand why not many people are talking about it. I think more people need to talk about this. This is actually a disgrace. Number 3, thank y'all for liking and sharing and commenting and gifting. I could not have done this without y'all. So I appreciate y'all so very much. I'm going to be debating much more often. I cannot go live every day yet. That might be in the future. But for now, I'm going to go live every other night. So, or every other day. So I'm excited to have... Sorry. Why does Nicolas Cage keep putting in that emoji? Oh my god. Yo. Nicolas Cage. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh. I'm in so much pain. I'm crying. I'm in so much. Oh.
Are you good? Are you good? You okay?
It's so funny. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Stop laughing. I'm in pain. Oh.
Breathe, goddamn.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Anyways.
I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional.
Sorry. This is so funny. How did you come up with that name?
This is arguably the best reaction I've ever had. Hands down. Oh, this is great.
Oh my god.
This has made my day.
You have made all of our days. I'm just saying, you made all of our days because Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah? You gonna be alright?
Yes. Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Whew. Thank you for the laugh.
Yeah, not a problem.
I can't. I have to kick you. I can't. Nicolas Cage was on my panel. Yo. Nicolas Cage was on my panel. I'm dying. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Somebody said you didn't just say Nicolas Cage was in here, did you? No, it wasn't Nicolas Cage. It was Nicolas Cage. Oh my god. I'm actually crying. Oh my god, y'all, I'm in so much pain. Oh, I'm in so much pain. Stop commenting. Bro, every time I pause and I stop laughing, Nicholas has to comment. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god. What do you have a picture? What do you see? Oh my god. Oh, girl, I thought Nicolas Cage was in here talking about body count. No. No, it was Nicolas Cage. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It hurts so much. Oh my god, I can't. I'm actually crying. I'm actually crying. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Woosah. Woosah, man. Woosah.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I can't stop crying. I can't. Do you know Nicolas Cage?
Yeah. Listen,
I can't stop.
it's not any worse than somebody calling their goat, their pet goat, Van Goat. Which was
Do y'all want to kill me? Oh god.
Nicolas Cage. Let's go.
Hey, Carbon. Look, I'm just vibing.
Listen, I'm just scrolling through TikTok. I watch some clips from some TV show, and then I just keep scrolling, and all I hear is like, that's not how you sound, but you know what I mean.
Like, I just.
This is the best thing. I love this so much.
That was a violation, bro. That's not what I sound like. That's crazy.
Sorry, I didn't bring my voice modulator with me. My bad.
Oh my god.
This is hands down the best reaction I've ever had to this user. Without a doubt.
Wait, why?
100%.
Why does your picture say justice for all soup?
Soup for my family. It's from an interview a couple years ago where after Donald Trump made a comment about like protesters throwing cans of soup, and then a protester during an interview said, "No, this is just soup for my family."
Remember that old video of the news anchor, and she was doing a like reporting on like a pig, and the pig's name was Chris. Middle
Crispy Bacon.
Crispy Bacon.
Last name Bacon.
For anybody asking, my existence is making the host here lose her mind.
Crispy Bacon is so mean.
Hey, what do you call a dog that does magic?
What?
An abracalabrador?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Oh my god, I can't breathe.
Everyone and then add men back? What?
I can't breathe. Oh my god. You see? Oh god, I can't. I feel lightheaded. I feel so lightheaded. I can't. This has to be hands down one of the best usernames I've seen. Hands down.
Hey, baby.
Hey, babe.
It has to be one of the
Wow,
best.
stuck in the middle with you. Damn.
Hello, my princess.
Oh
Are
my
we
god.
just telling Athena dad jokes because I want in?
Oh my god. I can't. I feel so lightheaded.
Drink water.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me breathe. Cause
Athena's wheeze is in the comments.
yeah.
How have you never heard this?
I only stumbled across her page like a day or two ago, and then followed her. And today's the first day I've like popped in to like see what was going on. And I only popped in because I saw Kinsey and Jeff were live on the same panel.
Well, funny enough, I was talking to Kenzie the other day, and she told me she lost a bunch of her passwords, and so I was trying to help her out. And so I just changed them all to Kenny because I wanted her to have a bunch of Kenny logins. Did that not work? Fuck.
I don't think Athena knows who that is.
Yeah, I don't.
She knows
I don't think-
everything else. Come on.
Oh my god. Sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm okay. I'm back. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Has the blood pressure come down any?
My blood pressure was already low, so that wasn't really a problem. Oh god. Okay. I'm sorry. I needed this laugh actually today. I kid you not. And the way that every time I like paused and like stopped laughing and calming down, you had to post those emojis.
Do you just love
mean-
Nicolas Cage or something?
You mean those ones? You mean that emoji down there?
I feel like how much that hurt.
Oh, this is great.
Found it. There's this old video. Remember Athena, where a supporter came into the comments. He was like, "Funny how some of these leftists are anti-gay and pro-gun."
I do.
Yeah, I have you laughing
Oh,
for
some
2
of these
minutes.
leftists are what?
It was like we had no idea what he was saying. It was like a concern. He's like, "Funny how so many leftists are anti-gay and pro-gun." I was like, or something like that, or pro-gay and anti-gun. And then
Yeah, that
Athena's
makes
just
more sense.
laughing for 2 minutes straight.
Oh my god. I think you still have that video on your account. Oh my god.
Play it.
That was so. He was like, "It's so funny how all of these people are so pro-gay and anti-God," is what they said. Oh my
wait,
god.
That sounds like something
here it is.
Arsenal would say.
I found it.
Oh yeah, let's watch it.
Hold on. Let me know if you can hear it. Hold on.
Why is that funny? I don't know why that's funny.
I don't know. It's literally just the same 3 emojis that I use anytime I join into a live. It's literally like the default first message I send as soon as I'm in anyone's live.
Okay, Becky, tell her, spare your one-liners. It might be fun.
Oh God.
What is a Republican family tree shaped like?
Oh yeah. Your family tree must be shaped like a wreath.
Ruining the delivery. I'm just gonna sit here quietly.
Oh my god, I love that. I see that all the time. And now the comments. Y'all literally hate me. I thought y'all liked me because now everyone's gonna post that emoji.
Oh, the pig nose is good. The pig nose is good.
Here it is. All right, here we go. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh god.
This video is only available to subscribe. Oh fuck! Hold on, let me sign in.
Wow.
Is your own video? You can't play your
You
own.
monetized Athena's laugh.
He not only monetized my laugh, he monetized my moan ones. That was crazy.
I wasn't gonna
Actually,
bring
that was a
up,
mod
but-
that clipped that. Thank
Put
you.
that on Quinn the other day.
Huh?
I made $400 in that live. So
Oh
I
yeah,
can't-
you did. That's right. That was a long time ago.
And I got a really nice voice note from that live too
Mm,
that I still
yeah.
have.
Remember? Yeah, I can't believe somebody literally paid me like 250 just to like moon for like 3 seconds.
Fucking Cyclops emoji down there.
Cyclops is crazy. Oh my god, I actually have a headache now.
Damn, Bradley.
All
What?
right, here it is. I found it. Okay, I logged
Are you
in.
logging
Are
into
you
the
gonna turn
playable
on your
ball? What are
camera?
you
Yeah.
doing?
All right, here we go.
Please.
No, it's not like it's just the audio. Here it is.
Like, funny how so many leftists are pro-gay and
I'm sorry, guy. We're not laughing at you. Well, we are, but yeah, okay, it's fine. You're just like, yeah, NPC shit. It's fine. That was just funny.
Athena, why is it funny?
Like a joke. It's funny how this is a Rubik's Cube. How ironic that this is a pencil, guys. You see this pencil? Oh, the irony that this pencil is a pencil. Sorry, I don't want to distract anybody from their chess game.
This is the best laugh.
Damn, girl, you don't even come up for oxygen.
Oh, the soccer balls is good.
This live was how my account came to be. Stop. You good, my guy?
We posted so many of the eyeball noses that the settings won't even let me do it anymore.
I'm over here in an intense ass game. I have no idea what's going on.
All right, focus, Tom. Focus.
Tommy was on the live? That's
Yeah,
a little
Tommy.
quick.
Oh my
Even Tommy's worried about her. Oh my god, no. What cartoon is that dog from?
Yeah, I didn't know which one was the video and which one was the live.
Oh.
Doing?
To know as well that this is who she's talking to.
Oh yeah, this is that's Kristen's back or Kristen's picture who you're laughing at right now. That was me last night.
What is going on?
That was me last night. I was a defense attorney for somebody on another live, so I in my infinite commitment to a bit, dressed up.
Pretty good. You look like a movie usher.
I look like if Colonel Sanders discovered oil instead of frying chicken.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Oil Baron Sanders.
Oh god. Okay, I can't breathe, y'all. I think I have to walk outside because I can't breathe.
I thought that was a picture of Jordan Peterson at first.
Well, actually, if
Oh god, no.
That's actually crazy. Okay, y'all. Oh my god.
Septum ring really works.
Oh yeah. Oh. Well, y'all, I think I'm gonna slowly start ending my life because I can't do it anymore. I can't like laugh. I'm actually in so much pain.
You've been saying that for quite a few hours now.
I know, but I'm crying.
Oh, what a world!
I can't
anymore. I'm actually like, my whole body hurts. The whole body. Anyways, I love y'all. I'm gonna slowly start ending the live, y'all. Thank you,
How do
thank you,
you
thank you.
slowly start ending the live?
Put up
Not everybody can do the Irish accent.
I'm just gonna hit the end live button and it's gonna slowly.
I can't. I'm dropping everyone. I can't. I'm dropping everyone. I'm dropping everyone. I can't do it anymore. I'm in like so much pain, y'all. I'm in so much pain. I thought she was gonna drop one at a time. Nope. I IDF the whole panel, y'all. I IDF the whole panel. Wait, I IDF the whole panel. Wait, whoa, hold up. Kenzie, you've gone rogue. What are you doing, Kenzie? Kenzie! Why is Kenzie inviting everybody? Help! Wait a damn minute. Kenzie has gone rogue. Why is Kenzie inviting everybody up? Hold on. Kenzie has gone rogue.
You'll never get rid of us.
Kenzie went rogue. She just invited everybody down the list. Help. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. Kenzie. Okay. She just invited everybody. That's actually crazy. Is this like some kind of revolution? Oof. Kenzie went rogue, bro. Stop. Okay, I can't. I can't do this. Okay, I love y'all. No. Kenzie, why is Kenzie inviting? Thank you for coming up, Bruce. But this was the actions of my mod who went rogue. Why did you invite so many people up? That's crazy.
Because you said you were gonna end the live slowly, and so it's like, if I add a whole bunch of people, she won't.
Oh my god. So you wanted to kill me? Because you know that those people might come up and continue laughing. It would have been like a long marathon. Oh god.
I think you would have been okay.
I'm literally dying. I'm
You're a little
sweating out of
dramatic.
my
That's
eyes, Kenzie.
Those are called tears.
Listen, big girls don't cry, okay? I can't. Whatever. I don't know.
Wow, I went rogue and you still didn't unmod me. That's a W. W Athena in the chat.
You did go rogue. You invited. I just saw on my screen. Kenzie invited this person. Kenzie invited this person. I was like, what the hell is happening? I thought
I just went down the list. You were right, and no one accepted. You guys are. I don't know why y'all were scared.
I mean, Bruce accepted and then came up and just laughed.
No, Bruce didn't accept. He requested on his own. I just added him.
Oh, okay. I thought you requested Bruce. I was so confused. I kid you not. I think I did not sign up for like an ab routine today. And I'm gonna get cramps tomorrow. I kid you not, muscle cramps. Because I'm in so much pain. But thank you, Kenzie.
Thank you, Athena, for your riveting.
I'm dropping you because you invited everybody. That was my punishment, Kenzie. Oh my god. That was my punishment because you invited everybody.
I just wanted to say that Athena debates the two most important topics on this app: Palestine and body count. anyone more intellectually authentic than Athena.
That's crazy. Why the fuck is there a get info on Canada's federal election notice on the bottom of my
That's been on there for a long time. I'm like, is it because we were talking to Canadians?
Nobody talked about the Canadian election. Oh my
No,
god.
but we said that Wade guy was from Canada. And then we had Bell on.
He didn't mention the elections. Oh god.
But he was still from Canada. Maybe they just heard Canada and they're like, oh, here you go.
Oh god. Oh god. Are other people gonna go up? Girl, no. I'm ending the live. I've been saying that for Kenzie. Why is Kenzie in?
Hi, what's your take?
Hi.
Hi.
As a woman myself, I completely agree with you on the premises of just some exceptions. The only reason why I think that it matters a little bit less for men and not women is because men don't get stretched out, unlike me. Because whenever I do have issues like this, I do.
Okay, bye. I'm ending the live.
That was fucking wild.
This is why you shouldn't be inviting random folks